perfectly flat on all directions.
Which is also not a shape.
That's not
It
a
is
shape.
actually.
Oh,
Nope,
shape's a
plane's not a shape, buddy. Try again.
Actually, it is.
What
but
shape's a
it-
plane?
Actually, it
it's
is.
super
but okay.
not. Try again.
Okay,
Actually, it
Paid.
is,
What?
but okay.
Paid. What
It's
shape is a
absolutely
plane?
not. Try again.
Actually, it is, but okay.
Nope, not
What
even
shape
a little
is a
bit.
plane?
Try
Good
again.
question. What's it?
Yeah, what
What
shape is a plane?
Yeah.
That shape. Plane
Is a
shape.
plane 2D or 3D?
Oh, man.
Is a plane 2D? Is that a 2D thing you're talking about? Paid?
I don't know. You guys talked about it. You're saying that there's this,
It didn't take us 5 minutes to get him to say some stupid retarded crap.
Yeah, I know. You guys say stupid retarded crap, but
Yo,
Plane is
NASA,
a shape.
NASA, here's my shape
seconds.
claim. Here's my shape claim. Even for you, you're mentally out of shape.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
You guys are all a bunch
man.
of. I know. We're not making any shape claims while you go ahead and make shape claims. Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I got a quick question here. Whenever a wood planer, whenever you run a piece of wood through a wood planer, what shape is it making?
A plane
A plane's a shape?
What shape is it? What shape is a plane?
When you tile out 2 dimensions of space, you get a plane.
Okay, what
That's
shape
what
is a
it
plane?
is.
Can I have a circle and a square plane?
That's the definition of a plane.
But I
you
can
can
have
have
a circle plane
It has nothing to do with the shape, buddy.
You
Try
can
again.
You
add
can't tile
boundaries.
something out that doesn't have depth.
Of course you can.
Really, show it to me.
No, it's a mathematical thing, dude.
Oh my
No,
god.
So you
not
can't do
reality.
it. That's
No, definitely no one's claiming that it's a
These
that
are
Earth is a plane
definitions
because
based
we
on
definitely
that.
know that 2D. Jace, can you hear me?
Yo, bro, admit when you're wrong, god damn it. Like, you know you said something wrong, so just
You
fall
try
back.
to fundy mute me so
Just
I
keep
didn't
it
destroy
chill.
your
Just
whole
keep it
point?
chill.
Or
Yeah, just keep it chill. Like, they look ridiculous, but just keep it chill.
My bad, it's because I'm in the street. I feel like I gotta shout.
Plane is defined by tiling X and Y coordinate space. It's literally a geometry.
did that make you feel better about the stupid stuff he just said? About plane being a shape? Like, did that help?
I mean,
like,
people who have
make your
gone
wound
past
feel
like
better or
6th
something?
grade understand this. So,
Yeah, I mean, that is a claim you can make. You could just claim that everybody else doesn't understand stuff because of your stupid claim, or you could just say, yeah, it was really dumb to say plane is a shape, and then just move on.
6.
You could just do that.
Children past grade 6 can understand that. That's what I
we
said.
didn't hear you.
They
We
can
funny
understand
muted
your
you. We didn't
dumb
hear
claim
anything
that
you
plane
said
is a
about
shape.
It's literally a definition, dude. If you're going to disagree
It's
with
not the definition of shape.
have fun.
Can you show me that definition, please? Source.
Yeah.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't think
if
so.
it's a
Obviously,
shape,
it's
then
a
what shape
really
is
dumb
it?
thing to say. So obviously, you don't have a source for
said,
that because
yeah,
it's
dude.
retarded.
What 6th grade geometrical shape is it?
Yeah.
It's a 2D plane, duh.
That's a shape?
Source.
Yes.
Source.
It tiles out.
What math book is that
Well,
in?
what would
so
you
that we
call
can verify
what would
it's in a
you
6th
call
grade
it?
math book, like you claim.
Yeah, I'll get it for you.
Great, fantastic. That'll just shut everybody up. If you're right about this, then great. Then we'll know you guys consider it to be a shape. Awesome.
And stop addressing me so that I can get it.
Make sure it's a math book from 6th grade, like you said.
Well, I mean, I'll take anything at this point, saying a plane is a shape. I don't really care if it's from college or
Jeremy will
whatever.
take anything.
Yeah, just a plane. Just a plane is a shape.
Yep.
Plane shape.
That would be
there are
news
planes.
to me.
Do children's
There are
learning children's learning websites count?
Whatever you got, bro.
I got splashlearn.com. Let's see.
Post it.
They say in geometry, a 2-dimensional shape can be defined as a flat plane, figure, or a shape that has 2 dimensions, length and width.
The problem there is that saying that a shape can be a plane.
Do not have
it's
any
not saying that a plane is a shape.
Measured
You got the opposite.
spaces.
You got the opposite.
Plane shapes. Hold on, Bob.
Bob Bill got it right. You got it backwards.
For example,
you got the opposite information. You said that plane was a shape. That's saying that shapes can be planes. Two different things there, buddy. Find the source that says a plane is a shape.
Dude, that's ridiculous. That's the most ridiculous
I know
complaint I've ever heard.
Like, how dishonest can you be? Holy
Stupid
shit.
claim. A plane is not a shape.
No, you're actually wrong, Jace.
He's Bob Dole.
In geometry,
look at the examples. It says some common examples of plane shapes include squares, rectangles, circles, triangles, and ovals.
In geometry, a two-dimensional shape can be defined as a flat plane. What
So
the
Jace,
fuck?
you coming in half-cocked, man.
Is the
It's
Earth
exactly as Bob Dole said. You're taking shapes that are two-dimensional, plane shapes, and saying that they actually have a shape. No, they're just talking about it being a two-dimensional circle, or two-dimensional triangle, or square, or what have you.
So try again and get the actual claim that you say is out there, please. Source.
Does yours have edges?
In geometry, a two-dimensional shape can be defined as a flat plane. Or
when you find the source that says what you actually claimed, please let us know.
Not discounting flat plane. It says or. So it can be defined as a flat plane or a shape that has two dimensions. So that is inclusive of a flat plane.
Really? So
because
the shape that has
the other shapes.
Dude, it's
a shape that has two dimensions doesn't have a flat plane.
The other shapes, you're just putting boundary conditions.
No, but Jace, if you're saying it's either or, then you're effectively saying that second option, which is that it's a shape with two dimensions. You're saying that doesn't have a flat plane.
Dude, it's really simple. A flat plane.
No, you don't know.
It is really simple, and somehow you're messing it up.
Can I clarify this? Dude, your reading comprehension skills are very, very subpar here, right? Listen carefully. Listen carefully. It's saying, or a shape, as in any shape. It
says as a flat plane, bro. Like, just admit it. It says defined as a flat plane.
We're not reading out loud. Your retardation.
Wait,
just
real fast.
Wait. With all due respect, man, you gotta disengage and just view it from some distance because you're really making a fool of yourself right now.
Yeah, I want everyone to think about what I'm saying and then tell him to read it again, okay? It's saying or a shape, as in or any shape that is blah, 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 blah. Now read it again. Read it again for us.
In geometry, a two-dimensional shape can be defined as a flat plane or a shape that has two dimensions. It's literally saying the quintessential example of a two-dimensional shape is a flat plane.
It's saying or a shape that is a shape that is. It's a conditional statement saying any shape that is this can be classified as a plane. You can't comprehend words, bro.
Just take that.
No, he's stuck with it on the part where it says or. He thinks that you could either be a two-dimensional shape or have a flat plane. You can't be a two-dimensional shape with a flat plane. That's if you're going by either or that you're going by. You can't have both. We're stringent on the or. But we know that the latter option, every single two-dimensional shape, has a flat plane. So they're going to fucking or.
If
you guys don't understand what it's saying, though, it says a shape
that is. If I said that a barn is red or a car is red, that still includes the barn. That's the.
All right, look, I'm going to say this.
Doesn't mean that the barn is a car, does it?
Jace, I'm going to say it one more time, Jace. Listen carefully, okay? It's saying a shape that is, meaning a conditional, that is conditional, as in a circle that is, a square that is, a triangle that is. It is just saying, or a shape that is this, and then it qualifies it. It's not saying that plane is a shape. If you don't understand that,
traces out a rectangle when tiled, or a square.
So now you're saying that the shape has to exist before.
Conditions you add onto the flat plane shape when you tile them to make other shapes.
Is he broken?
This is bad.
What the heck just happened?
Bro does not want to admit he's wrong. That's what's happening.
Yeah,
I know. I still don't think he realizes it, man.
I think
that's what you're doing.
Shill might have succeeded in his goal of making us argue about some retarded bullcrap that he made up.
No, you guys are wrong. And you're just projecting.
Jace, I still stand behind the fact that I think you're smart, bro. I don't want you to think that I'm not
Dude,
trying to like.
I don't need
ridicule
your sympathy, man. You're projecting.
Yo, it's
What
not
am I-
sympathy. He's giving
what
you
am
a
I
vote of
projecting?
confidence. You're just off right now. You're usually on.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying normally you're one of the smarter Globers. I'm just saying I think you jumped the gun a
and
little bit.
The website obviously is sourcing what I said, and you're just denying it because you can never admit when you're wrong.
I have a funny observation about you, bro. Why do you have to constantly?
Any of us to be wrong
when
yet.
you take an X and Y coordinate, right, and you tile them out, meaning you just extend them out into a shape. What shape does that give you? It's
not a
really
shape.
simple, guys.
If it extends into infinity, that's not a shape.
No, it extends
shape
out
is
to where
closed.
you apply the boundary condition.
A shape
so
has
you
boundaries.
can make a square, or you can make a rectangle.
And then depending on which one you made, that's what you would have. That doesn't make one the other.
Yeah, dude, it's a really simple concept here. So it's saying like a shape that is, meaning like any shape that is, and then it qualifies what would define it as a plane. So it's not saying like a plane is a shape. It's saying a shape that is, and then it describes what that shape would be like to be qualified as a plane. It's a very simple statement. I think you just jumped the gun. It's okay, but it's very obvious.
It literally gives it as the freaking X.
Whatever,
Whatever,
a plane
man.
in and of itself does not need boundaries. A shape needs boundaries. You're wrong, Jace.
You could have an infinite plane.
Yep.
What about the fact that bro never wants to use his own thoughts? He's constantly just citing sources just to support the argument.
In this case, I asked him to source his ridiculous claim, which he didn't. He sourced something else and then tried to make it seem like that was his claim when it wasn't. But it's
Like,
absurd.
I want to ask
That was a very
Kojo
strange
questions,
criticism.
but I know for a fact Kojo's just going to refer to something that's not his own true thoughts.
That was a very,
That's
very
what's
strange
up.
criticism.
There's definitely no reason for people to get.
Kosho.
There's definitely no reason for us to get worked up about this, right? Like, I think we should all just stay chill, and I don't think that we should.
It's because I'm in the street. I'm not trying to yell. It's because I'm not.
It's all good, but I'm just saying, like, I also don't think that we should ridicule too much, just because, like, I think that's what the Globe side does
you're
too
wrong,
much of.
and I'm not ridiculing you, so you should shut up.
Wow, dude, I'm literally trying to like.
He's really not wrong though, at all, even a little bit. You are absolutely wrong about your claim. We know it. We understand that.
Yeah, because it could be a square, it could be a circle, it could be a triangle. So when we say that the Earth's a plane, we're not claiming a shape. And when we say it's flat, it's a description of a surface, because you could be a flat square, rectangle, circle, triangle. And we know this is very, very rudimentary concepts. So you make the shape claim by claiming a sphere. We falsify your shape claim. And then you guys want to somehow pretend that flat is a shape claim. That doesn't make sense, because it could literally be different shapes and still be a plane.
Yeah, it's like it's flat is as much a shape as round is a shape.
Hey, bro, if you already catch that part,
What is your definition?
Bro,
Hold
that
on,
part.
guys. What is
You
your
gotta catch
definition?
that part.
What is your definition of a plane again, Jace? I don't even know why I'm fucking engaged in it with this nonsense. But what was your definition of a plane again? This is geometry, right? We're talking about. Yo,
What you just
Jace.
said a second ago, though.
Jace, what's your definition of a plane again? Where'd you get that fucking half-ass bullshit definition from?
There's nothing wrong with the definition.
It's on a kid's educational website.
Well,
There's nothing wrong with the definition.
Here's from Wikipedia. Though there's definitely something wrong with that definition, because here's the Wikipedia.
No, you guys just are misunderstanding what it says.
In mathematics, a plane is a two-dimensional surface that extends indefinitely. That's what a plane is in geometry. You disagree with that, Jace?
You cut out, bro.
It also says the Earth's flat.
In geometry,
You're saying that's not a shape? What would you call that?
Does the plane
That's
extend
not a shape.
indefinitely?
Shapes
Does the plane
have
extend
boundaries.
Hey, yo.
It's magic. May as well be magic.
Hello.
Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
No, it's not fucked up, because I can hear Jace fucking echoing it. Or somebody.
Yeah, you're fine.
So,
Jeremy, you're just
so
helping.
do you agree that it extends indefinitely?
Sure. What would you call that?
I don't. Which shape? I don't know. What shape is that? What shape is that?
My screenshot
What
ruins my
shape
game. My
is
screenshot
it?
ends the
Yeah,
conversation.
what shape is indefinitely? Hold on.
Conversation
Hold on.
over.
Which shape is
Yeah,
indefinitely?
end it now.
Hold on a second.
It might help. It might help
Anyways,
just to
y'all
try to
have
get to the
fun
bottom
being
of what the
What
reason
shape
that
goes on indefinitely? Yo,
Yeah,
The
please
flat
answer his
plane you
question.
described. The flat plane you described is the shape
Circular
that goes
logic.
indefinite.
Okay, can I read this real fast so we can end this? So this says, can planes be any shape? There are many kinds of plane shapes, but we will focus on 5 basic kinds: squares, rectangles, circles, triangles, and octagons. Game over. It's obviously very simple and objective.
Yeah, those are flat plane shapes.
Right,
Okay,
because
but
plane isn't a
You
shape.
wouldn't need to say plane shapes if plane was a shape.
Exactly.
I originally
It's really simple.
defined it as tiling the 2 vectors that span 2 coordinate axes. You can make them x, y, y, z, z, x, don't matter. When you tile those, you get a flat plane shape. Now you can add boundary conditions, meaning where you stop tiling those in each dimension, and those will give you either circles, rectangles, squares, etc. These are simple mathematic definitions.
No, the shape would be the extent of the tiling. If they're
a
square
circular
tiles
square or a
and
triangular
you're
circle.
extending them equally, then the shape
same
would be a
thing.
square. If they're rectangular tiles and you're going 2 to 1, like from X to Y, then it's going to be a rectangle. The shape is the tiling in that case.
Those are boundary
That doesn't mean a
conditions.
plane
They're
is a shape.
Jace, please stop dying on this hill, dude.
Shapes inherently have boundary conditions. Boundary conditions are part of what a shape has.
Exactly.
Yes.
Watch this.
This is the epitome
a
of
square-
anti-flat Earth.
Listen. Is a square plane and a circular plane the same shape? Thanks for playing. This is ridiculously
good one. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah.
Okay, but you know what? Let's get. Wait, if we could get to the heart of the matter, maybe a little bit, I'll help out just a sec. Just because the whole reason that this is a problem is because, first of all, Earth we know isn't 2-dimensional to begin with. We know it's not flat. It's got lots of hills and valleys, like we all always say. So it's ridiculous to even claim it's flat. It's not really flat earthers are doing, even though they get accused of doing so. Now, if it's a plane, that's a plane. We don't know how far it extends. It's not a shape that we can't see all of. The idea that we could see all of Earth is the problem here. They showed us this ball and made us think that, oh, we can see the whole thing, so we should be able to define what the whole thing is, because obviously if you can get up high enough, you could even see the flat Earth, right? Which is ridiculous.
That might be where NASA's question originally stemmed from. But he doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down, or whatever on this idea that plane is a shape, which we've obviously shown that it's absolutely not. And this guy's source doesn't say that it is at all.
We can get over that. I mean, it's obvious that he's trying to claim something about the plane being a shape, and it's just, I don't know, it's strange, but
it's the epitome of what's going on
its course already.
What's going on is Jace is a hardcore anti-flat earther, and this argument of a plane being a shape is the epitome of anti-flat Earth. It has nothing to do with reality or being a glober or anything.
That's the worst thing ever, and I know that we're trying to move past it, but I really think that it's actually a good thing to soak in here, right? Because this is insane. So if plane is a shape, then there wouldn't be different types of plane shapes. That is stupid. If you have an octagon, you don't have different types of octagon. You don't have octagon and then octagon B and then octagons. It's an octagon. Okay, you don't have a triangular octagon.
You're saying the difference between a general, it's a general term, whereas something else would be more specific. Just like a round or 3D, three-dimensional object is a general term.
Can be a plane.
That's not what we're talking about.
Most shapes
actually is
can
what
be
we're
a
talking
plane.
about.
Not any shape.
If somebody says, I think that this is a 3D object, they're making a claim about its shape, even though it's not a very specific claim. They're not a very specific shape. It's a general. A general claim. And it's the same with the plane. If someone says it's a plane, you understand it to be 2D.
Okay.
But it doesn't specify
if the phrase 3D meant object, they wouldn't have to say 3D object, would they? They would just say 3D or just say object. It would be really stupid for them to say 3D object. So if plane means shape, literally means shape, then it's stupid for anyone to ever say the phrase plane shape because they're just saying
Why
shape.
would it mean? It doesn't mean shape. When you use it, you're describing
That's exactly
a shape.
what we're talking
That's
about.
the point.
He's saying it means shape, and it doesn't.
He's not saying it means shape.
Yeah, maybe you're
not necessarily describing the shape.
Exactly what he said.
Yeah, it's a description of the shape, right? And of course, first of all, just as it pertains to the conversation, like it's a topographical plane. Like obviously, no one's claiming that the Earth is 2D. It's topographical plane. It's a plane in the sense of the Earth that obviously has depth, and obviously, plane is a description of the shape. We don't make a shape claim because we don't have access to that information. The globe claims a entirety of a shape claim. We have falsified that. We don't have to make a shape claim to falsify that. NASA was saying that NASA was saying we have to make a shape claim to falsify another shape claim. That is that's sub 100 IQ. That's sub 100 IQ.
Yeah, and even if it has,
because to falsify the globe you have to take measurements, and the shape of what it actually is will be inherently within those measurements. So claiming that you can't, well, you can laugh or you can listen to what I actually have to say.
But you don't have a high
saying that you falsified the globe with your measurements and yet you don't know what shape it is contradictory, because inherently, I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished, right? So inherently, again, I'm not finished. You could be listen to what I have to say.
Hold on.
Right? So inherently, within the measurements you take to falsify the globe should be the shape of what you've measured.
Okay,
why are you so mad?
Hold on a second, guys. Let's let everyone finish their shit and not get
Yeah, he did.
You guys are doing it to me right now as I'm trying to tell you. Don't cut people off. Let them finish their shit. It's going to be fucking chaos, please.
Yeah, I'd like
to respond. He did finish, and what he said was incorrect.
I'd like to respond as to how. He said it's contradictory. It's not contradictory. You can measure a part of something without knowing the actual boundaries of it, without knowing the shape of the totality.
Yes,
so it's not contradictory.
The part you've measured, you should know what shape that is because you've got data. And that data inherently contains the details about what shape it is. So, yes, it is contradictory.
Can I ask him a question?
Let me just follow up real quick. You shouldn't, you could possibly not know what shape it is if it is a flat shape, a plane shape. Like a 2D, if you measure it as planar, then you would need to know the extent of it to know what actual shape the thing is. You don't, just because you measured one surface of it, doesn't mean you know the shape of it.
Yeah, Curse with a high IQ. Why did you pick that name, bro? But my question for you is, can you know the shape of something without knowing the boundaries?
No, but you can actually know the shape of what you've measured, and given that we've measured the entire globe, we know what shape it is. You claim to have falsified that, so please show me your data, and I'll find within that data what shape your data actually contains. Go ahead.
Okay, just to clarify here, I asked you a very simple question. You said that we do have to come up with a shape and we would know. I said, can you know what shape something is without knowing the boundaries? And you said no. So you have now contradicted yourself.
I haven't contradicted myself because I also added on to that no that yes, you would know the shape of what you have measured, right? Just because you can't measure the entire thing can't know the shape of what you have actually measured. That's the point I was making.
It's a bad point though, because you could internally measure part of wherever you are without knowing the boundaries.
Exactly.
Sure. I actually agree with that. So fine, but my point still remains that you need to have data to show that you've falsified the globe, and within that set of data should be the shape of what you have measured.
No, the last part that you said contradicts what you said earlier. You only have the shape when you know the boundaries. You could have the data without the boundaries. So you don't need the shape.
I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm actually saying within the data that you have, you should know the shape of that part that you've measured. Right? I'm not implying that you could then go and say what the shape of the entire thing is, but within the data that you've got, you should be able to know the shape of what part you've measured.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
All right, let me point out how he's wrong right here. Can I just point out how he's wrong real quick? We measure zero curvature. What shape is it?
Well, and I don't know because
Well, oh yeah,
right, yeah, exactly. I don't know, but I know that it's flat if I've measured zero curvature. But the problem is that's not. But the problem is that that's not true, is it? Though we haven't measured zero curvature, have we?
What shape is flat? What's the shape?
To be fair, though, the last thing he said, I don't know if he was moving goalposts or anything, but the last thing he said was accurate, which is that whatever you measure,
at all.
Whatever you measure, that measurement will have a shape. Like, let's say you measured it to be 4 miles out from your center, then it's going to be the shape of a circle, you know, because you're going 4 miles out.
We measure zero curvature. What's the shape percent?
No, I'm saying
no, Jeremy, you're not understanding. He's saying that he ended up saying if you measure a little segment of something, when you make that measurement, you'll know the shape of what you measured. But that wasn't what he originally said. He's backtracked to that. Right. And obviously, if I measure a little segment of something that's flat, it could be a segment that's flat of a circle or a square or a triangle. The fact that you measured a flat segment in no way will tell you what the entirety of the shape is without the information or data of the boundary. And again, we can falsify a shape claim without making a shape claim. Everything I just said, just very simple, rudimentary, and objective.
Yeah,
if you have
you did agree with that.
If you have 100 square miles square around you, and you decide to measure 1 inch circle at the center of it, you now know the shape of your measurement, but you have no idea what the shape of the thing around you is just from that measurement. It tells you nothing about it. So you don't have to know the shape of the thing that you're in.
You do though, Bob. You just said it's 100 square miles, so it's a square.
Yeah, how did you know it was 100
what
square
you measured? Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I said, maybe you didn't hear me. What I said was, with your measurement that you made, you don't know what it is. If you you measured was a little 1 inch circle in the center, that measurement will not tell you what the shape is of the thing that you're in. It won't.
Right.
It can't.
You can measure a circle inside of a square. And dude, don't help this guy out because he objectively flip-flopped mid-conversation and changed what he said. So
no, I didn't.
You know,
that's better than like digging your heels in something when you know you're wrong and keeping on saying the wrong thing.
Well,
you know?
it's only better.
I didn't change what I said.
They're both wrong.
See what I'm saying? Wait, percent. It's not better because he's now lying about his original claim. So it's just as bad because the only thing that would make it better is intellectual honesty, where you're like, okay, well, I misspoke, and really this is what I meant. But that's not what he's doing. He's now pretending we're all dumb and we misheard what he said, and it's just kind of really ridiculous. And Kirst, this is what you said. You said we can't falsify your shape claim unless we replace it with another shape claim. So do you still stand
That's not what I said at all. You're making you're straw manning me now. What I said.
Are you kidding me?
I'll again say what I actually said. I said that if you falsify the globe, you've collected data that allows you to falsify that globe. And what I said essentially was that within that data that you collected would be the shape of what you've measured. So
I'm about to play it.
You can't say that you falsified the globe without also making a claim about what the shape is that you've measured.
Okay, the shape that you measured, not the shape of Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you see how it's irrelevant then? Because we were talking about the shape of Earth.
He has now adjusted what he originally said to try and make it better than what he said before. And now it's a completely worthless statement that he just said. His statement's entirely worthless to the conversation and doesn't in any way disagree with what we said. So he's changed it so much that it's a worthless statement for anyone to make ever in their entire life.
I'm about to play
it. And yet the measurements you take must still contain the shape that you've measured. Why can't you see that?
No one disagreed with that ever.
Because the whole point of the measurement is...
So what shape have you measured then? You falsified the globe. You falsified the globe with your measurements. Now tell me what measurements you've made and what shape is contained within those measurements.
Kirst, you got to twist, man. The point of the measurements isn't the 2D shape. It's the depth. It's the lack of 3D that they're pointing to. It's not.
So the Earth isn't three-dimensional?
The shape of the entire measurement is.
Don't get me, do you? Even if it's a plane and even if it's flat, you've measured a certain amount of that. So what shape do your measurements come up with?
Buddy, I'm about to play it. I'm about to expose you.
You literally must understand. You literally must understand that your measurements, even if they're limited, must define a shape.
Okay, I'm about to play it.
Unless they go on forever, unless they're infinite.
Hold on.
Wait, can I just
hold
play
on.
it? Can I just
let
play
let
what
him
he
just
said?
go ahead and play the recording so we can hear you.
Yeah. All right, here we go. It's a topographical plane. It's a plane in the sense of the Earth that obviously has depth, and obviously, plane is a description of the shape. We don't make a shape claim because we don't have access to that information. The globe claims a entirety of a shape claim. We have falsified that. We don't have to make a shape claim to falsify that. NASA was saying that NASA was saying we have to make a shape claim to falsify another shape claim. That is that's sub 100 IQ. That's sub 100 IQ. Yeah, and even if it has,
because to falsify the globe, you have to take measurements, and the shape of what it actually is will be inherently within those measurements. So claiming that you
well, it sounds exactly the same.
What's up now?
Sounds exactly the same as what he just said.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Oh
he
my
just
God!
said,
You guys are the
you
most
will
dishonest
absolutely
people
know the
I've ever
shape of the Earth if you took those measurements. That's what he
No,
said.
he did not say that.
Yes,
That's
he
not what he
absolutely
said.
He said it was inherently in the measurement. The
just
shape
said.
of the Earth is inherently in the measurement. Is what he said.
Wait, let me just repeat. So what happened was I said we don't have to make a shape claim to falsify a shape claim, and he said yes, you do. Yes, you do. And now he's saying you didn't say that. Now you're saying you didn't say that.
No, I'm not saying that at all. You're straw manning me again.
Okay, so Kirst, I'll ask you again because I literally asked you. I said, so Kirst, to falsify a shape claim, do I have to replace it with a new shape claim?
Yes, you do.
Oh my!
Yes, you do, because the measurements you take to falsify my shape claim must inherently contain a shape itself. So you can't take measurements. You can't take measurements to falsify my claim without showing that it is a different shape than my claim.
But those aren't
to do
relevant.
that. You must actually define what shape it is.
Kirst, those aren't
That's incorrect.
I'm not listening to the last part of your statement where you stated exactly what you just stated. They're purposely leaving it out because they don't want to
I'm not
admit
leaving
that
it out.
you actually
I
are
hear
saying
him.
the same thing.
Dude, you're such a liar.
He's wrong.
Dude, listen, if someone claims the Earth's a ball and I just measure a part of it that should be curving based on that rate and it's not curving, I don't have to know what the whole Earth is to know it's not a ball.
Yeah, which is also what he's not saying. He did not once say that. He's saying that the claim that you're making is based on what you measured. If you measured a portion of the Earth, then what you measured would inherently include a shape of whatever it is you measured.
But that's
you didn't
not
say
a shape
of the entire
claim,
Earth.
though, Kosha. When you make a shape claim of the Earth, then we measure a little segment, and it falsifies your shape claim. We don't have to replace it with the shape claim of the Earth.
Why don't you measure the entire Earth instead of 2 feet?
Chris, hold on.
Oh, now we have a stupid question.
Now he's changing the subject. Okay.
It's not changing the subject. We're talking about a measurement. If you measure 2 feet, of course you're not going to measure enough of the Earth.
It's like Chris, hold on a second, Chris.
This is
Chris,
terrible.
let's finish this off, Chris, before.
This is the same subject, though, Kosho.
Yeah, Chris, it's not. It doesn't matter if it's the same subject. It's not the same thing we're talking about. So
no measurement.
Focus on this
The measurement of 2
thing that we're
feet
talking
is
about.
not the same as the measurement of 400 miles.
Yeah, it's not. Great. You made a stupid statement that nobody needed to hear. We all understand that measuring one thing isn't measuring another thing, obviously. Are you done making dumb statements so we can get back to what we're actually talking about?
The shape of the Earth. If you measure 2 feet, you're not going to measure enough of the Earth.
Hey, Chris, can you please let us finish, Chris?
Curvature.
Just come back in about 2 minutes.
I just want to make one last point because I actually have to go, but this is kind of how I see this whole thing. It's really, really stupid. So we don't have to make a shape claim to falsify your shape claim because check this out. I can go out and percent can go out, right? He can measure a circular area and show that it's flat, and I can measure a square area and show that it's flat, and both of us falsify the shape claim of a sphere, but neither one of us have to claim the Earth is a different shape.
Wow.
This is literally...
But you literally just satisfied what he said. This is exactly what Paul said. He said that you are still defining a shape, though. You defined a square, and he defined a circle.
Yes,
you fucking defined a shape.
You said you're claiming
Kosho, he didn't say that you are. He said that you have to. And you don't have to. I don't have to say it's a circle. And Witsit doesn't have to say it was a square. It's not required.
Witsit just literally said he measured a circular area, but then he said he's not defining a shape. Wow.
Hey, wait, what shape is a line? If I measure a straight line, what shape is that?
Well, you did say if I measure a square and
Okay, what if I
measures
measure a straight line? What if I measure a straight line?
Why do you have to run away from the fact that you said if you measure
let Kirst answer that question.
Yeah, Kirst, what if I measure a straight line?
Yeah, what if you measure a straight line? Still, you have to contain that data and show how that straight line is either straight or curved, don't you? Right. So again, I don't care whether it's a shape, right? I really don't care. You think you've won something there, but you haven't, because you've still got to show that it's different than the same line on the curved
about
globe.
the thing he got wrong, of course.
Just to clarify, to summarize for everyone, he said you can't. I said, you can falsify a shape claim without making a shape claim. He said, no, you can't. And he's argued it for 5 minutes. And now I said, well, what if I measure a straight line?
And a straight line has a shape.
If you measure a straight line, you haven't falsified the globe, have you? All you've done is show you falsified a straight line, not a globe.
It has to curve, buddy.
If it's a sphere, it has to curve. So yes, you measure a straight line, you're measuring a shape, and not claim any shape. Obviously, to anyone who understands how shapes work,
dude, and stop and change your name, change your freaking screen.
It's
just pathetic. I don't care if you're offended by it. I don't care.
Well, I don't think he's offended by it. I think that he thinks that it makes you look bad.
And I think it's false advertisement. What is this amazing IQ that you're cursed with?
What? So the person who said, I'm going to measure a circular area and then show that it's not a shape?
Yeah,
really?
You're not claiming a shape if you measure a circular area.
Two different people can make two different measurements, and they both falsify one shape claim, but you don't have to have like an agreed upon shape claim. You're not pointing out that you can measure a straight line. I think you accidentally interrupted me. I think you're accidentally interrupting me. It's okay. Then I said you can just measure a straight line, right? And that's not a shape. So thanks for pointing.
If you measure a square and he measures a circle, how are you falsifying his circle? And how is he falsifying a square?
That's not what he said.
He didn't say that he was at all.
He's falsifying a shape claim.
No, both the circle and
not
the
what he was
square
saying
are
at all.
falsifying the globe.
How?
Wow.
Because
we
both.
Up.
I can measure the rectangular of my table, and that does not say the Earth is a rectangle or any other shape for that matter.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and then that's why when I said, what if you measure a straight line? He said, oh, it doesn't have to be a shape. And then you guys are still pretending he didn't literally objectively get this. Is a straight line a shape?
No, it has a shape.
What is the shape of
a straight line?
Oh boy, here we go.
It's going to be rectangular because inherently it has thickness. A line has thickness. Why is that so funny? A first grader can understand that.
Swinging, dude. They're going to go down swinging.
So what shape is
it? They laughed at us too. It's just projection.
Oh my God!
What's the shape of a line with thickness?
Oh, this is bad.
That's what I'm saying. A line has thickness, and therefore it has a shape. The shape of a line can either be a dot, or depending on how long the line is, it could be a rectangle.
A line is a rectangle.
No, a line is one-dimensional. How many dimensions do you think a line is?
I literally gave them a child source, and they laughed.
Bro, he just said a line is a rectangle.
I said a rectangle.
Come on, guys.
It is a rectangle.
Leo, how you been, Leo?
So bad. A line.
You guys this is pathetic. Peace out.
If you zoom in on a line, it inherently
doesn't even realize
a width. A line has a width. And if a line has a width, then it is a shape.
Are you done?
What shape?
This is so bad.
I'm sorry, Lyle, but that's just really dumb.
Leo, what's up, Leo? How you been?
Good, Jeremy. How are you?
Coming in hot. I've been good.
Cursed, why is that stupid? It's true. If you zoom in on a line that you've drawn on a piece of paper, it's going to have
now you're qualifying it with a line that you've drawn. But in mathematical terms, by definition, a line has no width, Lyle. All right?
But you cannot physically draw a line without no width.
All right, now I agree with you, Leo.
That's right. I agree with you there, right? But you've got to clarify whether you're talking about the mathematical concept of a line or a real world line.
Perfect. And if they're measuring a straight line in the real world, then it has a width.
But they're not. They don't have a
draw a
physical
line.
When they're pointing like some sort of telescope or something like that, or their camera or whatever. They don't have a physical line. It's just
but
they're
the
pointing and they're getting a
telescope or
distance.
camera has a shape.
What do you say?
The telescope or a camera has a shape, and it has a field
What's
of
up,
view.
kiddo?
And the field of view has a shape.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, mommy's gonna make you a little drink. Mommy's gonna make you a little drink.
What?
Are you thirsty?
Fuck.
Are you thirsty?
I want to know from
I don't know if that was me in left lane.
Mike and Jeremy.
If I want to know from Glober.
I think it's funny how you flat earthers reject math, and then when we say something in the real world, all of a sudden you want to use the mathematical definition for that thing.
Yo, Godric, you're roboting quite a bit.
The monkey type Hamlet.
And Lael, it's not that. It's that the context of the conversation was about what geometrically shapes are, right? So we were talking geometrically, and you came in with a line, a geometric line.
I did not say a line.
Well, but you said the line was rectangular.
What if I do
of geometric lines, like the geometric mathematical
the
definition
geometric
of it.
shape, if you draw a line on a piece of paper, the geometric shape
absolutely, I agree with you.
is
But
going
you
to
failed
be
to
a
clarify that you meant taking it away from the geometrical, mathematical aspect to the physical aspect. I would have agreed with you instantly if that was the case.
Yeah, and I was talking about physically drawing a line on a piece of paper, or even measuring a line in the real world. That line is going to have a width.
My bad, guys.
That's all right.
Sure. And which shapes it goes in? Does the line go indefinitely forever?
That's not the point. The point of the line is if you're measuring a line, it's going to have a width. It's a physical property of a line in reality that it has a width. And the width of the line will be the line or the tool that you use to measure a width.
Like a depth? Like the depth?
No, like say like you have a ruler. The ruler has a width, I'm not talking about the depth. And the straight line you can draw, you can measure the width of that line.
Well, technically, it would also have a depth if we're taking it from geometrical
I don't care.
to real life.
I'm talking about the width.
No, hold up. Don't say you don't care, because then you're wrong to say it's a rectangle. If anything, it would be like, a block. It would be a rectangular block. It would be three-dimensional.
Well, a rectangular block is still a rectangle.
Is that true? You sure about that?
Hence the word rectangular. How can it be rectangular without being a rectangle?
Because it's 3D versus 2D.
Well, the word rectangular describes something being a rectangle.
Is a rectangle 2D or 3D, Lyle?
That's not the point. The point is, he said it's not a rectangle, it's rectangular. And how can something be not a rectangle but be rectangular? It doesn't make any sense.
It makes perfect sense, actually.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, because rectangular, it just speaks to a property of it.
And what shape?
It doesn't say that it is in totality a rectangle.
Well, they deny what
if
shape.
I have a prism, if I have a pyramid,
I literally
which is triangular, that doesn't mean that the pyramid is a triangle. It's a fucking pyramid.
It's a three-dimensional triangle. It is a triangle.
Really, a pyramid is a triangle now?
Yes.
Holy shit.
And a rectangular
what about the square base?
Is a rectangular.
What about the square base, Lale? Is a pyramid also a square?
The square base is a square.
So it's a triangle and a square?
The base of the pyramid is a square.
Yeah, and the sides are triangles. So is it a triangle or a square?
It goes up to a triangle.
So is it a triangle or square?
The base is a square.
It's a triangular square.
The base is a square. I don't get why you can't understand this. and they had connected triangles, making it a three-dimensional triangle on the base of a square.
What if I took that pyramid and I laid it on its side?
It would still have a base of a rectangle or a square and have the shape of a
No, now the square is the side of it. Its base is now a triangle.
It's still a triangle.
Wrong.
It's still a triangle on its side doesn't make it not a triangle.
It's still a pyramid, but it's not a triangle nor a square because it's three-dimensional, and those are flat shapes.
If I turn a car on its side, does it make it not a car?
As they were saying earlier.
If I turn a car on its side, does it make it not a car?
It's
false
trigonal pyramidal.
The one's called a rectangular.
Perfect. Answer my question. If I turn a car on its side, does it make it not a car?
That's still a car, but we're not saying if you turn the prism on its side, is it still a prism? You're saying that it's a triangle. You're trying to say if you turn the car on its side, it's a bike.
No.
Trigonal pyramidal.
I mean, we're both all being kind of silly, but it's called a rectangular prism or a cuboid when it's not a 2D surface.
Percentage. Wait till you hear the new argument I made for this fucking time dilation bullshit.
Let's hear it. I don't know if you could top these ones.
Okay,
no,
this is going to be good.
This line being a rectangle and pyramids being triangles thing. I don't want to ruin the moment.
This is some high level shit, man.
Look, the shape of the car is a rectangle. If I turn it on its side, it does not stop being a rectangle. It is still a rectangle, just turned on its side. The triangle part of the pyramid, the three-dimensional triangle part of the pyramid, if I turn it on its side, it's still a triangle.
You're
yeah,
wrong.
it's just the
shape of every side of a car. You could, let's say we have this really rudimentary idea.
No, let's say a car.
You could say every side of it is rectangular, but it in totality is not a rectangle.
Okay.
How can it all be rectangular but not be a rectangle?
It's ridiculous.
This is absurd.
Just go ask a school teacher or something. It's not that complicated of
You're right. This is a pile of crap. Listen. You seem to have a
simple.
misunderstanding about something, and I would like to clarify that. There's no such thing as a triangle in our reality. It can't exist. A triangle is a 2D shape. It cannot exist in 3D space. Neither can a rectangle, neither can a square, neither can a circle. Those are all 2D shapes that are only existing in our minds as concepts, and we draw them, representations of them, on paper, and those aren't even actually 2D. They have to be 3D because they're in 3D space, and they have depth to them. The only way 2D things exist is in our minds. Therefore, there is no such thing as a rectangle clock. It cannot happen. And to address your point earlier, if you were really being that literal about your idea of a line, you're still wrong because a line can't exist in reality because it has more than one dimension.
If something has more than one dimension, how can it not be reality?
No. You're misunderstanding. A line that you would say is a line in 3D space isn't actually a line because a line's 1D, and the thing that you're pointing to, no matter what it is, automatically has more than one dimension. So it can't be a line.
Yeah. You're confusing mathematical definitions.
I'm not. He is. He keeps saying this.
He went to the physical and he didn't even go all the way. He went to rectangle when really if you're talking about a line that has 3D and it would be like a cube, not a cube, but like a block, a rectangular block.
How can you measure something in reality?
Long-ass rectangular block.
And then he actually made another one that made it fall still.
Perfect. So tell me how you can measure something in reality and have it not be a shape.
Just have it be a flat plane, man. It's not a shape.
Well, you can measure the distance between two objects, and there's no.
You just have it be
there.
a flat plane, bro. That's not a shape, apparently.
I measure the distance between two objects. Say it's 10 feet. What's the shape of that 10 feet?
Really, that's cool because I can measure the flatness of my table, and it is a shape of a rectangle.
No, it's not.
Nah, bro.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
My table is a rectangle.
Because it can't be. Because a rectangle is 2D, and your table isn't 2D. So it can't be a rectangle. Try again.
Perfect. Then no shape
exists. Smart now.
No 2D shape exist in our reality. That's correct, because we live in 3D, and those 2D shapes are 2D. They don't exist.
You
That's
can
right.
have a three-dimensional rectangle.
No, you can't, because it's 2D. You have something else that isn't a rectangle if you add a third dimension.
Brother, this is stupid. Guess what?
Yeah,
I did
it
the
is.
whole,
It's really
the whole
stupid.
circular.
It's really
terrible.
I agree, Leo. It's really stupid. They're trying to mix definitions of things.
I think the point is that we can represent things in 2D as rectangles, circles, and triangles, but we also have to consider in real life that they have depth, with which they're now cubes and pyramids, etc.
As Gregory
How can you
would
have
say,
a pyramid without a triangle?
They can't distinguish between abstracta and concreta, as Gregory would say.
You guys are having trouble distinguishing between those things. Exactly.
I have perfectly understood the concreteness.
Obviously
of
not.
A three-dimensional triangle being a pyramid.
Obviously not.
Obviously
abstracta, concreta.
There's no such thing as a three-dimensional triangle. So you obviously haven't understood, because you keep saying things as stupid as three-dimensional triangle, which isn't a thing. It doesn't exist.
Really?
Yo, what's that weird type of dice?
Of not existing.
Hold up, what's that weird type of dice that they use in like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that?
That's three-sided dice, which is a pyramid, which is a triangle. With a
So this dice that has a bunch of triangles on it is the same shape as a pyramid.
Yes, and it has the base of a square.
Hey,
and if I turn that on its side, it's still going to be a triangle with the base of a square.
He's saying
that was actually a really good one. That was a good one.
Yeah, there's an icosahedron, and then there's a four-sided dice called a tetrahedron. It's also triangle faces.
No,
they're all pyramids.
The dice, the six-sided dice is a cube.
They're better than you, Leo. They know shapes.
They're not cubes, they're squares. It's a square.
No one claimed we're better than him. We just have a better understanding of this particular topic, obviously.
A three-dimensional square is a cube.
That is great.
What are you using it for, Zor? I mean, what are we
squares, right, Leo?
Leo, I guess.
What are you talking about?
Like, what's the point of a line? What's your line of thinking with like a line and depth and a ruler? What were you getting at?
Well, Witsa was talking about measuring a line. That if he's measuring a line, that line's going to have width, which makes it more than just a single point. It actually has a width.
Well, the problem with that is that if he's measuring a line, he literally can't be talking about our reality, because a line is 1D and our reality is 3D. So whatever he's measuring can't be a line. If we're talking about our reality. So he must, of necessity, if he was measuring a line, been talking about geometrically, mathematically, not our 3D reality. Right?
So what shape of the Earth is, in his point of view, what shape is the Earth in three-dimensional space?
He made this statement a long time ago. I don't know if you weren't listening or if you just ignored it. No one on this side is making a claim about the shape of the Earth. That's where we were at before. Why would we?
You are. You're
we don't know the shape.
That it's not a sphere. That is a claim.
No,
if
that's a rejection
sphere,
of a claim.
It has to
now we got to try and
shape.
explain to you what a rejection of a claim is versus an actual claim.
It has to have a shape. If it's not a globe,
you can't prove that.
It has to be a different shape.
You don't have another Earth to show us that it has to have a shape.
So the Earth is without shape.
We don't know the shape of the Earth.
So the Earth is without shape, yes or no?
We don't know the shape of the Earth.
You believe the Earth has no shape.
Yourself, bro.
Yo,
you don't know the shape of the Earth.
Well, if you don't know the shape of the Earth, then you don't know it's not a globe.
Does the Earth have a shape? Yes or no?
You don't know the shape of the Earth.
No,
if you don't know the shape of the Earth, you don't know that's not a globe.
And now we're back to the point we were making.
Yo, Leo, he already
spoke very, very clearly.
We're
don't
back
need to
to
know the
where
shape of
you
the
have
Earth
to
to know it's not a sphere. As long as there's
simple mathematical definition.
Is the Earth
I know,
three-dimensional?
I know. Yeah, we know.
Fuck you,
guys,
Jeremy.
one at a time, please. You guys
Listen,
hear me?
a sphere cannot have a flat part.
Is the Earth three-dimensional? Yes or no?
Jace, I got a question for you.
Huh?
Is a line one-dimensional?
Is it? That is the question. So, yes.
Lines are one-dimensional.
In abstract mathematics, yes.
Jace, I have a question for you. If I grab a ruler and I draw a line on a piece of paper and then take that ruler on its side, if I had good enough precision, could I measure the width of that line?
Yeah, if you draw a line in reality, it's not one dimension. But in mathematics, the definition of a line is one dimensional. That's not what we can draw in reality. It's always going to be three-dimensional.
Exactly.
So why do they reject
exist
math except for in the case of a line? Why do they reject math except for that case?
Yeah, no one's rejecting math. That's a stupid idea. Stop being stupid.
Really?
It's arguable.
Yeah. Stop.
You rejected the definition.
No, you didn't provide a definition for what we were talking about. Remember? You provided something else that was the opposite. We already established that.
Literally.
Yo, Bob Dole, you've been on point since I've been here.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just get sick of hearing the stupid bullcrap and I want to actually respond to people. I don't do it often.
Makes you more right. High five each other more.
Yo, Jay,
I don't need any high fives. You're still wrong whether I high five somebody or not. It's really it's sad actually how many different topics you guys have said retarded stuff on tonight, and you won't just back off a little bit and let some other conversation happen where we can actually make some sort of positive progress. Instead, you have to dig your heels in on stupid stuff for 3 hours because of what? I don't know, pride? I'm not sure.
All right. So
dude, you've been here for years.
I have.
Positive progress.
If anything,
you haven't made
dumber.
positive progress in years, bro. Don't pretend.
Oh, I have. I've made all kinds of progress
you
myself.
have?
It's just not
what have you changed?
because you guys
what
won't
have you
past
changed
anything.
about the world?
Oh, is that how you define progress? Is changing other people? Because that's a really sick idea.
Yes, it's
if you
your
think changing other people is
contribution
progress,
to the world.
I think that you should maybe go meditate if you think that progress is equivalent to changing other people to what you think they should be. You should maybe go think about that.
Progress is advancing the world. What
I
have
think you should maybe go meditate on that idea because I think you have a warped idea of what progress is, buddy.
So that could be his own personal
I think you just haven't done anything. You haven't done anything close to that, and you're just trying to make excuses.
I said I made progress. I didn't say that I changed the world, and I have no intention of doing so.
Wait a minute. So if I was a billionaire, hypothetically, if I was a billionaire, and I went to a suburb of very low-income people and gave them all $2 million, you're saying that change is not progress?
I never said that. I didn't say most of those words. I didn't say. That seems like a really long-winded way.
Can we just restart? Can we just reboot?
No,
we're never arguing about the most ridiculous fucking things.
What was that? It was like telling a whole story and then asking me about it.
You said
I didn't tell that
people
story.
to what
That's
you want
weird.
them to be.
I never
if
said
I
anything like that.
I'm changing them to what I want them to be, a $2 million error.
If you want to write a novel and attribute it to someone else, you go do that with some pseudonym, okay?
How about this?
Bob, you're better
specifically
than
said
you're pathetic.
I never claimed to be better than other people.
Let Lale explain where he was going with it, Bob, and then respond.
Okay, you specifically said, Bob, that you can't change people to be what you want them to be.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. Go back and play it. I dare you. I dare you. I will give you $10,000.
Summarize your words.
If you go back and I said those words, hey, they didn't happen.
Does anyone
I did not
disagree
say
with me
that sentence.
The
it didn't
summary
happen.
of his words?
Yo, at this point,
Lale, you can't change people.
I would go back and check
you
it,
want them to be.
No, those weren't his words.
Didn't say that. Try again, buddy.
He said changing other people isn't his definition of progress.
So
not that you can't change people, that changing others isn't his definition of progress.
So let me ask you a question. If I give 20 million people in poverty $2 million, is that progress?
Not necessarily. that might result in a big regression.
That would depend on how you define progress, wouldn't it?
For them, is it progress? Did they
No, it's
come
not.
from being
It could end up with
millionaires
all of them except for a few
millionaires?
losing their lives.
That would depend on how you're measuring progress. How are you measuring progress?
Are they
Lifting them out of poverty,
go crazy on drugs?
Bro, one of the most armed and strong one of them will steal everyone else's cash and kill them all. So how's that progress?
How can you guarantee that?
If you
how can you guarantee it's progress?
Or even worse yet, they can move into my neighborhood.
Somebody having more money than before, and you give someone more money than they had before, that would automatically have to be progress, if that's how you define progress. I never said
what
that's
if
how
I
I
gave
define
it to 2 million people that were impoverished, and each of them did not know each other? They were in different parts of the entire country, different cities, and all of a sudden I
Listen
give
to what he's moved on to.
It's just a ridiculous
No, it's the same
absurd.
thing. It's the same
I
thing.
buy them all.
I give
I made some statement, and now he's got to latch on. He's got to try and. Is this an attempt to somehow redeem yourself for all the stupid stuff you said 10 minutes ago? This is absurd.
This is stupid.
Lil, you give $2 million to someone, the people that are in that person's life are going to find out, and then they're going to maybe do something. You can't automatically say it's progress.
But you can't deny that it is progress for that particular person.
No, it could be, and it could not be.
And if you don't define progress like that, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, if you choose not to define it like that, then it is not progress. But
Yeah,
in
do you have a
reality,
source for progress being associated with money automatically? Source, please. Source, please. You got a source? Didn't think so. Because it's not.
Putting money in the wrong
Nothing
hands.
about the word progress is associated directly with money or inherently in any way, shape, or form. You're wrong. Do you want to try again on a different subject? Because you're going, what, 0 for like 7 now?
It's funny because Bob's making such an ass.
And that was all just to say that when he claimed that he feels that he's made progress, that it's not progress. Like, what is the point of what you're saying? Like, no, I don't really.
Yeah, all I did was say that I've made progress. Like, and I guess he's got a problem with it. Yeah, I don't know.
He's saying it's not progress.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't think it's progress. All right.
Yeah, okay. You know what? If that's the whole thing, is it's not progress unless it's money, then sure, yeah, I'm not rich. That's true. Absolutely. I'm not a rich person. So, hey, if that means that I didn't make progress in your eyes, then yeah, in your eyes, I haven't made progress. Sure. I'm okay with that.
That's a good one.
Flies in the face of the concept of a sellout. Someone that makes money, while sacrificing what they believe in and the progress that they could have made.
Yeah, it would mean that sellouts are actually the people that like some of the few people who make progress.
Nah. No changing.
I think that's, as I stated before, I think that you should meditate on that perhaps. I think you have a warped idea of what progress is if you think that it's inherently associated with money. I think that's a bad state to be in.
That's not what you stated before, because money wasn't even brought up before me.
Almost word for word what I said before. It is.
No, it wasn't. Before I mentioned anything about money, you never said any one word
After
about money.
you said your thing about money, that's almost word for word exactly what I said. Yes, it is.
But before that when you brought up that subject, you do not say anything about money.
No, before that, before you brought up money, I didn't bring up money. That's true. Only after you brought up money did I bring up money. Accurate.
It's almost like you were trying to shoot down any idea he had or any feelings he had of his progress by immediately putting what it needs to make progress and something impossible at the same time.
It is a one form.
It does seem like that, yes.
Yeah. Instead of just asking him, really, what progress have you made? And then him saying, I just feel like I've learned a lot and matured a lot, and the people around me have become better people, or something like that. Instead of letting him answer.
You know what's another metric for progress? Happiness. And you know who's happier on average? People that have less money.
Yeah, we're all idiots. Idiots are happier. Forrest Gump is my dream. I'd much rather be like Forrest Gump than smart ass Lieutenant Dan.
So anyway, Jeremy, you still here? I don't know if he's here.
Yeah, what's up?
So, like, I don't know how many, it might have been hours ago. I was saying something and you like said, you'll be back in just a little bit. And then it was quite a while. And when you got back, you addressed Kosho and never even came back to the conversation we were having. I was talking to you about or whatever. Do you remember?
Yeah, we were talking about the mirrors. Yeah.
So
when I look at a mirror, if the image is being projected everywhere, let's say we're looking in the mirror, we're looking at the reflection of a basketball in a mirror, right? Yeah. But the image of the ball is being projected everywhere. Why am I only seeing one image?
Yeah.
Am I only seeing one image in the mirror because every part of the mirror can see the basketball everywhere. So why am I only seeing one image of the basketball?
What I'm saying is the mirror has to be able to see every part of everything that it's reflecting all at once. Since the reflection that's coming off the object, since you can see the object from every direction that you can see it from, that means it has to be bouncing light from every direction that you can see it from, which means every part of the mirror that would receive that light has to be receiving it from every object that it's reflecting. So why is it that there's still a distinguishable image in the mirror rather than all of the things hitting all the parts of the mirror and causing basically nonsense or gibberish visually?
You lost me, bro. Somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle. Okay.
But I'm saying if they're like, let's say we're looking in the mirror at an orange, right? But the light being the orange, so head where the mirror was, you'd be able to see the orange anywhere you put your head on the mirror. How come the mirror is only giving you one image of the orange if it can see it? There should be a million images of the orange being portrayed on the mirror. Is that your?
No. Let me explain it like this. Like imagine the orange on a table, right? Okay. And then hold the mirror above the orange, facing down towards the orange, right? Now, let's say the mirror is just floating there above the orange, or it's held by string on the back or something. It's just sitting there above the orange, right? Okay.
Is this when that line in the mirror thing we were talking about before?
No, this is a little bit different. But so, do you have the idea though? The orange is on the table, and above it is a mirror that's facing down towards the orange. Okay. If you get to the right angle, you'll be able to look up at the mirror and see the orange and the table and anything else on the table that's got the right angle, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But if you move around the table, you'll be able to see all the different parts of the orange that you're able to see depending on your angle at the table. The mirror, the orange has to be sending out the light back in all of those directions, which means the mirror that's above it, every part of that mirror has to be getting some of the light from the orange because you can see the orange from that angle upward. If you're above it, you can see it, which means every part of the mirror should be receiving orange photons, which means the entire mirror should be covered in orange because it has to be able to receive it
from
every angle the orange is sending it.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. Why isn't the whole mirror orange? Basically. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because if you were to put your head in the bottom left corner of the mirror, or the top right, or the middle, or in between the middle and the top, like anywhere you put your eyeball, you'd be able to see orange from there. So the mirror is getting orange from everywhere.
Exactly.
So say the top of the table. So if it
works how they say it does, the mirrors shouldn't work.
But say the top of the table.
What does that mean?
Is like a rainbow checkerboard.
I don't think that any of the words that I said were particularly confusing.
No,
I got it.
What does
now,
that mean?
Bob,
like
yeah.
if it works how they said it should, how is it they say it should?
If the light works how they say it should, then mirrors shouldn't work how they do work. Because of the way the photons have to bounce in their model, a mirror should be gibberish. It should be this like disgusting mess of light information.
I mean, does it matter that there's only one surface of the mirror, that it's not,
No, because it has to still be able to capture the light from every angle for all of the objects all at once, because you can move around the object and see it from every side that you can see it from, which means it has to be bouncing light in every direction that you can see it from, which means the mirror has to be able to basically get that light.
Well, I don't
so the
think
orange,
that you can. I don't think that you can. I can't. Like, if you're standing in the mirror, can I go to the side of the mirror and see the side of your face instead of just your front of your face? I guess I can. Or the orange. I guess we're calling it the orange.
Huh. Does anybody have a rebuttal for that? Why isn't the mirror? I'm looking at an orange in a mirror. Why isn't the whole mirror? Does anybody have a rebuttal for that? Why?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. I hear you. Yeah. Yeah,
okay,
we
just
hear you. Yeah.
I just I think Bob has me muted, but that's okay. He announced that last week or whatever. But anyways, so he's talking about an orange in the center of the table, and it's absolutely true that from anywhere around the table, looking up at the mirror, you're going to be able to see the orange. However, he's not mentioning the color of the table that the orange is sitting on, and let's just say it's like a red, yellow, green, blue, like 7 different colors, like in checkerboard pattern, like the table that the orange is sitting on, right? So now we have a table that has a bunch of squares of like 7 different colors, right? So by the same logic that he's limited himself to in making his argument, anyone can come along and make his argument and say, well, there's one single red checkerboard, one square of that checkerboard on the table that the mirror is reflecting, therefore the mirror should be entirely red. But there's also a green one. So then the other guy says, well, there's a pair on that same table, therefore the mirror should be completely green. So obviously, he's right about being able to see from all positions that orange or any of the other parts of the table. And my answer would be that your mind does some sort of synthesis of strong, the strength of the signal, and it gives you just like a highlight or like a summary of the I don't know, the points of highest concentration of each different color, and it just tells you that's the only thing you're seeing there, just because it's the one coming through the strongest. But it's doing some sort of weird processing and synthesis.
Then shouldn't there be some kind of color that can overpower the other colors? Shouldn't they all just turn black or white or whatever, the mixture of all colors? Shouldn't there be some kind of trick that you could use to do X, certain percentage of this color for it to override all the other colors? Is that any of those possible?
Well, you could do that with like a really bright flashlight, right? If the light's bright enough, then all you're gonna see is the light from that flashlight and not what's next to that light. Like you can the cop standing next to his flashlight, right? All you can see is the light. You can't see the light from his jacket. You can't tell what color clothes he's wearing because one is outpowering the rest.
Light can do it, but not color.
Well, it could be whatever color light you want.
Draw a picture, Jeremy. To do one of my famous Bob Doles. AirPods are getting close to dead, maybe.
Yeah, I guess I also just don't know how it is that they say light works. I guess that contradicts a mirror. I mean, it would probably take too long to explain, but.
Well, I think the argument so far that about the whole mirror should be looking orange is just something you can say using wordplay in order to sound like you're onto something, just through the tools that English gives you. It's like a wordplay argument.
Put a little English on it.
Yeah, throw a little English on it. There's other things, right, that are similar to this, where it's how much time, if there's 10 feet between me and a finish line, how much time does it take for me to get to the halfway mark between point A and point B? You say 1 second, and you say, well, how long does it take for me to go to the halfway mark between the halfway and the final point? They say, oh, well, it takes half a second. And then I can say, okay, so I'm going to keep on going half, and that's going to take in a certain amount of time, but I can go half a distance forever, which would then result in some amount of time. And if I can go half the distance, which will always take some amount of time, that means it'll take infinite time for me to get to my destination. I don't know if you follow that, but it's a similar one of these, like, oh, let me try to make a point through, wordplay that makes it sound like I'm onto something.
Yeah. Cute. But I mean that one. I mean, I don't know how that relates to the orange one, but that one was wordplay.
I'll give you another one. If you take an object and you if you take a box and you cut it in half, and then you stack one half perfectly on the other half, right? Then it's twice as tall. And then you cut that in half, and it gets twice as tall. And you cut that in half and twice as tall. And so you can create an infinitely tall object by cutting it in half and stacking the half on top of the first half, the other half, right?
Well, no, but okay.
Well,
Oh, that was the end of it. Oh, yeah. I guess. Yeah. Once it
comes to like atoms, I guess it would fall apart. But assuming you could just always slice material in half, that means any object is infinite material.
Yeah. I definitely get what you're saying. Even with the time, I get both of them. I understand them both. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's neat. I mean, it's like a neat trick, like you're saying. It's like a neat trick. I mean, there's a trick that I use on, on women. So with the mirror, so I say, why all you girls don't like, you never like yourselves in pictures, because in the mirror, the image is always reversed. So then, you're always looking at yourself in the mirror. But then when you take, when you take a picture, it's taking a picture of you in your correct orientation. So it's like you're seeing yourself for the first time. But I just want to tell you that I'm seeing you for the first time, and you look amazing.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
It's the old mirror trick.
They got a natural mirror that you can order off Amazon. It's really trippy to look at. That will show you when you look in the mirror. It will show you your correct how other people see you.
Yeah, but if they all buy that, then I'll lose my pickup line.
No, but I'm just saying it was interesting. Like I watched a review, like a review of the video of the mirror, and it was like, I don't know, it was like profound, like to look at yourself the way other people see you, like your true self, and not reversed. And to look in the mirror, it was like, to the person that was doing the review, it was like impactful to them. So I was like, it made me curious. Like, I definitely want to order one.
Does that mean when you stand in front of it and you raise your right arm, that it, the thing you're looking at raises its arm on the other side, like on its right side?
Yeah, like it's the correct. It's not reversed. So what you see, whatever you see, is what other people see when they're looking at you.
Yeah, no, it is pretty cool. And it does make sense. And, how almost nobody likes their picture taken. Almost nobody. Like, especially like grandmoms. Like, I don't take my picture. I hate my picture. But
it's the same thing with voice. When you hear your voice, you don't like the recording of your voice and how you sound when you hear it like on a YouTube stream and then listen to it, because you hear your voice through the vibration of like internally and externally. So how you sound to you is different than you sound to everybody else. And then when you hear that recording, you don't like it. It's the same principle. Your voice and then your image is.
Yeah.
We all hate ourselves. Moral of the story, we hate ourselves.
I do think that the better the mic and the larger the speakers, the more the less you'll hate your voice being played back to you. But like definitely like using like a voicemail or something, like leaving yourself a voicemail on your phone speaker played through your phone's speakers. Yeah, that's just everyone hates that. Absolutely, sounds all tinny and shallow.
Just leave yourself voicemails every day and be like, hey, fucker, it's you. Call and stop hating yourself. Love yourself more. Your voice is fine. All right, talk to you later.
Yeah, I noticed a difference. I listen to an AM radio station like in my car. So there'll be like one version that's AM, that's like the analog, like what I'm used to hearing, but then sometimes they rebroadcast on an FM station and it's like a digital signal instead of the AM analog, it's the FM digital. And I'll hear the same people, the same radio station, the same broadcast on the FM digital, and with like better mics and like digitally, and it just sounds way different. Like I can tell the difference.
Which one sounds better, AM or FM?
I don't know, because they both sound good in different ways.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm gonna say I like the AM version because that's just what I'm used to.
Okay.
I'm gonna lean towards that, but that doesn't necessarily mean technically it sounds better than the other one. It's just that that's the one that I first heard or that I'm used to. So therefore, anything different than that, I'm not gonna like.
Yeah, and it's funny how you can remember somebody's voice just as maybe sometimes even easier than you can remember other stuff.
Yeah, even people's walk. You ever been driving down the street and see somebody on the side of the road and you know who that is based on their walk?
Whoa.
Like there's you have like a unique, I don't even know if cadence is the right word, but stride or whatever, like pattern to your walk that you can see somebody and based on the walk be like, I know who that is. I know that walk. I know that bop.
Someone
go ahead.
I was walking down the street last night and a dude I hadn't seen in 6 years called me out from a distance, and like I don't wear my hair like I used to. I got a beard covering most of my face, right? And I was like, man, how do you even recognize me, right? And he was like, he's like, the part of your face that I could see and the way you were walking. So that's great. That's a sync right there. You bringing that up. Yeah, that happened to me last night. That's crazy that you'd say that right now.
Yeah, like, you know, what's wrong with you, man? You're walking a little different today. You all right? Tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, I heard a
it's
voice.
In her walk, that's where it is. It's in his walk, that's where it is.
There's supposedly like 7 billion people on this planet, on this plane, right? And I heard a voice. My wife was watching something, and it was just some random words. It wasn't political. It wasn't of any context. It was just some words. And I said, that sounds like Nancy Pelosi. And my wife said it is. So her voice is pretty different than pretty much everyone I've ever met.
Yeah, it's funny how when I've said this before, but it's funny how when people look a certain way, like their body build is a certain way, then their voice is also a certain way. Like people who look a certain way all sound the same way. Like, I mean, I guess it's just similar to like a way a saxophone or a clarinet is built. I guess a human is built, so the sound comes out a certain way. But it's funny.
Yeah, I have a pretty good audio ear. So like my whole life I've been always able to, like, you watch a Pixar film or some animation movie and the like major actors or whatever that are doing the voices for the movie, I can usually always identify, even without knowing, who the voice is. And it might take me a while. I'm like, I know that voice, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's Seth Rogen, of course. And so I don't know if it's just me or a certain type of person that has a certain type of heightened perception that can identify a walk, that can hear voices like your example and stuff. But I don't know. I've always been able to do it.
They also say that you can. My brother was telling me, because he's a musician, but he was telling me, he says, you got to tune your kid. You can tune your kids. He says, if you do it before the age of 6, they'll be. You just got to play like a, C, D, E, F, G, like on the piano, and have them.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're talking about perfect pitch. Yeah, it's a skill you can develop when you're a kid. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe you just maybe somebody tuned you up when you're a baby. You never know.
I think it'd definitely be helpful, and why this isn't something that they at least give like people like an aptitude test for, or just like introduce it to them and say, hey, there's an after school activity, right, where one teacher has volunteered just to spend about 20 minutes at the, while you're waiting for your bus or whatever to, see if any of you have an interest or a natural talent for understanding what pitch is being played just by ear, which if you don't do it soon enough, you'll never be able to do it, they say.
That's what they say, yeah. I mean, this teacher, maybe they're just fed up with like so many happy birthdays that are just terrible. Like, let's just fix this now. So that when you get older and you sing happy birthday to somebody, it's not awful.
Wow. That's hilarious.
Imagine that. Imagine a world of perfect happy birthdays everywhere. Now that would be progress.
I really don't like the melody of that song.
You don't like it because
Happy birthday.
Nobody's singing it right. They're not doing it right.
Oh, well, trust me, I'm singing it right myself.
Yeah, it's gotta be happy birthday to you, happy. But that's not what you hear. No, you're hearing happy birthday. Like terrible.
I don't know about that, but even when you sang it correctly, yeah, I just don't like the flow of the melody of that song. It seems negative to me for some reason.
It's interesting how many songs that we know that have the same melody as Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
Uh-huh.
There's like a bunch of different
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
It's a good point. We are being tuned as babies and we don't even know it. Motherfuckers. Programming us.
And yeah, like I'm sure many of you have seen the video where like there's a formula for a good pop song, or at least the melody and the chords or whatever. And like there's like comedy bands that will play like 20 songs in a row that all have the same chords, because there's basically like an audio formula to popular music.
Yeah.
And if you follow that formula, you're almost like guaranteed a hit, regardless of like the lyrics you put on it or whatever, the melody or the chords of the music. It'll just be catchy, and
that's just one of those things that a lot of people underestimate how long like that sort of like understanding of what makes a human tick has been like understood by people and utilized by people. Like there's a whole science to what color palette to use in different movie scenes, right?
Yeah, moods.
Yeah, the same goes for like, this is very loving, whimsical music for a nice, happy ending scene, and this is dun 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 dun. It's battle music.
The soundtrack
whatever.
to a movie. Yep, the colors in the room.
But the colors work the same way. Exactly.
Yeah.
And
I had a big
this is an old science.
Like an hour and a half long fight with my wife about, I don't know, we were watching some show, and she was like, look how they got him. They got him. I was like, no, they didn't fucking get him. I was like, you got tricked by the music. Like, coming up, that didn't happen what you think happened. She's like, I fucking swear it happened. So I paused it, and we had this big long fight. Like, no, you got tricked by the fucking music. You didn't see anything happen, blah, blah, blah. And she got rewound. It was a big fight. She swore something happened, but the music just tricked her into thinking it happened.
Yeah,
it was super dumb.
Emotions. She felt like something happened.
So one of the ways I realized, like when I was very young, that I just naturally have like my skeptical third eye open compared to my family members was when I told them that reality TV shows that have like timed competitions such as The Amazing Race. Do you know that one? The Amazing Race?
I never watched them, but
well, basically, there's it's either singular or couple teams, and they're dropped off somewhere, and they're told where to go in order to get their next hint, and they pick up a direction every time they reach one place. There's a riddle, right? There's a riddle that will lead them to a location, and then that location will then give them their next destination. So it's a race to get to the last destination, but you have to go through. And so there's alternate routes and all, and there's like 8 teams, and the way they edit it makes it seem like 4 teams are converging from different directions to the final destination from different sides, and that they're all sprinting as fast as they can. And oh my god, who's gonna get there first? Oh, that person looks like they're running fast, but they're coming from the south. This person's coming from the north, and then this one made it first, and they all believe that there's like 4 people simultaneously rushing towards the same point. I'm like, no, the winner got there an hour before everyone else. They just took the footage of when the second team came and played it and like cut between the 2 teams to make it seem like, oh, they're coming. No, one person came, won by a landslide. But the way they edit it, my parents are always convinced that every single finale episode was like a close call. I'm like, no, it's not a close call. They edited it and tricked you into thinking it was a close call. Mm-hmm. And they're like, what? I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's not live television, guys.
Yeah, they're not gonna let you watch 2 hours of dead TV.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, they all think. I mean, it's mostly women who think all the reality TV shit is like real. I don't watch any of it, but I've seen whatever the one is where they fight. I guess they not fight. They do like a rope, gymnastics course kind of thing. It's on now. I don't know, but I'm not
American
in any of
Ninja.
it. Maybe it's like on MTV where they got to fight with on a wrestle people off a rope or something. That's how little I watch. I can't even describe what it is. But I see it, and they women watch them all. They get together to watch them. Like it's, I don't know, something else drives them.
Well, I mean, careful what you generalize about. I'm not saying you're not right to a certain degree, but there's plenty of women out there who know what a bullshit operation television is in general. They don't fall for any of the traps. And there's men who are just as obsessed as people you're talking about that get in groups. But no, I mean, pattern recognition is fine. Stereotypes are there for a good reason most of the time. But, there's always anomalies. And to what degree is the question.
Majority.
So you always, I mean, my motto is like, pattern recognition is your most valuable tool for seeking truth and wisdom. Sure. But when it comes to judging people, that should always be handled on an individual basis if you can afford it.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, but yeah, mostly women watch reality TV. Men do too. It's not to say men don't. Yeah. But
they might be roped into watching it with the women. That's what they want to watch, and then the men watch it with them.
Yeah, like my brother-in-law, he's like, my wife's telling me, oh, he's into it. He watches everything with Ashley. He watches it. I mean, I ain't watching it. He watches it with Ashley, but now he cares. I get it. Guys watch it.
I saw this meme or something where it was this guy on the phone, and it was like my boyfriend talking to my mom on the phone about the last episode of The Bachelor, and I was like, oh man, I'm glad I'm not that guy.
Yeah, it's frustrating for guys to watch it. It's frustrating for me to watch it. All right, me personally, then, like I've watched the Bachelor before, like one episode of it, and it's just You walk in, you're like, dude, just fucking get with that chick right there. Stop playing games. Like you just want, just get it done. Like that's how guys watch. They play it out with all these scenarios.
Stop
It's
being
just
all
frustrating
like
to watch.
logical and practical, bro. Like
They got a
nobody got time for
contract.
that.
Yeah. Any other dates? Just be like, nope, next. Yep, you're the one. Let's go. We're good. Yeah.
They got to put on a show. It's in the contract.
Yeah. But I do watch like ridiculous fantasy stuff. So, like, I watch absolute fantasy. Like, absolutely no way this is happening. Anime,
Like
all other
what?
shit. Just anime, anything. Like, it's not any speck of reality.
Anime?
Yeah.
Oh, well, anime can contain some of the most like important life lessons for sure too, taught through a fantasy scenario. I think some of the best stories ever told. I think some of the best stories ever told were told through anime and manga. Some really good stuff there. Most of it's trash, just like anything else. Most of it's trash, but there's some gems in there for sure.
I try to reason with people. I'm like, listen, man, it's all story. It's all great story. They don't have to pay any actors. It's the same fucking voice on every anime. Same dude getting paid like $25,000 a year. Therefore, all the money is put into this amazing story. Let's watch it. Like, no, it's like little fucking 16-year-old girls naked. I'm like, well, I can't argue with that. It does kind of get kind of pervy from the outside watching it, but just look past
stay away
that.
from the trashy stuff. No. Stay away from the trashy shows, man.
No, I'm saying they're not naked. I mean, they're like, I don't know, like Food Wars, for example. I mean, it's hot, right? But they're like naked,
Never seen it.
Yeah. What else? I don't know. You seen Sinbad? What have you seen that doesn't have like a young-looking anime girl in it?
Oh no, I get if you're talking about like Magi Sinbad.
The Magi. Yeah.
Yeah, they can cross the line every once in a while. I'd love to like make my own edit of that show just to make it like more dignified.
Hunter x Hunter, I like a lot. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
One Piece is pretty good. One Piece.
I haven't gotten into it. Yeah.
One Piece is a very good show. It's the most popular manga in all of history for a reason. It's an incredible story for sure.
It is pretty good. I think the character development and the depths that the story goes, I would say it's very well made.
Oh yeah, I actually consider One Piece to be the most synchronistic story ever told. I mean, this guy, right? His story, it connects so many stories that have been told in the past, right? The Boy Who Cried Wolf, Little Red Riding Hood, Greek mythology, Roman mythology, Hebrew mythology, all these different cultures, Native American beliefs. Just it takes all the stories that have ever been told and fuses them together to create this brand new
Christmas
invention.
and things like that. Christmas
it's all there. Yeah, it's all these different cultures and traditions and holidays and beliefs. This dude took them all and put them all as in one story all together. It's incredible.
All kinds of weaponry from different nations, foods from different cultures, a lot of different things put together.
Yeah. It's the most synchronistic story ever told, in my opinion. The only ones that
there's
come
a lot of details.
close.
There's a lot of things that you if you don't pay attention you won't see. There's a lot of stuff that is just Easter eggs everywhere.
Yeah. Easter eggs is a good one. Yeah, the whole thing is just riddled with Easter eggs. The only two shows that I think come close to doing something similar, and it's funny, all of their names are kind of similar. It's One Piece, Once Upon a Time, and The 100.
I haven't watched those two. Once Upon a Time and 100. Haven't seen them.
Yeah, Once Upon a Time is the story of a Messiah, the chosen one, the savior. They literally call her that. And she comes to save all of the fairy tale characters that you've ever heard about. Rumpelstiltskin.
That sounds pretty good. I like that concept.
Yeah, and all these fairy tale and folklore, folk story, whatever characters that you've been told as separate stories. What they did for Once Upon a Time is took all of the different stories and characters and put them all in one world as if they're neighbors to each other. So, like Rumpelstiltskin is neighbors with Captain Hook, who's related to Peter Pan, and they just they just take all of them and combine it. It's incredible.
Yeah, my brother, who's the musician, he keeps telling me to watch to get into One Piece, but it's just so I've already watched Naruto and Bleach. I can't do another like 500 episode anime.
Now, One Piece suppresses the 1,000.
Yeah, it's over 1,000 now.
Right,
It's been going on
he
for like
tells me it's very
25
good.
years.
Yeah, but I'm like, I like to race. Like that's like one season and done and very good.
Yeah,
I
hear you.
can't commit. I can't commit again to 3 more years of one show.
It's really hard to tell someone about One Piece because at the end of it, you're like, I'm not really gonna sign you up for this. There's so much out there. Is like, I hope you're ready. Like I almost can't recommend it just because it's such a big investment.
I don't know if he's watched the end of it. I mean, but he's
Well,
There's
there
no
is no end
end.
yet.
There is no near.
It hasn't ended
There
yet.
is no Yeah, there's no near end yet. I mean, I think
5
they
years,
should be.
I say.
I mean, yeah, 5 years possibly. Who knows?
But yeah, I mean, all the good writers are in anime, or they got like drafted over to like Netflix or something like that. But there was a reason that there was no good movies for a long time. There was like a changing of the guard.
That's an interesting take. Say, if you want like a one and done that's really good, like under 30 episodes, I got 2 for you. They're both sort of like science fiction. One's called Steins Gate, so that's probably the best.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like
yeah,
that
that's
one.
like the best
I
time
like that one a lot.
travel story. Yeah, that's amazing.
Wait, no.
And
I'm
then
sorry. Is it The Gate or is it Steins Gate that I watched? The Gate? No, The Gate I liked a lot. Is it called
Up
Steins
to
Gate?
you until you let me spray you, bro. If you're gonna go, yep. If you're gonna go in there, no. Oh, sorry, I'm talking to my cat. I forgot I was talking to my cat.
That's cool, man. So Steins Gate, if you haven't seen it, check that out. And another good one is Psychopaths.
That's not. No, I'm thinking Parasite. Okay, yeah. I don't know if I've seen you.
Oh, Parasite's good too, man. Parasite's awesome with the alien that goes into his arm.
Yep.
Yeah, I love that story. That's really good.
What the other one, One Punch Man, is decent. It's a lot of kind of like hyped episodes, very fast paced, fighting style.
I like
superhero.
because it's light. I like One Punch because it's light. Like it's not heavy at all. It's nice and easy.
With good action, a lot of action. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's called the one I was referencing is called Gate, and it is very good. I really liked Gate a lot. So if you haven't seen that one, that's a good one. It's
If you want a classic that is very decent, I will say it's Fist of the North Star.
Never heard of that. In Gate, the story plot for Gate is they go into another world, like a portal from one world to another world. So it's like almost like I think it's Japan that gets in there first or something. So they're trying to make peace with this new world, trying to then they start trying to say I'll trade you tanks for flying monkeys, whatever you have. And then it just shows, and then it's it evolves from there, and then there's like this system of like rebirth in the Gate that goes on. It's super interesting to see like two worlds collide that way. Like how anime usually just does like a whole new world.
Good.
This is anime is usually like a whole new world, like a whole different idea of what the world could be. This one was actually taking a whole new world and mixing it with the world. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, Fist of the North Star is I think it's not the 90s Japanese post-apocalyptic era that you have these different martial arts colliding, and it's very high testosterone, very manly. the styles are based on the stars, like the North Star versus the South Star versus the luminaries kind of styles, and it's very interesting.
That reminds me, there was one anime that I really liked a lot, and it was called like something just like astrology or the Zodiac or something. But then there's a remake of the Zodiac, and it's not the one I originally watched. I could never find it.
Bro, if you want to watch one that is
deep.
very high testosterone, Feast of the North Star.
I have that on. I've seen Steingate advertised a lot. I think I might have watched like the first 1 or 2 episodes, but something about the way it's drawn up, I didn't love. Like the way it's just drawn, literally drawn.
Yeah, I can imagine that. It has a unique art style for sure. But Magi is another good one. You've already seen that, right?
Yeah.
I love I just love the use of like architecture as the dungeons, like historic buildings from our world, right? And then I love the not the possession of people, but like the possession of objects, right? Where the genies or whatever, they like put their soul force into these metal vessels, right? Sort of like a Horcrux almost. And so that's pretty badass. And then these deals that they make with humans, and it sounds kind of satanic, but it's that these demons or jinn or whatever, right, just consider you someone that will live in the world. They're not interested in living in the world, but they've recognized you as someone that they'd offer their power and services to because you seem to be a righteous person. They say, here, have my power. Do with it what you will. You seem to be a pretty genuine guy. Go ahead and have some power. You seem like you'll use it wisely.
Yep,
that's pretty badass.
Yeah, I mean, the Magi is one of my. It's seriously at the top of my list of favorites, even though it might be like everybody's favorite or something. I don't know, but Hunter x Hunter and Magi are 2 of my favorites.
Well, I think I think one similarity those two have is that they have one of the most well-developed and interesting power systems. Magi and Hunter x Hunter, like such an interesting variety of powers that all like make sense in the system they belong to. Like
they have cool powers.
Hunter x Hunter's got like the emitters, the conjurers, the enhancers, the transmuters, the specialists.
Hunter x Hunter is almost like you're playing RPG or something.
Right. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, those are 2 of my favorites, though.
But it's incomplete. Like Hunter x Hunter left you like in the cliff, like you're holding on the cliff and you're waiting for it or something to keep going. I think it has a lot of potential, but for me, it's incomplete.
Well,
I think it's incomplete too. Yeah.
You guys know about the manga, right?
That it continues. Yeah.
Yeah. The manga isn't finished. And the anime is only half, and the anime is only half of the manga. So there's a whole, like 5 more arcs that are written, and that's not even over with. But the author of Hunter x Hunter is notorious for taking very long breaks. In fact, he's about to release 4 new chapters after taking like 18 months off. It's literally been almost 2 years since he's given us 1 single chapter, but he's about to come back and give us 4 pretty soon.
I feel like I've heard that already, and it hasn't happened.
Yeah, he's still working on them.
It has like so much potential. Like his dad is finally in the mix. Like, come on, man! Like, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. And his dad reveals to him that the Earth is flat at the end of the anime.
I know.
Badass.
I was going to actually bring that up. How do you feel about Attack on Titan relating to the flat Earth? Not that it says the Earth is flat, but just how about the whole living in a whole different paradigm and reality. And
well, we have flat Earth. The catchphrase is the ice wall, right? And all of humanity is trapped within these walls, so that lines up pretty well. And they say there's monsters, there's giants outside of the walls that humanity lives in. And this kind of relates to Norse mythology, right? Where there's like the ice giants outside of Asgard. I think they say Loki is like a half breed between them and the other race of ice giants. Or I'm not sure, that could be wrong. I think they say that in the movie or something.
Yeah, it might be just a Marvel thing. I'm not sure either.
But still, just about like there being a race of ice giants outside of where they live, right? I mean, an Attack on Titan is saying, oh, humanity lives within a walled, area, and there's giants that are your enemy outside of it. It sounds like they're both saying that there's like giants living in Antarctica on a flat Earth.
The giants were in that, and then and also the have you seen all of Attack on Titan, or you have not?
Then you have the info.
I've seen it.
The giants that live within humans and stuff, regular humans.
Yeah, I'm more about like
into the whole system.
Yeah, it's more like how they live on this. They live in this like an island, pretty much, and they don't even understand that the whole world extends way further. But then they were brainwashed and tricked to just live within this island, not knowing that how powerful they are. That if their powers were allowed to just truly take its force, that it could take over the world. Yeah.
I think when it goes to flat Earth, I think the Hunter x Hunter one, that you have such a very complicated civilization. They're so advanced, and it extends in so many things, and then you have a way bigger world beyond what they know. That's for me. That's that one is pretty interesting. Attack on Titan is pretty good, but it's okay.
Yeah,
I'll say.
They're supposed to go to new, like what is the one David Weiss he says puddles. They're supposed to go to new puddles or whatever next. In Hunter x Hunter. That's what I mean.
Right.
That's
really interesting though. What's really interesting is about the Hunter x Hunter flat Earth is that obviously the sun exists in their part of the pond, right? And they call the area outside of the pond they live in the dark continent, implying that like the sun only makes a circuit around like the North Pole around.
This lazy motherfucker needs to put these episodes out. Yeah, I'm excited.
Man.
Coming out.
Yeah,
cool.
Man.
It's just a cool. I just love the show.
Oh, it's
you also
good.
have like the giant tree that they go up. Like it's at the kind of like at the edge of the world or something, and he's saying beyond there's a bigger world, and they're standing on the giant tree. It's kind of cool.
Well, remember what he tells him at the tree. He says, he says to his son, he says, he says, what are we on top of? And his son says, we're on top of the world tree. And he says, they call it the world tree because people think this is the biggest tree in the world. And as far as you know, it is the biggest tree in the world. But I have something to tell you, my son. This is a sapling. This is a sapling that was not given enough nutrition to grow into its full size. And there are trees out there that are the full-grown version of the sapling that you call the tallest tree in the world, that you know about, which is another one of these things that has come up in the recent flat Earth era. The idea that there were once trees much larger than we've ever imagined.
I would think that in a design environment, like let's say we live in the flat level, motionless, contained, dynamic ecosystem that we're in, right? I think that if the creators set up a system with certain ratios of gases and nutrition and that kind of stuff, I imagine with a different ecosystem or ratio of CO2 levels and that kind of stuff, things can change. I would say things could be a little different. But I guess that the creator designed it in a specific way for things to be the way they are.
Yeah, or to like have this natural, like adaptation to grow big and then small again, and then on a cycle, then where
true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it could be like that too. Like it could be like whatever the ratios of air and gases are set in place. That's what's allowed.
I like the idea of the I like the idea of the ancient trees because of this. Because if you really think about it in that way, that then there are no rocks, right? So at one point, whenever it was first created, the Earth was 5 feet higher, but just as level as the water, right? And then these huge trees grew, and nothing was ever dead. Like from the beginning, at the very beginning, there was no rocks, right? There was nothing that didn't have life in it. So I like that idea because of that. Because of if there's every mountain is just a giant petrified tree, then every single part of the system is living. Because if you think about it in nature, like what is not living? And rocks. That's like it, like rocks. Like what else is not living?
Yeah, this place, when we come back to reality, is definitely a lot of things that we don't know. I think the ratios of the gases and the possibility that things were bigger in the past, I think there's a lot of things that indicate towards that sense of things. But I think it has to do, like I'm saying, like within the environment that we're in. I guess it's set up in a specific way for things to be the way they are.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine that it's a cycle, some kind of a natural cycle. I don't think that we have enough impact as people, like to impact the environment. Like when I'm not real deep into climate change or nothing, but I just don't feel that we have enough power to impact in any kind of real way, you know.
Maybe temporarily, or let's say, like you're saying, in cycles, but maybe affect the environment a little bit temporarily, but not long term.
Yeah, like I can make myself sick. Yeah, but no matter what, I'm made in a way where I'm either gonna get better or I'm gonna die and get back to the earth. Like no matter, I can make myself temporarily sick, but I just can't keep it that way. It's just in a system that will fight that. Yeah. So we can maybe temporarily make the air dirty and disgusting, but it's already on its. As soon as before we even make it dirty, it's already got a system to fix it, to recycle it. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna head out, but yeah, maybe I'll check out that Stein Gate. But you guys should check out if you haven't seen Gate. It's definitely cool. I wish I could watch some of these things for the first time again, but I can't.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the magic is gone, but the child is grown. But Psychopaths too. Psychopaths. That used to be my all-time favorite.
All right. I gotta check it out. All right, guys.
All right, man. See you.
I'll talk to you. See you, buddy.
Hey, Gemzy. So you're pretty understood on One Piece, right?
Decently so, I'll say. Yeah, I'm up to date in the at least in the anime. I do read the manga.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
No, I got you. Yeah. This happened really early in the show in Alabasta. You find out, Robin's home was a country of scholars and truth seekers, and they found out, that there is 100 years of history from 800 to 900 years ago, that all the records of that 100 years have been erased from the world, and that they call it the void century because there's no information on it, and anyone who does know anything about it just keeps their mouth shut, doesn't talk about what happened during that time. And that's just one of those syncretisms that One Piece has in it, where it's like a little wink, wink, nod, nod to and of course, who's the bad guy in the show? It's the world government.
Yeah. And the people that want to live free are the ones fighting the government. Then you have the. I think what you're saying about the void history, there is this ancient stones that were like the stuff is written in them in certain language that not everybody understands. So it's very interesting that you have the scholars that were able to decipher this language, but most of them were killed. And Robin is still alive, so she's like a piece.
Yeah.
That's why the government wants her, because I guess they kill most of the people that can read the language or whatever.
Well, she's the only person alive still that knows how to read the ancient language. Yeah.
I think when Momonosuke grows, I think he can read it too. I think there's someone else. I think there's someone else. I think it's Momonosuke, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember, but I think there's someone else that can read it. Yeah.
The royal family of Wano can probably read it too. Sure, yeah. I gotcha. And then Luffy, and then Luffy, our main character, he understands it without knowing why he understands it. It's just like a natural gift to him to be able to interpret the message somehow, or not exactly.
Luffy inherited like a will, but that it's about freedom, about joy of life. So he wants to be the freest group or man in the world, and that's why he's doing what he does, and he fights for his friendships and the people that are suffering, and he's fighting against the oppressors and that kind of stuff. He wants to be the freest man, and making like people people gravitate towards him because he wants to be free against the oppression or whatever. And friendship, that's why he beats most of the he beats his powers are growing because inside of him he wants to protect his friendships, and he's always trying to break through the limits because he wants to protect people and that kind of stuff. So his joy boy, so he's not just him, it's like a will that has been passed through generations, and within the fruits there's an essence, like a spirit that has been passed down within the fruit spirit, because every time someone that has the fruit, let's say Luffy dies, right, he's killed or whatever, his essence is gonna be passed down towards, there's an apple somewhere, and that apple is gonna inherit the will of that person, and the next one that eats the devil fruit is gonna inherit the will and make it his own and keep going towards that. That's why Roger, he said Roger and the one before him, they're waiting for Joy Boy to come back because they want that person that inherited that will, which is the Joy Boy. He can, Luffy can take
I know all about it, man.
On lightning. Yeah, he can take on lightning, fire, because of his guts. It's made out of rubber. I think One Piece is pretty cool.
I got a question for you though. And I want to say one thing before I tell you about it. So, one of the coolest things Luffy said is someone's like, "Oh, you're such a hero," and he says, "No, I'm not a hero, and please don't call me a hero. I'm a pirate, and I do what I want." It just so happens, he doesn't say this part, but it just so happens that what he wants is to beat up people who hurt innocent others, and go up and be happy and live with his friends and go on adventures and not be inhibited or restricted by people trying to control him. And, but he's like, I'm not a hero, I'm a pirate, and my goal is to be the freest man in the world. And but he has a good soul, so obviously that's not an issue for him to be powerful. But anyways, I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of the ancient Chinese story Journey to the West?
No, I haven't heard that.
So Journey to the West is the Chinese or Japanese mythology from a long time ago that both Luffy and Goku are based on. So you know how Goku, Oda says Luffy's character was inspired by Goku because Goku is like the first super-powered shonen, like kind of silly main character who like becomes super powerful, and he's just like an innocent little kid, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Goku is half, he's half monkey, half man, right? He's a monkey man, and
Yeah.
and Luffy's first name is Monkey, or his last name, whichever one, Monkey D. Luffy. And what they both have in common, why Luffy's name is Monkey and why Goku is a monkey man, is because they're both inspired from the main character of an ancient story called Journey to the West. And Journey to the West is about a monkey, like a magical monkey man who has a deal with God that he needs to go like retrieve something or like go to some place and help and meet somebody, whatever. He needs to go from point A to point B, and he lives in the East, and his destination is in the West. And the whole story, like where did the ancient mythologers come up with their inspiration for this story? That Luffy and Goku are based on Journey to the West, but what was Journey to the West based on, right?
To the sun god. I think all three of them is to the sun god.
Yes,
Which
exactly.
is going to the west, yeah. Because Monkey is the sun god. Goku is kind of related to that light, that power of the universe and the galaxy, which is the sun's bright, the big suns, the suns, whatever.
Right.
So I guess where you're still going is towards that, the sun god.
Exactly. The sun's journey, from the east to the west, and then through hell, and then reviving. And so, I would say, the Son Goku or whatever. I think that's the name of the Journey to the West characters.
Goku.
Yeah. Son Goku, Goku from Dragon Ball Z, Luffy, and Jesus are all story characters, main characters, in fact, that are personifications through a fictional story, in some sort of metaphor, personifying the sun's journey across the sky through the stars, and going through its journey from the east to the west, where it rises and then shines and then falls and gets to where it's going. And that's why the ecliptic of the sun is, in One Piece they call it the Grand Line, the ocean current, right? Or the river current that goes an entire lap around their globe. They call it the Grand Line, and it's the path that Luffy takes because he's the sun going down the Grand Line, in the same way that the sun travels along the ecliptic, which is the grand line of the sky. Yeah, it's all a bunch of sun worship stuff, and you could call it astrotheology in Jesus' case, or you can call it astrofiction or whatever, astrofantasy or something. I don't know, whatever you call it. In Luffy and Goku and Journey to the West, Son Goku, case. It's the oldest story in the book, the story of the sun written in the sky. And of course, I mentioned a show called Once Upon a Time earlier, and of course there we go again, same trope. Main character is the Messiah, who goes through the process of development, and she even goes to the underworld, and then defies death and comes back to the living world.
Yeah, that's a cool fact that you spoke about relating, like the stories actually goes towards that. When you bring it to the actual phenomena that we observe as the sun, right, and the how do you say, the patterns that the lights in the skies do, including the sun, right? So those effects that we observe from down here are effects that are based on a cause and effect relationship. And there is a design to things. And when we speak about the sun, that is a device designed to do what it does. It's part of a layer of a construct to do what it does.
Mm-hmm.
So the sun as a design effect, including the moon, which is like a negative of the sun, When you're looking at a photograph, you look at the negative. So you see an image that is imprinted on one of the layers, which is what we call above the firmament, kind of the same level of the sun. So those effects as a, let's say, imagery flow that we can observe up in the sky. Then you
I'm
include
not sold on that. Just so you know.
Yeah, it's fine. So
but I don't mind you looking into that. Just saying, you know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
cool, like by me, yeah.
Well, what we see as the luminaries, those are effects that are part of a cause and effect relationship. And what we're looking at is an input and flow in and out of the system and being expressed in the luminaries, because above the luminaries and above the layers above, there is the source of that, what we can describe as the source. So when you talk about the sun in that reference of being this, personified human that do things in the world, I think that will be Jesus in the flesh, right?
Okay.
And then when you do it, then they say Jesus, or they do other personifications of that you spoke about, Goku and Luffy and that kind of stuff. But in those stories that are told in the anime universe, which you can add the glow when you see all that imagery, it's a story made of something that could be happening here in the flesh, like we do, right? And if the designer of this place decides to make a human as his son, or I don't know, that might be a story that people are being told based on something that actually, they have seen, right? In people, or king of kings, because we have kings these days and emperors, like in the movie, and destroyers that come to we have the destroyers, right? If they want to destroy a city, they destroy it. Just go to the Middle East. You see a lot of destruction up to date, or many of the stories that has happened in this flesh place, right? This place that we experience. So you can see a lot of things that happen in the stories that we watch as anime, but you can kind of see it in reality in some ways.
Yeah.
But then when you add it to the actual experience that we have, and you put that in context to a cause and effect relationship, and the design of this dynamic system that we're standing in or on. So we stand in the ground, we are under the heavens, in the waters, and there's multiple layers to that, below and above our heads, below our feet, next to right to, horizontally, level to us, or maybe a little higher or lower. There is that, and whatever happens in this dynamic system, and then above our heads, we can observe an input or a toroidal field that we can observe and see and kind of demonstrate down here. You can demonstrate similar things, but since I haven't been up there, I can't tell you exactly how it works. But you're actually looking into an input and a flow into this system, and without that, there will be nothing. There will be no this conversation, or based on the design of all that we see, that is designed, those effects that are being caused by the source, there will be none of this that is happening without that.
I understand what you're saying about demonstrating it on a smaller scale, but you said you can't, and in totality, of course, we can't, because we can't like make a little small universe, like in my hand, right? Like I don't know how to do that, right? I can't make a little toroidal pocket universe in my hand. Maybe someday, who knows? But I understand. But in a sense, I see toroids like everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like so many things work in this way, not just like invisible stuff like electromagnetism or whatever, magnetic fields, but like when your ceiling fan is turned on, the air gets it gets brought up along the edges of the wall to the ceiling, sucked in, and then shot straight down.
It's flowing,
you know?
flowing
Yeah,
through the medium.
it flows toroidally, and of course a tornado, sucks things up and then shoots it down.
High
and
pressure
then,
to low pressure, high temperature, low temperature, and then the combination of the gases in place, and that all that stuff that is in the medium in the air combined. it creates how do you say, enhance that flow, and you even see lighting, electricity, and plasma being flowed through the same area because of the flow. But that we are in this ecosystem, right? And that input is coming from above our heads, flowing into the system. And then there's also, I would say, there's a flow, so it's an in and an out, definitely, heat and cold. So
well, yeah, I'd say the reason we stand above ground and then our compasses point north is because like the North Pole would be like the mouth of the drain, like of the sink that the water is falling into, right? So yeah, I definitely think that the magnetic field and the toroidal nature is going from Polaris down into the North Pole, and then going underground, and then going underground out to the edges, and then coming back up very far away from the North Pole, on the outside, and going up to the sky, and then back to the center, and then back down, through the North Pole downward, like a water going down a drain there.
Yeah, because that toroidal is having an effect on the whole system, and when you combine things and you add the water, the seawater, which is electric, it has a charge and it's always moving with the vortex. You see how waves are made, and the input of heat or the cause of the light that effect that the light causes on the environment, which is raising temperature, but that heat has to flow through the system and causes other things like wind and evaporation and all that kind of stuff, right? Then plants can grow and produce other gases and that kind of stuff. The toroidal itself, it's an effect. The toroidal itself is an effect that is being caused by a mechanism in place. And one of the biggest pieces that is one of the biggest pieces of the mechanism in place, all the mechanisms, is an actual structural thing up above the firmament, above the waters above, that is causing all of the movement, like an actual structure that is made, I don't know, out of gold or precious metals, and it's actually like how we live. I guess people say the ground is the ground, right? And then you have the positive on the air and all that, and then you have, I think there's gotta be some solid area that is somehow, that stuff is being held above, and then those layers, that in those layers we see the effects and the observable phenomena that we call the luminaries, that we are seeing being that layer that is part of the input into the system. So we see those effects in those layers, which is, I could describe them as lenses and layers above. You can see that input into the system for sure. But what's above the phenomena that we see? Definitely machinery. And it's being imprinted in everything down here. You can see the shape of creation up above. And I think that translates into this place, and that's why people talk about these figures that we were talking about earlier. These figures, the sun god, and that kind of stuff, that have the kind of like the bigger, they're the kings of kings that beat up everybody else. You know what I'm saying? When they talk about Christianity, they talk about the city of God coming down from heaven, and I think the throne of God is there, and Jesus is sitting on it, and he's gonna come down with a sword, and be that Goku and that character in the stories. Are you there? I know I spoke for a while. Damn, dude, you jumped out. Talking about anime and then slaughtered. Kind of funny. Anybody listening? Everybody sleeping. Even G.
I'm listening.
Yeah, how you doing? When we see the sun and the moon, and we see that relationship, right? When we see the what we call the planets, the wandering stars, that are always kind of like following both the sun and the moon in relation to the sky most of the time. You can see the result of the light that we see as the sun and the moon being expressed on multiple layers of the sky above, like lenses. So you see, depending on the angle that the light, the sun and the moon are moving above our heads or in the layers above, we see that angle of the light going through multiple layers, and we see the angles of the moon with the shadows. Then we see the sun, and which is causing the moon is like the sun, I'll say, is like the light going through the layers, coming into the system, and then bouncing, out of the ground and everything, the atmos, the air, the gases. Also, that light bounces like it's in a mirror, reflecting in the sky, in the layer that is the moon. That is there's like there's a layer over there, like an actual how do you say, lens, and that's why we see an image on the lens, and we call it the moon. It's an actual image of one of the layers. I'll say whatever layer it is. It could be the source in the sky of the physical place that I mentioned, the cause of the effects. It could be the moon could be an image of whatever is up in heaven, and you see that layer over there being reflected, and that's in relation to the sun. So it's an in and out of the image that we see in the sky, and passing through the layers. That's why you see the wandering stars always in relations to the sun and the moon, because it's the light going in and reflecting out of the system, the layers above. And you add the luminaries, which are part of the toroidal. They have their own cycle in relation to the north, celestial north, and celestial south as well. So you see the toroidals and the middle of the toroidal, See like that happening in the layers above as well. You can actually see the imagery of the luminaries, and you see all this lensing effect happening everywhere above. It's so obvious.
Hey, I don't know if you knew that my phone died for a couple minutes, and I just got back.
Cool, man.
Not sure if you're still talking to me or someone else got involved. Was anyone else in here talking?
I noticed you went off. I noticed you. Then I was just speaking in general, and then spoke to what's his name again? Illegal.
Billy? Oh,
Illegal.
cool. Yeah, my main man.
Yeah. It's all good. So what I was telling you in relation to what is happening here and the layers above, you can actually see the lensing effect on the sun, the moon, the wandering stars that we call the planets, and in relation of the angles of the light that are happening above our heads that we see as phenomena from down here at this angle. You see the light passing through multiple layers, lensing effects. That's why you see the light into the system and a reflection of it.
I think I know what you're talking about. Like when you're filming, like the sun's above, say it's like noon, and you're filming, a scene for whatever. You're recording on camera, right? That's all I'm gonna say. And you're filming someone's face, but there's these weird like hexagons, and there's like 12 of them, and they're kind of all aligned in a row, and they're kind of the same shape, but they're like different sizes. I don't know what you call that, like sun flare or sun glare. I don't know what you really call that, but it's like a visual artifact.
It is a visual artifact, and
yeah, I think that's what you're talking about, like the lensing of the sun.
That is one of the phenomena. When you are capturing the imagery and the light passing through the layers, you see this hexagonal shape in the light. Yeah, and remember, you're also looking through lenses made by men as well. So you have that being part of the image that you get, right? The products, the imagery. But the thing is, the light that you're looking at is definitely going through lenses, just like the light that you're looking at the screen.
So, are you saying the planets? Are you saying the planets are lens flares? But I don't mean to belittle it by saying lens flares, like as if it's actually glass and it's actually light, whatever. But like the planets maybe would be some sort of
layering, also part of the layering and the angle of the light.
And like some sort of like focus point or flare point.
Focal points. When you see, okay, let's use the bigger example, like the sun, right? The sun, you could be at an angle of the sun that is above your head, and you see the light of the sun, and it's just above your head. But you could be at a different angle, and you can see like the sun dots, and you see the multiple layers of the light going through, and then you are actually looking like a focal point, which is almost an angle view, like a window towards heaven.
Yeah, I got
window. You're looking through the light coming almost at the first layer above. But the thing is,
we could call it a pupil, right? We could call it
like a pupil. Yeah.
Right, like of your eyeball, right? There's one,
and that's actually God looking down. That's actually the creator, whatever that is, looking down as the light looking. When we talk about heaven and that kind of stuff, I think that's a part of the design. It looks the way it looks, right? I'm not telling you exactly what it is and how it actually works. But
it is what it is.
But the thing is that what I'm saying is that lensing effect that we're seeing, and you see the moon, which is like a negative, bro. Left arm, right arm. The light coming in and reflecting out through the lenses. Okay, Just so the lenses that we're talking about that we can see the luminaries going through, that is behind the design. So we're looking at the effects of the lenses. That's what we're looking at. Like at a plasma TV. You're looking at a plasma TV above your heads.
and I got like, and you know, are you kind of referring to like if you like leave a static image on a plasma screen, they'll kind of like burn in the image. All right, like you know about that, right? Is that maybe something you're trying to address, or just like?
But what I'm saying is that there is where the light is being the source of the light is not on one of the lenses that we're looking above. It's not the source of the sun and the moon. It's not the image that we see as the sun and the moon.
But what about the sun itself? Is the sun also one of these lens effects, and that the real sun is behind the sun that we see?
Above, behind, above, above, or behind or above, however you want to put it, but behind the lenses for sure.
Check this out, right? This came full circle to something I want to say earlier. So we already addressed that. Goku is like a Christ figure, or like a sun personification of a sun. He's a sun god made in the flesh.
It's a big part of the. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
And we all know the similarities between Goku and Superman, right? So both Goku and Superman came from the sky. They came from heaven, right? Outside of our planet in their story. And so, you know, but both of them, their planet is blowing up. That's not important. But, you know, Superman as a baby and Goku as a baby both have the same origin story of how they arrived on Earth, that their parents put them on an escape pod from their planet and sent them through space, and they crash landed on Earth and started a life amongst humans. But they're not human, because they're from a different planet that came from the sky. But of course, both of these characters are personifications of like the sun, just like Jesus, right? Also came, right? Jesus came from the sky. Jesus came from heaven, because God is in heaven, and then you know he sent down Jesus into Mary, right? Just like the other planet, you know, sent Goku and Superman down to Earth from heaven, from outer space, to come live on Earth and be supermen, right? Because, you know, what is Jesus other than a Superman? Super means above, right? Or, you know, best. And so all of these guys, they're the Supermen, and then of course they obviously are personifications of the sun. So following that line of logic, they might be trying to tell us that the sun that we see is actually something that's being sent down from something higher than it. Like the true sun that we see is only some sort of something cast down by an even higher source of light that's above it, somewhere else, you know, far away, distant from above. Yeah, like you were saying.
Yeah. The thing about the most, let's say, practical way of personifying, let's say, Jesus, right? On this, what we experience and what we do, it's a big percentage, like 50% in paper, right? And practical things in paper, and the way we can express things, writing it down and depicting it. And then there is the practical sense of things that you do, like everything that is accomplished physically. But then is the mind and the spiritual side of things that I would say is a combination of that, because the input into the system, if there is that design that is in place to have an effect on this place right here. So there is a code to the design, I would say. And without that toroidal, that input, that movement that is above, without that, what they were Come on, like. So I wanted to say about Jesus, right? Because you were talking about Jesus. So the most practical way that I will say that is being, if I follow the scriptures and what people have described in the past and depicted, and things that I can see depicted or expressed in the place that I'm in, and things that I can experience, and I see kind of like a pattern, a resonance, and then I can say that Jesus will come to earth, right, in a practical sense. I would say it will have to be like the spirit of God coming from. They said Jesus went to heaven, right? He went to heaven, so he will have to come down on the city of God, where Jesus is sitting in the throne, right? He's went to heaven, to the city of God. Whatever the people put names to it, right? He will have to come down to heaven in the city of God, coming down from heaven, and then walk out of the city and fix this place. That will be the Savior. There will be the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, and he will do amazing things. It will be like a new day that we never experienced. Like tomorrow when the sun comes up, that day hasn't happened yet, right? In the practical sense. You could put an alarm. You could put a calendar or a clock or a computer to say that right now is tomorrow, like 7 in the morning, but that hasn't happened yet. So that new day, it will have to come where actually that Savior, like in the for me practically, you have to be the King of Kings coming from heaven and fixing this place to His order. He has to come down and teach us how to do things again. I mean, in a sense, because we cast our corruption and fixing that kind of stuff. Because I think we know the way, but why isn't the Savior of this place has to be a real figure to actually bring things to the way they're supposed to, I think, because I don't think we should be this corrupted in a sense and wasting so much energy towards falsehood and imaginary places and lies.
I think that's on us.
Waste of time. Yeah, that's on us. I know it is on us. So I think we need a father figure that has to, because you need a father of a structure, and then this place has a structure. You can see there's a structure and a cause and effect relationships, and you see like an imprint of a design. So
I disagree.
So I think I agree with you. It's on us. It is on us. Yeah, it is, because we can do it. I'm pretty sure we can do it. But what's going on with this corruption, bro? Like, it's just crazy. People are just evil.
It's like artificial, and it's excessive, and it's more than natural, which means I think that the corruption, the craziness and the evil going on and how successful it is, I think it's in a very unbalanced state with goodness, and that's due to like a supernatural force pulling the strings behind the stage. But you and I also are not only our bodies. We also have strings connected to us, from behind the stage. Our higher selves are we are our own puppet masters in a sense. Controlling our flesh, and I really don't like the idea of a creator or a designer, because it always comes across as something disconnected, that there are no strings, that that he's over there and what he made is here. There's a builder and there's a house, and the builder builds the house, but the builder isn't the house, and when he's done building the house, he just walks away, and maybe every once in a while he drives his car down the street that the house is on the side of, and he looks at it sometimes, or I don't like that at all. It's just never felt right to me,
To me,
but
to me, I don't separate.
You know
I was
you know
saying
what?
I don't separate the creator from the creation. But don't get me wrong. I think if I'm going to use these, I think the creator is more than his creation, but I don't think that there's any separation. I just think that the creation is a part. It's not the entirety of the creator, but I think that the creation is like a large part of the creator. Like it's a portion of him, not the entire thing, but like a big portion of what he is. And so, to me, see, I don't think that existence began 13.8 billion years ago or whatever. To me, that I feel like there's the God that we're always talking about. There's God, and then and he's like stillness, and then there's just nothing. God is just like nothing that we could ever like talk about with words. But there's God, and then there's the expression of God, knowing God through his works, and that's everything we know about it. God's expression. And so the expression of someone isn't all that they are, but it's everything that you can see of them, at face value. And so I think God has always been doing his dance, always expressing himself, always singing a song, speaking his words, right? I don't think God ever shuts up. I think God has always existed, and he's always been singing a song. And everything we know about that through our senses, from our lives and our experience, is listening to God's word. But it's like someone said earlier, when you talk, you hear your own voice. And so, a lot of people hate the idea of, saying like, I am God or whatever. And I don't mean that in the way that they have criticism for. I mean that in the way that they don't even know how to address, that like, because there is a sort of individuation and fractal nature of it. But even though fractal means like fractured, right? And it's like, oh, they're separate pieces. Well, I think separation is an illusion, because at the end of the day, one of my favorite philosophies is all is one. All is one at the end of the day, including God, right? God and I have a lot in common. I'm not all of God. I may not be God in quantity, but I am God in quality to some degree. And I'm not all of God's qualities, but I'm some quantity of God, and I'm some quality of God.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I understand.
I just don't like thinking there's like you said, a father figure looking at us from a distance, like with his binoculars from over there.
That's the gist. That's what you're saying about Goku and these people and these characters, and Superman. That will be the character of a story in place, because it will have to be for the character. Jesus was someone that walked with man and he ate food, and he did a lot of things. That's this, isn't that the story you were talking about?
Mm-hmm.
So that's practical stuff. That's why I was telling you, if Jesus went up to heaven and he's gonna come back and save humanity, he will have to come down from heaven and do all these miraculous things. But I think you're talking in a practical sense of cause and effect relationships, and the mind and in a spirit way, I would say, or a soul, that you will have to know how to operate here and do things and be that expression of what people say it's God. Co-creation. We have babies, right? We have babies. That's practical things. So we have babies. We turn into we we're born in the first place. We're born from a mother, love and father, love from both of them, get the mother's essence, the mother's milk, the mother's love, the mother and father's attention. We grow loving, being loved in this environment, you know, depending on the environment, right? um,
yeah,
in a practical place, we have to do things. We build families, we build homes, communities, and nations, right? And there is a practical way of doing things, and we have a kind of like a certain imprint of right and wrong in certain ways, right? There's a spectrum. There is a huge, like just the light that has a lot of colors and a huge spectrum. There is a huge spectrum of how to do things the right way and how to do a lot of good things. So many, you know, like an unlimited way of doing a lot of good things. But there is a very specific thing that when you do something wrong, you know it's wrong. Like it's
sometimes you don't. Sometimes you don't. But for the most part,
the thing is,
we all have like a natural talent.
The thing is, you will know it's wrong because in the correct way of doing things, there's gonna be people around you, and if you do something wrong, other people are gonna let you know some way or another. They will let you know you did something wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you break the law, like if you harm someone, or you destroy a property, or you do bad things to your neighbor, there's gonna be other people telling you you cannot do that, and if you keep doing it, you're in trouble. So,
yeah, to me, I relate it to when you're driving on a highway. You know, Jesus says, you know, the path to heaven is narrow and straight, and I relate that to driving on a highway, if you know what I mean when I say they put these bumps on the sides of the road that if you're not sticking to the straight, narrow path of the road and you start going wide to either side, then you're going to hit these bumps that they put on the side of the road that make it go, you know, and they let you know, you know, they tell you, they give you some pain, they give you some turmoil, and you know, and they shake you and they cause like disharmony and stuff. When you're not sticking to the correct path, you're gonna feel pain, you know. You're gonna get a wake up call, because you know one thing that those things are meant for is to wake up sleeping drivers when they fall asleep and start drifting off the side of the road. It says wake up, blah, 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 shake you, you know, and cause you some pain.
That's why I think we concentrate on the experience that we have, right? So when you're driving, there is certain rules that you gotta follow, and just to do your travels, go where you gotta go, stay safe, you and your family, and be aware of the other people that are around you, right?
Of other, exactly.
Yeah, consider of others.
Yeah.
You have to.
It's so simple, isn't it? Yeah, it's so simple at the end of the day.
And you take that like in everything, like in family, and you learn, because obviously when you start driving the first time, you make some mistakes, and you go with the experience of what you learn and the logic of it, because obviously you follow logic, and also we see other people driving, so we are kind of like, we are looking at it from a third perspective, from the passenger side, and we learn from that experience. Okay, how you turn left, right, park, and what is the logic and the mindset of driving, because you cannot be driving and thinking about doing your taxes at the same time or something like that, right? So you need a certain mindset. Focus. So exactly. So when you are a driver and you wear the hat, and then the car breaks down or runs out of gas, and you go put gas, and then the car breaks down, and you wear the hat of the mechanic, if you know how to work that, or you go to a mechanic that does that job and fix your vehicle so you can continue your travels. All that experience, including the mechanic, you are doing certain tasks and being productive in this place, right? So I'm not gonna say, oh, this mechanic has to do this the way I say it because I believe in this and that. What I'm saying is that there is things in the writings and the things that you do practically, right? So you could put things in a book and say you have to follow this rule very specific in the book, but the book is not going to tell you how to fix the car, right? It's not going to tell you that and how to do that in a I'll say in the commerce. We got to stay commercially available in this sense. But the mind, you need to have like either the experience of that mindset, or because that's what we learn from mother, father, brothers, sisters, and family and people around us. And we can learn very good things or things that are really bad and take us down a path that we are these days. So I think this environment is so open to the possibility that there is, this God of the Bible and Jesus and this way of doing things. And people, I think if you follow the word, and it's positive, it's very positive. I haven't read the whole book, right? But I see good teachings. I see people's experiences, and I read people's experiences and guidance and things that I'll say, that sounds really practical, and it makes sense to me. But I'm not gonna go to Walmart to Walmart reading the Bible, right? You're gonna do practical things that are not related to that. I don't know. It's a very complicated topic for me in a sense, but I think there is like a designed way of doing things in a way, but that is a very, very big spectrum. But there is like an alert, like a warning. There is like telling you, hey, you have to kind of do things in a certain way in relation to the spiritual sense, and you're not supposed to do this and not supposed to do that. And who's supposed to dictate that? You yourself, when you go through the experience, can you get a guidance from other? We do read books and we get experiences from other people, and we read it in other books because not everybody knows everything. Not one man knows everything, right? So even if you have 10, even if you have 10 men around you, if you have 10 men and 10 women around you in total, your family, you're not gonna learn everything from those 10, right? So there is that share of knowledge that we have to follow. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and you definitely served that role for me. It's just one more person in my life, just telling me things. I'm not going to get all of the answers from you. I'm not going to get all of the information from you, but you're going to share with me what you can, what you want to, and obviously, in this conversation, you're trying to benefit me, and I appreciate that, man. Like, you're teaching me things, and that's awesome, and that's really all any of us need to do. Like, that's our one responsibility, in a sense, is just offer what we can to others, to try to benefit them and kind of expect mutual exchange, and I scratch your back, you scratch mine, sort of thing. But what you were saying about the design is to me one issue that people fall into when talking about the universe as a whole is that they too strongly relate it to how it might work to how things work in their own personal life, in a small sense. And so like in an everyday practical sense of humans, we say, a book has an author, and the author writes the book, and they're two separate things, because that's how it works down. That's how it works in our lives. Down here, we say, there's an author, and then there's a book, and the author makes the book. The author writes the book, but I think that the author is one part of reality, and a book is another part of reality. And so reality itself has to be a union of these two things. If we're gonna describe what it is, like, some things are black and some things are white in reality, but reality contains both black and white. It is both, because it's the collective. So it's black and white. It's not one or the other. And so I would say that reality is a book that writes itself, right? There's no separation between the author and the book. It's a book that is its own author, right? And that's why I said the creation and the creator are also the same thing, right? It's a book that writes itself. And I think that's like, of course, you know, there's like I said, a house. There's a creator of the house, and then the house is the creation. But that's down here, you know. But I think that on the highest level, separation, you know, is an illusion. So these things ultimately have to be the same thing on the highest level, in the total sense of talking about the universe as a whole. So, you know, I say the creator is the creation. The author is the book is the author. It's a book that writes itself. And, you know, all is one, one is all for one for all. And there's two levels of truth in this degree. There's the universal level truth, where this is that and that is this. And then there's the practical sense, which is a great word that you use lots of times. If we're being practical, this is this and that is that. But if we're being universal, this is that and that is this. You know, it just depends on which perspective you want to utilize when talking about something. Whether you want to be like functional, practical, and down to earth, you know, and grounded, or if you want to be as free as possible and as like universal as possible in your description of what's going on. Both are very useful, and you have to pick and choose, you know, depending on who you're talking to and what you're trying to accomplish, which like perspective you want to speak from. But both, in my opinion, are completely valid in their own sense.
Yeah, I agree. You know how there is the like you mentioned, the writer of the book, or the engineer and the programmer of the machine to do the task it does, and then there is the operator of the machine, and the mindset or the information or the code of step by step of how to operate the machine, right? Because if the operator gets in the vehicle and he starts ramming people over with the vehicle and continuing its day like nothing is happening, there's something wrong. The information didn't reach.
That wasn't what the engineer intended. Yeah, the one who made the machine. That's not how he meant for you to use his machine. You're misusing it. You're abusing it. Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a way of doing things, and when we put things practically, I would say within this environment and this ecosystem that we're in, there is you know, certain things that we can do and that can be accomplished. Like it's a lot of things, but there's other things that you cannot do. Like I will say, destroy the earth with your hands, or form make the earth to be a spinning globe practically. Like you cannot do that. You can't do that, right? And also other things, like in a practical, if you want to have a family, you can't kill your wife.
Okay. Practical. Yeah.
If you want to build a house, you need, you know, foundations and the knowledge to kind of build it. Even though if let's say you could possibly build a house your first try, you could probably be smart enough and make sense and logical things and build something to cover your head from rain and weather. You could do that. And then there is a very intricate and very knowledgeable base way of doing things that you cannot just come with that stuff out of the blue and start doing so many things in this place that we call the existence. Like we're talking about infrastructure that you can look at, and I would say it needs the mind of many people come together and being very accurately agree upon mentality to build and structure the way it looks, the way it came out to be. You have to be very specific to accomplish that, right? and have a foundation of the ways you're gonna do it. The same way to building the vehicle or the cell phone or the Switch watch. It comes to
paradox here. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
it
is. No, I'm just saying that there is we say practical, right? That probably means more or less than what I'm trying to use it for. But there is a 50% of the paperwork, and you building a shovel to make a hole, or picking up the shovel and smacking people with it, right? There has to be something there that is designed. The shovel comes with an intent of digging a hole to do things with that hole, whatever reason. In this place, for things to actually work, and we have the experience, there is certain guidance and certain coding that is included in the system, in the built environment. That I'll say there is a design to everything, even to the intention, and who knows if the corruption of that, the corruption of that, it might be designed into the system too. The corruption of the whatever that means.
I mean, this is incredibly deep stuff, man, and you're nailing it. I love everything you say. But I've told you already, like part of what you're saying involves a designer, and I like to stay away from that idea because how it kind of comes across to people as it being like the designer and the house are separate. And I think like the ultimate truth, if I really like speaking in those terms, I really like abandoning the practical understanding of things and like trying to entertain like some sort of higher perspective. And instead of saying a design and an intent, I like to call it a rhyme. There's like 3 R's that it wasn't on purpose. It just ended up all being 3 words that begin with R. Just kind of worked out this way. But instead of design, I like to say rhyme, rhythm, and reason are like the sort of principles at play rather than design. Like there's the creator, and the creator is the what's that?
Resonance, rhythm. Yeah, that's part of the. I agree that there is a. I would say
resonance.
From what's coming into what's coming into this system that we call is a spectrum of that. The light, the resonance, the sound of the luminaries have kind of people say that the sun has a tone, the moon has a tone, the planets have tones and resonances, and you could actually.
That's like rhythm too. Like I think rhythm kind of includes resonance because like
but the thing is
resonance. One sec. Resonance is a compatibility of 2 rhythm. Like rhythm is like fundamental, and then resonance is the interaction between 2 rhythms that like work together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think when I speak about the input into the system, including the light and all that stuff, it's a combination of all that to kind of bright up the experience that we have to see things the way they are and experience them with the capabilities that we have. But we gotta have a visual of that stuff to be able to do what we do. And that input into the system that includes for me light, like you're saying, rhythm, resonance that you say comes from rhythm. It's there's no way to describe it as a design environment, bro. And without that rhythm, without that resonance, without that input into the system, there just won't be anything in this place. There wouldn't be nothing happening like the way we experience it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it's got to keep going. That's the weirdest part. Like there's one thing that I can bring up as a comparison to like just the fact that like there's no pause button, to this movie that we're in. Like
there's only play button. It just keeps on going, right? And one of the examples that like I think can relate to what I would say like wise people is like talking about like you go to sleep, sure, like your consciousness, whatever, it goes from the waking to like the sleep mode. However, your heart, right? The organ, your heart has never been given a break, and to me, that's like really crazy. That like there's one part of your body that like literally has to like it never gets the weekends off. It's always on duty. Your heart is it's always going. It never stops your entire life. Dump, 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 dump. You know what I mean? And it's really crazy.
That heart needs the input of the environment, the currency, the energy, the whatever the result of this system that is in place. The heart is electric.
Don't you think it's crazy that even when you go to sleep, your heart don't you think it's crazy that when you go to sleep, your heart doesn't get to rest? Like your heart never gets a day off. It never gets to rest. Your heart never rests. It literally just keeps on working the entire time. To me, it's just crazy how it's like that.
What do you think is the result that people say that we have certain limitation to lifespan? Like people say 120 years or 130, whatever. Is there a cause and effect relationship to that? Is there a limit in the design? Like there is a design that only allows your body to go this far? Is that input? Is that an input into the code of the body, or is it environmental, or what is it? What do you think?
Well, there's only one thing I think I can say for like certain, right? Because I can speculate with you, on things I don't know about. But there is one thing I don't need to speculate about that I'm like, well, that I'm pretty certain on, it's that there are many ways to shorten your lifespan, right? That's just really obvious. Like your actions, like a person's actions can shorten their lifespan. And so, and the thing is, a person's actions can shorten their lifespan all the way down to 1 second. You can be born and then you can just jump off a bridge or set yourself on fire, or like even a baby can do this, right? Or shoot itself with a gun, right? So a person can make their life as short as they want. It can be like a millisecond long, and that might be something they do to themselves. They're born and they step on a bomb and they end their life right there. So if you can shorten your life, to like a millisecond, then through your actions, is it possible to extend your life from what they tell us? It's just to something like, 500 years, 900, 1,000 years, a million years. I don't know, man. The only times I've ever heard about that is in ancient cultures where there's like the King's List, and then there's the Bible in Exodus or whatever it is, talking about what Methuselah living 996 years and stuff like that. And I don't think that's crazy enough to say like it's obviously false. Like I'm not saying that's not true, but it is unfortunate that I don't know anyone in my personal life that is living past like say 110. That's probably the oldest person I've ever met. And they definitely, didn't do the things that the people that shorten their lives through, car accident, driving recklessly, killing themselves, poisoning themselves, whatever. Obviously, those people shorten their life. But could there be techniques? Maybe is the question, right? Are there techniques that we don't know about that can extend our life to say 200 years. If only like we knew something very simple, right? It could be very simple. There's a book called the Kabbalion, I think, that says, oh, you wanna or the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and it says, oh, you want to live forever? All you got to do is stare east for 1 hour a day, and then stare west for 1 hour a day, and you will live forever. And that's all. That's the only secret. Just literally just look east for 1 hour without looking away, and then later in the afternoon look west for 1 hour straight a day, and that's all it takes. Says the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. I don't believe it, but it is discussed that there's a simple technique can extend your lifespan as long as you do this every day, you'll never die. But of course, it sounds pretty fictional to me, to be honest.
It's possible that we've been hearing information about that kind of stuff. I wouldn't take it past, because if we've been hearing information so basic about health and practical things and the shape, whatever the shape of the earth, and
what do you think, man?
Do
you think that 120 years is like is short? Do you think that we can live like a lot longer than that if we were wise to things? Do you think that's like realistic?
There could be a possibility of that. It's just that I don't really know, because I haven't.
What does your heart tell you?
What my heart tells me is that it could be a design thing, that there's a limit to the lifespan, or there is another possibility that we are in an environment that is limited to surpassing certain age, or maybe the nutrients that we're inputting into the body, or I don't know, the stress and the environment that we're under. It's possible that does shorten, or does shorten the lifespan, and there's a possibility to that. Maybe there might be a better way of giving nutrition to our body and that kind of stuff. Who knows? To kind of extend that, but I don't know the limitations of any of that. So it's all speculation.
I haven't heard from Bread in a while. I don't know if you're available, Bread, but I'd like your opinion on what you think is possible. Like realistically possible, perhaps, on how long a human might be able to live if they. I don't know. Like, what do you think?
Are you talking to me, Fundy?
Yeah, Brett. Yeah.
Can you? I wasn't listening. Can you just give me a refresher?
Yeah. So we're given in different countries average lifespans like 80, 90, 72, stuff like that, and we're told like 120 is the most a human could ever really expect to live, just due to just their physical nature. Like a human body simply just can't live past 120, and you can eat like really good food, you can exercise, but that there's like a limit to a human lifespan just in your DNA or something. And that's just something we're told, but we're talking about maybe like disagreeing with that idea, and we're discussing our opinions on how long do you think a person could live in this reality. If maybe there's like some secret information, what do you think is like plausible that how long a human could live? It's complete speculation, or whatever, based on whatever you might know or think, just sort of like a feeling thing. Like, what does your heart tell you about that sort of thing?
Well, from like the stuff that we're told, like the basic 120 years, I think it says something like that in the Bible. But I don't necessarily think that that's
People
the case.
live to 996 years in the Bible. Sometimes,
Yeah,
you know.
pre flood, and
Okay.
my uncle in Greece, when I lived in Greece, he told me one time that there's people that are like 200 and 300 years old still, and I kind of believed him because there's like you look at like monks and monasteries, and sometimes they go into like a kind of like a hibernative state, where they kind of like go to sleep, but they're not really asleep. And I think that as long as you're like detaching stress from like the body, like any kind of work, you kind of like spiritually separating yourself from your physical body to where like your body kind of just goes into limp mode or something, and it just like kind of just stays there, like hibernating or something like that. So I think there could be a possibility in like it's it's how much you're really distracted, like it with like the regular world you live in compared to like what's beyond your physical. And I think something like that maybe could like exceed it, but what the chances like with the physical world around us to get there, I don't know.
So you're saying that you entertain the idea that a human might be able to extend their lifespan realistically by by resting a lot, by like entering a state of like hibernation almost, to like slow down
but
how
also
fast the flame burns the wax of the candle, just to kind of like extend its lifespan by like burning slowly with like a less bright flame, right?
yeah, you could think something like that. But I also believe that like monks and stuff like that train physically. They like physically work out and stuff. I don't believe that they're just chilling. There's no way.
Okay. So
And
a balance. Well, that makes sense. Yes, strike the perfect balance between work and rest and play.
yeah, like you have control with like your psyche, to where you could. You ever see Ace Ventura, that old movie When Nature Calls, when he's with Jim?
Yeah.
Like when he's with the monks and stuff. They kind of
I
like
forget.
they kind of conceptualize this idea of being somewhere else, and like and I do believe that kind of stuff's real, and I think like Hollywood kind of like mocks this stuff, they like, so it's kind of I don't know, I believe in it, so I think you could do something like that. But yeah, a healthy balance between physical and rest, and like stress is a big thing. I saw actually a documentary about centennials or something. Is that what they're called? They live up to 100 years old. There was
Right. Yeah, that's the one.
an island in Italy that they have like the most to date or something, and
Right. Yeah.
you come and like their diet, they ate like pasta, cheese stuff. And
Right. Yeah. not
really,
what you'd expect, right?
yeah, exactly, man. Like people are out here like, oh, you gotta eat this and eat that. It's like, no, you gotta eat whatever you want. It's more.
Oh, it's so funny, dude.
It comes down to stress, like the way you're living.
What a topic. Yeah, man. Yeah, there's a lot to say on it. It really is that kind of topic that like no one, I mean, those people that you just brought up, they seem to be the people that you would want to take advice on, or from, right? But do they even know how to explain like what they're doing right versus what they're doing wrong? Like, yeah, what is going on there? How do we figure out best game plan if we're interested in extending our lives? Because obviously, like you just said, what they tell us is most of where it's like your diet, and then like those people in Italy in that place would be like
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah. Oh, you gotta no meat. You gotta drink. You know, you can't have alcohol. I'm sure plenty of those people who live, those centennials. I'm sure plenty of them they drink wine, beer, whiskey, whatever, all the time, and it doesn't seem to affect them in the way that people would tell us like they smoke, some cigarette smoker or something, right? Lives to 120. Who knows? Do you guys know those things that they say are like the? Do you know what an aglet is on the end of your shoelace? It's like plastic covering, right? Keeps it from unraveling. Well, they tell us that our DNA has like aglets that I think they call them telomeres. Have you ever heard of telomeres?
No.
So like telomeres are like they're like this like sealant on the end of our DNA that prevents our DNA from unraveling. And once our DNA like is like the it's not laminated anymore. It's not like sealed and protected from unraveling. Like it's sort of like a direct relationship to your lifespan. And they would say like bad behavior, excessive drinking, smoking, fucking semen retention, whatever. It damages your telomeres, and this is your lifeline. And once you've destroyed them enough, then that marks the age where like you're gonna start falling apart at like a really accelerated rate. And so a lot of like life extension scientists are all like obsessed with figuring out how to like slow the how they would put in their words, right? Like slow the decay of a human's telomeres. But I'm not even sure I believe in this whole DNA thing that they're telling us about. Maybe, I don't know. It's on the table, but it just doesn't seem to be an exact science of how those people that you mentioned seem to, in this area seem to, like, what's their secret, right? They don't even know what their secret is. They just do it. So that's the case, right? Like they don't really have great advice to tell you. It just works out that way for some reason. Maybe it is stress at the end of the day that it's the most potent thing that shortens your life. Maybe they're just really happy, calm, loving people who don't worry about things too much. Or maybe it's just their genes. Who knows? I don't know. Further research is needed. What if anyone's in the room who wants to reply? What age do you think you'd be very satisfied with? Like after a certain age, you're like, yeah, I definitely had my fun, and I got no issues going out now. Do you want forever, or after like 100 years on Earth, you'd be like, yeah, I'm good, I'm out of here, see you guys, or like, no, give me another 100 years.
Something deep down inside tells me what comes after might be better. So I don't know. I don't kind of think about it really too much ever. Because I like sometimes good. What's his name? Trader, Good White, whatever. He he talks about like speaking, like watching what you used to be and stuff like that. And so like certain things I just don't think about really anymore. Or like, but yeah, I don't know, man. I felt like I've lived 4 or 5 lives already because
already.
Yeah, like I lived around lived different places and different relationships and stuff like that. And I did a whole bunch of things, and like, you know, not for nothing. And every town and the next place is it's the same thing, just a different like variation of whatever. But I mean, there is things to enjoy, you know, like the details of things. But
oh yeah,
like family.
Family,
yeah, man,
yeah,
it's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, you know, you guys, I know aren't like materialists, so it's not like you're ever gonna say, you know, I will only die happy and fulfilled if I become a millionaire and own my own skyscraper in the middle of New York. Obviously, that's not what you're after in order to die happy. So, yeah, those other things that aren't so materialistic, we hear it all the time, right? Yeah, yeah. Oh, I became a celebrity and I had all this stuff, but I'm still so troubled inside and unhappy, even though I'm rich. It's like what are people really after in life? If not, you know, material wealth, you know, what is a person really after? What's truly important, right?
I think when you see the expression of families, communities in an actual environment where, you know, stress and corruption are not prevalent, I think the expression of families and communities and the things that can be accomplished and the joy and experience that can be upgraded with generations of families and communities, it's an amazing thing, and it's been kind of, I don't know, dismantled at these levels. I think in a way, it's
Yeah, brushed to the side,
yeah.
swept under the rug, pushed under the bed. Yeah, man.
Because right now most, I mean, I wouldn't say most, because but the thing is the environment overall in the place that we find ourselves in this world economics or world events that affect everybody at the same time, because, you know, they agree upon certain parameters that everybody can operate under, economic systems and access to resources depends on that kind of this kind of system that it's been built to work the way it works. I think that's like a washed, a diluted system that we could have. I want to say system, but it's a diluter environment from the one that we can accomplish.
Oh yeah, yeah. You mentioned that earlier, and I completely agree. Hey, give me 1 sec. I saw something strange that I'm gonna go check out. I'll be back in a minute, hopefully.
You don't have to come back. Come on, come on.
Yep, just the police looking for someone, I guess. You guys still here? Oh, my volume still on? What's up, guys?
We are here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so one of the, I mean, I can tell you what happened if you're curious, or we just continue. Your choice.
Go ahead.
Go ahead with what?
I thought you said you were gonna say something.
Oh, well, the reason I left was because there was a flashlight and shining near me, and I guess the police are looking for someone, and they decided to look around like the side of my house, and luckily no one was there, but I guess they're still looking for someone. Maybe they got called on the phone or something. But to get back on the conversation we're having about, like, the fulfillment of life, and what a person is after, if not just some number in their bank account or whatever, to feel like they're satisfied, they're fulfilled. I think one of the words that isn't the entire picture, but that relates to it a lot, is the term magnum opus. Have you ever heard of magnum opus before?
No.
So magnum means great, and opus means work, and so you could say to any sort of artist or writer or painter or whatever. You would ask him, like, what's the best thing you've ever made, and he'd show you his favorite painting
What's
that
your
he's
magnum
made.
opus?
Yeah, and he would say, this one right here that I'm most proud of, I feel most accomplished. This one is my greatest work. This one is my magnum opus, and I think that it's not the entire picture of being satisfied in life, but that one aspect of that equation is accomplishing your magnum opus. And
doesn't nations do that? Like, nations have all their bigger build or their bigger accomplishments, and like the moon landings.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it breaks down into smaller and smaller subcategories. Every category and every division or franchise or conglomerate, whatever, can have its own magnum opus in any sort of situation or category or endeavors of sorts. But you yourself, I mean, obviously, like, if you have a child, right, and you give birth to an amazing son who's handsome and smart and athletic, whatever, you could call him your magnum opus in the category of offspring, but then you could also call, like, a painting you made, your magnum opus. And so there's lots of different magnum opuses depending on the category you want to apply that word to. But at least, I feel like everyone, I feel like everyone I feel like everyone, to feel fulfilled in life, should be able to point towards at least one thing, at least one single thing that they say, like, this is such a magnum opus that I feel like I accomplished some sort of responsibility in life that I feel like is like a duty of mine, and I succeeded in fulfilling this duty that I feel I have in my heart, whatever that may be. It doesn't have to be like artistic. It could be, just like, I
like a task, a task in a community, a task in a family.
Exactly.
Like mastering some type of skill or multiple, but this is your best skill, like a mechanic for machinery or something.
Right.
You're the best engineer in the community or something.
Yeah, you could say, I studied how to repair cars, and I opened a business or worked at a place of work where I fixed 1 million people's cars, and I always gave them a fair price. And you could say my career doing that, that's my greatest work. That was that was something I can feel really good about myself and what I accomplished in life. That was my magnum opus that I'm really happy about. And I think everyone should die. Hopefully, I wish for everyone, having something like that to think about and say, yeah, that's what I did. That was great. I did some great work. I achieved my magnum opus, and I was wondering to everyone if there's anything they're working on right now or that they've already achieved that they're like, yeah, I could die happy. I've achieved my magnum opus, and I'll never do anything greater than this thing that I've already done. Or maybe the story of like I'm currently working on my magnum opus that I hope to achieve, like your life's goal that like you're still trying to get at.
That is a very good question, and I never thought about that. I mean, for me, accomplishments come in a day-to-day basics mostly, right? Like waking up and being productive, and having a family and a wife and children. That's a big accomplishment at least, and being able to provide. Like I will say, many of those things are kind of magna in a sense every day. But in a standpoint from life, I never thought about it from a peak point of life because I've been very preoccupied on the kind of like the mid, I would say, in a day to day, and not actually thinking about that peak point in that kind of sense. So I think that should be something that many people should consider, like a kind of side test in life. But I don't know, the way you express it and explain it, I kind of never put it like that exactly, but it makes sense to me that many people, because I've seen it accomplished by many people. I've seen that kind of mentality by many people out there. But never thought about me being, I don't know, the best dad or something, in a sense.
Well, I think that just as a magnum opus can be contained within categories of a person's life, like my magnum opus of my artistic expression was this one sculpture I made, and I'm so satisfied with that I made this thing. And my magnum opus in my family life is a wonderful relationship with my wife, or a wonderful child I raised, or a wonderful relationship I have with my parents, or whatever. And there's all sorts of magnum opuses in different categories, and it's probably best not to value one over the other. And I think something I realized just now is that the truest magnum opus is just saying that I lived my life, and the way I lived my life was somewhere close to the best I could. I tried my best the entire time. That my whole life is my magnum opus.
I like that one. I like that one. Yeah.
I did the best I could, and I did as much good works as I could, and when you die, you say, what was your magnum opus? Some interview, you say, my entire life was my magnum opus.
Yeah, I get it.
It was a great thing that I did. My existence was a wonderful thing, not just for me, but for others as well.
For me, it was a video I made. I don't know if I'll ever match it.
Well, what was it like?
It was just this. Everything came together, and it got lots of response on YouTube, and it's not really that artistic, but it just everything came together. And who knows? I keep making stuff that I don't think I'll match something I did. This is like 5 years ago.
Cool, man. What was the message of this video?
Well, that's the thing. It wasn't really a message. It was more just sort of a prank video that got lots of views. That's what I mean. But I was happy with it. I was happy with how it turned out.
Yeah. I mean, that's. I mean, that's awesome. You know, I'm so happy for you. But I am curious as to what kind of creation was this? What kind of video was it?
He said a prank.
Tell me more, please.
Hold on. Let me describe it the best way I can.
Did you put a water bucket on a door, and someone opened the door and the water bucket fell on their head?
No, I teach math, and I pranked my math class, sort of, and they liked it. They loved it. It was a big class of like 100 students, and so they really liked it.
Oh, cool.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
I posted the thumbnail in the chat. But it is an interesting question. I mean, I think of people who accomplish something really big early in their life, like Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong. For those of you who think they went to the moon,
being good actors. That's their magnum of being good actors.
Well, okay, but if it were true, then they knew that they would never do anything as big or as famous as what they had accomplished in their 30s or whatever, however old they were.
I think I've seen this video before somehow.
It showed up on Facebook and lots of other places.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, that's definitely something. That's definitely a great work. I have two in mind that are like creative / intellectual endeavors, and I don't have children yet, and I haven't lived a long happy marriage or whatever, and I think that'll be a whole nother kind of accomplishment that is very apples to oranges with my intellectual and creative pursuits, but I haven't. I have started those, and I'm in a relationship, so in a sense I have also started the other one, but it's they're so different, but I feel like I'll be equally proud of both accomplishments in different ways, and that'll add together to my overall my life and what I do with it, which I hope is a great work that I don't at the end of my days look back and say, oh man, I should have done so much more. I really hope I say there were things I set my mind to, and I tackled them, and I accomplished them, and I fulfilled my goals, stuff like that. That's definitely what I'm after. But one of them is a story. I think that I have like a responsibility in a sense to write a fictional story that is like one of the ways I can communicate a lot of important things that I want a lot of people to be exposed to. And I think writing a fictional story will be not only like enjoyable to so many people, and might also like benefit me financially, whatever. I'd love to go travel, whatever, and help people around me, whatever. But I'd love to write a story that like contains like lots of lessons, like Gemsy and I were talking about certain anime we've watched that have made a big impact on our lives, and that we're grateful to the creators of these stories for making such a beautiful piece of art that impacted us so much. And I would like to do the same thing. So that's one thing I kind of recently I decided I really want to put effort towards creating this, this amazing story with so much behind it that I think will help me and other people. And then also like more of a straightforward delivery of some of the things I wish to convey to whoever accepts it, and so that those I don't really know how to summarize that. I guess I'd call it like a I don't know, an ontology book or something like that. But that doesn't compare to, say like community service in another sense. Hopefully I could just go around helping people, but just with physical tasks. If I could, I would love to have a year or two just to, do just to go around helping people. Sounds nice. Not a lot of us have the time or resources to do that, but I would really feel good about myself if I could have the time just to go walk the streets, travel from place to place with one intention, just to get to know people and help them with whatever I may be able to help them with. And then also the whole family thing, and creating a beautiful new life in this world. Those would be like my 4 or 5, whatever I listed, like the things that I'm after to all culminate into my overall magnum opus of like having an impact on the world and, feeling good about what I've done.
Yeah, a story would be a great way to tell some of the truths you want to get across.
Hell yeah.
Yes, definitely be a good idea. Since you brought this up, I think it's a very interesting question. I've heard, like, let's say a doctor that assisted 5,000 birds. That's like a big accomplishment. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's awesome.
So a story, I think it's, a good story, book, or whatever, something like that is definitely one of the good ones, I will say. And even if you make money, that's a good motivation to make some money and tell a story. That I think that will be like making money with it will definitely motivate a story.
For some people, right? For some people, they might, feel a passion for healing, right? Like physical healing. They might want to be a surgeon or a medicine man or whatever, right? And just being honest, I love the information, but I'd really prefer someone else be that person, because I know I only have so much time in my life to learn and focus on certain information and using it. And I don't think I have like the aptitude or like, and kind of missed my time if that were something I was interested in. Not that I'm not kind of like fairly young still or whatever, but I don't necessarily want to be like the best plastic surgeon in the world or whatever. But I would totally support anyone who does feel that way about what they want to accomplish and stuff, and I hope they do. What are they? Different strokes for different folks, and it takes a village of several individuals to accomplish the great stuff. And but just being honest about what I feel like I would really enjoy. Like it doesn't matter for me like how hard the work gets, as long as it's developing one of like the 5 things I did. I don't care how much I have to suffer for it, as long as I know that like my actions are getting me closer to accomplishing these things. Like I'll go all the way up to the point of death, as long as that what I'm doing, as long as I don't die, is like working towards accomplishing these things. You know, writing this story, raising this family, having this marital relationship and a child, and you know, telling this story and writing this book. You know, these are the things that I'll suffer for to a great extent. You know. I guess you say like they're my drives, my goals, my aspirations, and I'd love to be a doctor too, or the best construction worker in the world, or the best city planner, or the president. But you know what? I honestly, I have absolutely no aspirations to be the president of anything. You know. But maybe that's someone else's great work, and good on them.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying, good on that's just not my vibe. But I support whoever's vibe it is, to chase that dream. I have mine, you have yours. It's all, and I've said mine, and I'm always interested in hearing people talk about maybe their specific goals that they're still working towards, or some of the goals that they've already like checked off their list, and what a beautiful thing that is. Wow, that's incredible. Like what you said about that video you made, that's so cool. I got it saved to watch after this conversation, and I can't wait for that. So what do you say? What are your pursuits, guys? What are you pursuing?
I wanna make it monetarily, in a sense. Hopefully, I can make some decent money, and maybe buy a property and retire with my family and have grandchildren one day.
Okay, so yeah, like I was saying, the whole like family pursuit, increasing, being fruitful and multiplying, right? Being fruitful and multiplying. Yeah. That's great. Me too. Same here. Grandchildren, that'd be amazing. I'd love that. And I'd be happy for you, man. I'd be happy for you to see that come to realization. It's a beautiful thing. I celebrated with my grandma, or not my grandma, but my grandma-in-law, I guess you could say. I celebrated her birthday recently, and she's 90 years old as of recently, and she's got grandchildren, and they're adults, and that's a nice thing to see your grandchildren grow into their 20s or 30s or whatever. That's pretty cool. A lot of people might have grandchildren, but they die when their grandchild can't speak yet. It's like, oh man, well, yeah, sure, I had a grandchild, but I never really got to meet them. They didn't really like become a fully fledged human yet by the time I died. So that kind of stinks, Kind of want to get to know people like that. Take them out to the zoo, have a nice meal, have a good conversation, tell some jokes, share some laughter, but you can't really do that with a baby. If I have grandchildren, I'd be satisfied knowing them. I'd be most satisfied saying, as long as I get to know them, and talk to them up until their 30s. If I die when they're 30 or whatever, that seems fair to me. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm basing this off of. I have no clue. It's just arbitrary, I guess. My own feelings. Just like, yeah, if I get to meet my grandchildren and spend time with them up until the age of 30, I wouldn't be like, oh, come on, I wanted some more. I'd be like, oh no, that's good, it's good, that's fair. I can accept this with no qualms. This is good with me. I'd love to live another 70 years and know them in their entire life until their old age. But it's funny, you don't want to live so long unnaturally that you watch your children die, right? Like you want to die before your children, in a sense. It just seems the natural way, I think, right? Like no one wants their children to die before they do, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Just natural order, in a sense.
I met my great grandparents, and I remember having family get-togethers of a bunch of people and uncles and and cousins and family from multiple pieces of the tree branches. Many branches from the family.
That's really cool.
It was just amazing, and great grandparents just being surrounded by their huge family. It's an amazing memory.
Yeah, that must make them feel so good to see all these people. And my girlfriend's grandma, I'm the one her granddaughter chose to bring into the family. And luckily, she views me as just like a gift, into her family. Like it's a really beautiful thing how appreciative she is for me to sort of like join their club, the club of their family. She says to your granddaughter, like, good job, good taste. You picked a good one. You brought a beautiful soul into our family, and he's gonna take part in the continuation of this family. And I approve.
They definitely appreciate when the daughters get good men. Even when the men bring good women, the old ones, they definitely appreciate that. I remember that. Yeah, because you see the expression of them with their sons or granddaughters being expressed also in the grandchildren or the great grandchildren, and they appreciate that stuff for sure. I remember good experiences on the whole spectrum. Yeah, because my uncles and aunts, there were so many people that I couldn't tell who was who from actually, who was married to who and who was my uncle or my aunt. I didn't know everybody, but huge families, you see the whole thing, and you don't think about that because you see everybody as a family. And when it's a huge family like that, it's an amazing thing. It's a great experience for children too, to kind of see that stuff, in my opinion, and experience
definitely. Say, have you ever thought about writing a fictional story or making your own anime, or just creating something kind of like that? Because I know you're a fan of One Piece, so you love a good story. I can tell you're a fan of good stories. So, have you ever wanted to be the author of a good story for other people to enjoy?
Yeah, I bring that in my mind when I'm watching stuff. I do enjoy the story, but I also see many variables that could be used to make it better and perspectives that could probably. I could probably expand many of the stories. I think about that stuff, but I never put pen and paper together to do that. But I can think about many extra branches of the story. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you should try something like that or start taking notes.
Yeah.
There's that expression like there's always room for dessert. Have you ever heard that expression?
Yes, but I don't know how practical it is.
Well, not in the literal sense for dessert. Like, there's definitely time. I mean, there's definitely times where you eat a big meal and you say it would be harmful for me to, have a piece of cake or something. So there's not always room for dessert, but the essence behind it that I wanted to relate to what we were just talking about is that there's always room for one more great story in the world. I think so. Yeah, the world is eager and ready to have you tell a great story inside of this world for other people to enjoy. The more the merrier, right? There's like no harm whatsoever. There's always room for Gemsy's amazing story to be told here, and it'd be a great thing. That's how I view what I'm working on. It's like, so many stories have already been told. They're amazing, and maybe my story won't be the best story in the world or whatever, but maybe some people really enjoy it, and there's nothing new under the sun. I really do like that expression. Sure, there's nothing new under the sun. I'm probably not gonna. Every story I ever create will probably subconsciously be like some sort of plagiarism of the stories that I've heard throughout my life, and I'm just like kind of stealing different parts of them and combining them in a new way, But there's always room for one more good story in the world. And I think
the saying,
people enjoy that.
There's nothing new under the sun. That will be more in the practical sense of things, the things that you can actually accomplish in this reality objectively, in a way. But in the story side of things, that might not be under the sun. If you're just making stories in your mind, there might be new stories popping up somewhere in someone's mind. But
even though there's nothing new under the sun, go ahead.
The breakfast joke kind of remind me of another joke. Let me ask you this: Is Matthew here? He's a math professor. Matthew, did he leave?
Looks like it. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, that would be a question for both of you, but for you, how many eggs can you eat on an empty stomach?
do you want like a realistic answer, or is this a riddle, or do you want like a realistic answer?
I guess it depends on the species.
Yeah, just tell me.
If I had an empty stomach and I was eating eggs until I couldn't eat eggs anymore, I would say I could eat about 10 eggs before I'm like, oh boy, I'm going to barf.
Would it be an empty stomach after the first egg?
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, there you go. You got it.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, what a paradox. Oh, that's funny, dude. You got me. You got me there. Oh man.
Got it.
Where did you hear that? Where did you get that from? That's.
I got that one from TikTok University.
That's so funny.
It's an online encyclopedia. TikTok University.
Gotcha. Is it? And it's free.
It is free. And you can pay. You can get paid by the content that you create in it. So things under the sun. You can do things under the sun, and there you go. People learn from it.
Very cool. Yeah, that's fun. It's sort of like Quora. Have you heard of the website Quora?
Yeah.
That's a pretty interesting website, just dedicated to people asking questions and then trying to figure out what the best answer to those questions is. It was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
You usually get, you know, the like a fairly accurate answer based on whatever like the mainstream philosophy that would address that question is.
Yeah.
And then, you know, there's like voting scores where it's like, you know, this answer has been voted the best answer, but just because it's the best voted answer doesn't mean it's correct, which is interesting. That's just how life works. That you know, Ken Wheeler says, what's popular is often very untrue, and what is true is often unpopular, which is a sad story, but pretty wise, I think.
Well, you could probably go to Quora and ask, is the Earth a spinning sphere through the vacuum of space? And they're gonna answer, yeah, it's a sphere of 3959 radius and 24,000 circumference, and this is the most popular answer. There you go, you got it.
Yeah, and we live inside of a box that has no. We live inside of a box that has no outside. And that's what they'll tell you. They'll say, well, wait a second, you know, every box that I've ever seen has an inside and an outside, right? That's just how rational logic works. A box, there's an inside of a box, what's inside of the box, and then there's the outside of the box. And you know, all those answers are going to tell you, you live inside of a box, and it's a magical box that there's no outside. There's nothing outside the box. It doesn't exist. There's only an inside. There's no outside.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people in that language, I hear people saying, "No, we live inside a container. There's nothing outside." Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think it might be like you're saying. It might be a box inside a bigger box, or we just could all be inside the big box, and it's not necessarily the end of it. Who knows? But
right. Yeah, it's so funny that, you know, a flat earther can talk about, you know, like we're mocked by saying there's an end of existence, or you fall off the edge. But, you know, the heliocentric Big Bang cosmology says, you know, like, yeah, the universe is expanding, and they want to sound like they're using rational explanations, you know, due to whatever sort of redshift, blue shift, expansion theories or whatever. But it's you know, it all boils down to we're just human, and we don't want to claim things as fact or certainty that we have no idea about. And in everyone's situation, the most we can say is that, you know, no one knows how far you can travel in one direction. You know, like no one has the answer for you in any model. You know, like how like if you woke up, right, if you woke up in like in a grassy field or a forest, doesn't matter, right, just in the middle of nature, right, and let's just say like it's the same you, like you don't have amnesia, you know, you're just you, right, you're just the you are right now. But, you know, tomorrow morning you wake up in the middle of a grassy field. One of the first curiosities you'd have is to find out if there is like some sort of fence around you that's trapping you. All right, even if there was like a house and a fridge full of food that will feed you forever or whatever, a human is still going to be curious. You know, am I inside of something that has like a fence? Like how far can I go? Am I trapped? You know, that's like a really deep question people have to ask themselves. Am I trapped somewhere? Like, you know, how far am I allowed to travel before something is going to stop me?
I think you will actually, if you woke up in this place, right, in this grass between a forest or whatever, you eventually, the practical thing will be you start walking and to see what you find, because you're by yourself, right? If I woke up by myself somewhere, I'll try to find people. That's what I will try first. And then if I reach a fence, I'll be like, huh, someone put this fence here. So there should be people. And depending on the fencing, I probably try to say, am I inside of the fence or outside of the fence?
That's funny. So then, you know what the next step is?
Eat food and try to gather some water and gather some food.
No.
My exploration.
Don't worry about food and water. Don't worry about that. So you walk. So you walk, and then eventually you find a woman or a fence, right? And you said, "Am I on the inside or the outside of the fence?" And there is
Depending on the fence. What if the fence is just a natural? I'll say natural, but I don't know about that word natural. But what if the fence is like a expanse of frozen tundra that I cannot walk because I'll probably die out of.
All right, don't go too far, okay? Don't
go too far. You're gonna get You're gonna freeze to death.
No. I'm saying don't go too far in our conversation. I need you to stay with me here, okay?
I'll stay with you.
So just stay with where we're at, where we say, okay, so you wake up and you see that there's open land all around you, and you could travel what looks like for miles and miles and miles in every direction. And so, you can only look in one direction. You can only walk in one direction at a time. So, you just say, fuck it, right? Fuck it. I'm gonna go this way. All right. So you start walking one direction, and then eventually you find some sort of. It doesn't matter if it's natural or like a chain link fence or a wooden fence. It doesn't matter, but it's trapping you inside, or at least it's blocking you. So the next step, I think. I mean, tell me if you disagree, but the next step is what you do is you start walking along the fence, right? Because when you start walking along the fence, that's going to give you another answer.
Yeah, I'll walk along the fence. But yeah, that would definitely be a big possibility, walking along the fence.
So let's say you walk along the fence, right? And you end up walking in a circle, right? You end up walking in a circle, and you end up at the same point that you started at when you first found the fence. And you say, well, all right, that means I'm inside. That means I'm inside of the fence. You know what I mean? Or it could mean, depending if you're turning left or right when you're walking along the fence. You just kind of have to use your understanding. If you're turning left or right, you say, okay, this fence is either keeping something inside of it that I'm not allowed to go inside of the fence, or I'm the thing inside the fence, depending on what you see. So let's just pick one of them. Which one do you want to talk about?
I mean,
let's go with attack. Let's go with Attack on Titan style. Let's go with Hunter x Hunter style, right? So you find the fence and you walk around it and you realize you are inside of a circle, right? There's a circular wall surrounding you, and you're kind of forced to live inside of the circle of area surrounded by a wall. All right.
Me practically, I will turn back and go back to my family.
Well, let's just say you're alone, and you find out you're inside of a piece of land surrounded by a wall. So now that you know absolutely for certain that you live inside of this land surrounded by a wall, what is the next thing you're gonna do? You're all alone. You're inside of this fenced area, this walled off area, inside of a circle of a wall. What is your what do you think is your natural human behavior after that point? And you have food, you have water, you have all your necessities. So what would you do?
If I don't have any knowledge of where I'm at, and I don't know what's because the thing is, if I know that my family is inside of the, I mean, I did the circle.
Yeah, you're all alone. You're all alone.
But I don't know because I could go if I'm exploring the world, I have the resources. I'll jump the fence and try to explore beyond that. If I have the resources, yeah.
See that? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to talk about. Okay, so.
But the thing is that me in that sense, me exploring by myself, I'll be like, well, you know what? I found this fence. I wonder what my friends say about it. Let me go consult them and see. Hey guys, I found a fence and I did a big circle and I found like a limit. So you guys want to go check it out? That will be my mentality.
Yeah, absolutely. But you already answered perfectly in my opinion. You already answered my question without knowing it. So your next thought, once you you wake up and you figure out you're inside of a fence, I think it's the natural behavior of a person to then see if you can break through the fence, if you can climb over it or break through it or escape, right? It's just like a natural human behavior where if they find out that they're inside of something, to figure out if they can get outside of this thing that's trapping them and keeping them inside. They want to say, oh, no, I don't want to be trapped. No one wants to be trapped. What's on the other side? What's going on here? What's outside of this place?
Yeah, and I also don't. I also want to stay alive. I don't want to die. So I might consider, hey, what happens if I jump the fence and?
Wow, that's brilliant. Yeah. Obviously, I'm safe inside of the walls, but maybe it's dangerous for me to break the wall down and go on the other side. Oh yeah, that might be kind of scary. Maybe it could be dangerous outside. So what would you say if you're all alone? Would you break through the walls, even though it might be dangerous on the other side?
If I was like at my peak, top man, full testosterone and unlimited resources, and I don't know if I'll do it by myself. Even if I was at my peak, I would maybe want to have company to go beyond. But there's a possibility that I'll, an explorer mindset could take me a little further, but I will consider a lot of things.
Yeah, you use all your senses. You say, all right, let me go to the wall and let me put my ear on the wall. You know, let me see what I can hear on the other side. Or, you know, maybe you try to like make a big tower, you know, a tower tall enough to see if you can, you know, see over the walls. You know, but before you break the wall, maybe you just build something tall enough that you can like look over it, or something like that. You know, before you actually go there yourself, to kind of check it out and survey and make sure it's safe.
I will definitely be thinking about what's beyond the wall until I actually go and find out. But like I said, I will have that in my mind. But the actual exploration will be. I will do it with people. I don't know. That's just probably just.
But you know, my situation is that you're all alone. You're all alone inside the wall.
I'll follow our adventure. Yeah, I'll venture. The thing is, I never been in that situation, so that's the difficult part for me.
Yeah, it is tough. Yeah. I think that I might be afraid for a little bit of time, and I'd say like, well, maybe it's dangerous on the outside of the wall. But I think that eventually I'd think that, well, it doesn't matter if I die because I've lived long enough and I'm all alone, and I don't want to be alone. You know, I don't want to be alone. And even if it's dangerous outside the walls, I'm gonna make a hole in the wall because it's worth the risk. And I'm gonna break down those walls and see if there's people outside of it because you know, I don't want to live my entire life alone. So maybe there's a chance there's people on the outside of the wall, and even if it's dangerous, I want to go meet them if it means that I might, you know, be able to have a friend or something like that, you know, because life inside the walls alone it's enjoyable, of course, but it just I think the loneliness would be too much where I'd risk the danger to go see if I could, I don't know, have some company. Maybe find someone
I
else
get what
like
you're
that.
saying, but in many ways, when you consider the expenses of, I don't know, forest and the wild, you most likely someone gonna meet the predator and big bears and I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, and when you include nature and resources and then wild beasts, you might, and then you start hearing their howls during the night and packs of hundreds of wolves or whatever and dozens of bears. You'll be thinking about that stuff, you know, mountain lions, that sneak up on you and grab you from your neck, carry you to their nest to eat you. Start thinking about that.
This actually sounds like a really good story to tell. So imagine this, right? I think this would be a really interesting story. So it's about 12 people, and so there's 12 people, and they're all put in their own circle of like 100 acres or 100 miles, or, you know, just like a very large, and they're given everything they need to survive, and they're all in their own different areas that have a fence around them, and then on the outside of the walls there's like speakers, right, just to make sound, and they make bear sounds, and they make, you know, wolf sounds and coyote sounds and like snake sounds, right? All these dangerous animals, and the speakers keep making these sounds outside of the walls, and the story's just about like whether the people are going to go out there and they know that like there's these dangerous animals on the outside. Oh, and look, someone with a bear picture just just joining the conversation. That's so funny that would happen right now. He can't hear us; he's on deafen, but that's a really fun synchronicity or coincidence that just happened. But yeah, that sounds like a really interesting story scenario.
It looks like a wild. That looks like a wild dog or something. Is it a bear?
To me, it looks like a bear because it's like really fat or really big and muscular or something. Its body looks enormous compared to its head, like a bear.
It does. It does the body, but the I don't know, the nostril and the ears and the eyes. It looks like a
very
dingo
dog-like.
dog, like a dingo dog or something.
Tell us, Cool Up, is that a bear?
What bear?
Thought so. Yeah. Do you know what kind of bear that is?
Send a picture in Livestream text, and you can see better. So I don't know what that animal is. So.
How you doing tonight, man? Well, it's tonight for me. Might be morning for you. I don't know. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm like in like my dorm, some bullshit. It's at night and shit. So, but it's very safe. It's like it's in New York City time. So, New York time. Yes. Yeah, New York is fucking. Yeah, I don't know. Take a picture of the animal. So, like, I want to see that animal you're talking about. So. Hello?
Talking about the one in your icon.
Oh, it's a fat dog. It's a fat dog.
I knew it. It was a fat dog. I was gonna
it's
say
not a fat dog.
a dog with a McDonald's diet or something. And I was right.
Yeah. It's a fat dog. It's the. Wait.
A dingo. Looks like a dingo.
Yeah. It's a Wesley Hills like song. Yeah. Wills. Jesus Christ, Wesley Wills. So yeah, it's a fat dog. It's Opie's fat dog. That's all. With the like the Burger King logo and some bullshit. So yeah. So and I would never go to that 21st Century Flyer, sir, because like I know the truth. You know, like proves the globe Earth. It's a globe, and yeah. So you want to see my evidence? Okay.
Yeah, you know the Earth depicted in the cartoons, in the movies, and Disney and Fantasyland is definitely a globe when you talk about it from that perspective. So yeah, you can put yourself. You can actually put yourself as a character inside the cartoon and speak from the cartoon story and say, "Hey guys, it's a globe from here, right?"
Yes.
Hard. Wow, that's hardcore, bro.
I think it's flat. I think it's flat a little bit because like you can't breathe air in space. You can't breathe air in like so it's flat. But like in the ancient times, it was flat. Okay, like the ancient African times, so it's very controversial. So.
I don't think this place is a word on a piece of paper. Like people say, it's flat. I don't think this place it can be described with words on paper. Just
agree.
Entirely.
Yeah. Like I was saying earlier.
North Pole. I think I think the hollow Earth. I think the hollow Earth is real. That's all. It's the hollow Earth. So
But I agree
that's
with
I
you what you're
believe.
saying, Gemsy. It's like it's within our capabilities with words on paper to talk about things inside of the world and like small parts of the world, the components, but it's not within our ability to use words on paper to describe the entire, like everything, all.
Exactly. Yep.
Uh-huh. That's beyond words. It's
Yep.
beyond imagination, maybe. Even, yeah. And you don't want to get carried away or be arrogant.
Yeah, that's why when
I
when
can.
you put the two pieces of the two words on a piece of paper and people read it and they say globe Earth and they see the imagery whatever, and then you say flat Earth and you see imagery of that, and people put these images in their mind, and when they think about the Earth within these two uh uh polarizing images, people want to think about it like in an image that they never seen with their eyes, in a construct in their imagination, and they speak from there, and they're confused in what this place actually is. Flat Earth, globe Earth. I don't think you can actually depict it completely and actually say
Yeah,
this is how it looks.
I agree, man. I agree. Yeah, a person can only look one direction at a time. If you're looking forward, you can't look backwards. You 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 can only see so much at any one moment, and you can only speak only a part of the truth with your words. You know, but you can't look backwards and forward at the same time, and you can't speak this truth because it won't be complete. It'll only be part of it, and that's a problem with language. You can't speak the entire truth of something in one sentence. It's just not as simple as that, and it's a little bit beyond our capabilities to try to know everything and be God in that sense. It's not. You can get close. I mean, you can try to get closer and closer and closer, but it's sort of like a mountain that gets taller as you climb it, and it's like, yeah, yes, you are going higher. You are going higher off the ground, but the mountain is getting taller as you climb. So you'll never actually reach the top of the mountain because it's getting taller at the same rate that you're climbing it. But it's not meaningless. It's definitely not meaningless. But you never actually reach the end. Not physically, anyways. Maybe when you die, you achieve a state where you
Yeah.
surpass your physical, you surpass your physical limitations, and you're able to do things that you were never able to do while you were participating in your three-dimensional fleshly incarnation. I'd like to think that when you die, you become sort of free, like freer in a sense. It's not completely positive because I think you also have to give up something, but it's like an equal trade. You give up your body, but you also get something in return when you die. Some extra knowledge or ability, something like that allows you to do something after death that wasn't possible to do during life.
lifespan that you that lifespan that you had at that moment of life during those decades that you lived, and whatever imprint you left in the physical world with your achievements and whatever you input with your voice and your actions, that is becoming part of the system. And then when you pass physically, still, let's say your children are part of your imprint or your leftovers, or part of that still, but still the mind and the let's say the recycle into the, it's possible that there's a filter or a flow in the toroidal that you still gonna recycle because this system is I don't know, it's like a recycling, renovating system within itself. So
Well, remember what you said about the gomino fruit, right? The Luffy, and how the previous owner passes on his will in like a I mean,
there is some sort of will that is being passed down within your children and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And when you recollect it within the spectrum where how things work and displays, it's like a repeating cycle that can be expressed in many years. Like it doesn't. I mean, I don't know. I'm going into the weeds, but it's just. I'm just saying.
Hey, is English your first language?
No.
What is your first language?
Español.
Espanol. Cool, bro. That's awesome. What is that because you grew up in Mexico or somewhere else?
Actually, no. Spanish. It's spoken in many nations besides Mexico.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But did you grow up outside of America in a Spanish mainly speaking country?
Mexico is in America.
Oh, okay. Let me change that to USA.
Oh, yeah. They also speak English in Canada.
Oh yeah, and French is a big part too. Yeah, but you know what I'm asking, man. What country did you grow up in?
Oh, that's your question. America. People speak English in America. I mean, and Spanish.
Wait. You were born in the USA, but your first language was Spanish or Espanol?
Yeah, that's the benefits of a Commonwealth. And the U.S. has territories that speak Spanish. That's the first language. Yeah.
Man, that's a great benefit to you, man. Getting exposed to these two languages, and you know, Spanish and English have just so much in common. You know, that they're so similar. You know, it's incredible. They really go hand in hand more than a lot of other languages do. You know, it's great to know both of them. It's hard. I know it's hard, but it's also like a really easy option compared to some others. There's a lot of cognates. You know, tons of cognates. They say that 70% of Spanish is cognate with English, which is an incredibly high percentage. It really helps out.
I would say English in the context of, let's say, the English that we learn in school, it's fairly easy to learn and to communicate basically. But when you go into the context of, I don't know, law and commercial and practical things. English is a pretty integrate language, but then Spanish has its own version of that, which includes a lot of nations that speak Spanish, but they have their own dialects, the way they speak their Spanish. So one word in Spanish, I mean, one object in Spanish can have a lot of names in Spanish. So one object.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting. Like South American Spanish versus like European Spanish versus Mexican Spanish versus some other options too. Yeah, different dialects and inside of those different areas, different dialects. Yeah, language is a real trip, man. It's a real trip. It's so flexible, but it has to be based on at least some sort of like foundation. But the foundation is also flexible. It's just this very flexible thing, language, that changes all the time.
It can also be used to program people. The language, the way you express,
oh yeah,
speak.
It's like your operating system.
You can talk about practical things, the way you do things in your day-to-day to accomplish whatever goal. You can utilize the language to express that capability. And you can also express things that are not so objective and practical. I don't know, like love or feelings and things that you cannot construct and color and put inside a bottle. I don't know, like my freedom or my political views in a way.
Right.
So you could use language, but then you can also kind of water down language and utilize words that actually have no meaning in the objective, that have no relation to the objective reality, but you could still make a word that is speaking about something that is not real, and it could mean the opposite of the word and refer to something not in reality. And you could actually make people think in that way. Like, yes is no, or freedom is liberty. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know. You could make things like be equal opposites, like a mirror, and people speaking the words when they actually mean something else. It's like almost you can make spells with the words, spells in Spanish and English.
Yeah, that's one of the capabilities of language, as opposed to actual reality. It's like actual reality has a very difficult time lying. Right? It's like nature can't lie to you, but language is the most powerful tool of deception, and making someone believe something that's false. It's incredibly powerful in that way. Have you ever heard the story of when Thoth invented writing?
No.
So Thoth is some sort of lesser god, and he goes up to his higher god, right? And Thoth is the god of writing, and in the story, he's the person who invented the concept of written language, and so he goes up to his higher god and says, look, Dad, I made something. Aren't you proud of me? I did a good thing. I was clever. I was smart. I made something, and it's wonderful, And he says, hey, Dad, what I made is a memory enhancer, and now people will people will never forget things because now they can write them down. And his dad tells him, or his higher God or whatever, he says, no, Thoth. When people write things down, they're actually going to use writing as a crutch, and they're not going to use their brains to remember things. They're going to use paper, which does not actually help them remember. It actually lets them not remember and be less developed and less intelligent and have less information actually inside of them. And so what he tells them is that what you invented with writing is not a memory enhancer. What you invented is a mentioning enhancer. It's just another way to speak in a sense, and it's actually harmful to the health of people's minds. People are going to become more forgetful when you give them this technology of writing. People aren't going to have to remember on their own so much. They're going to get lazy and they're going to be worse at remembering. You've given them a new way to speak, but you're actually harming their ability to use their minds. And I think that's a kind of a one-sided story, the way it's told, because it's like a double-edged sword, right? It can help you and it can hurt you, but it's all about how you use it, and hopefully you use it properly, and don't use it as a crutch, but use it as a tool.
Well, when you talk practically, people in the past, like we were talking about great grandmothers earlier, right? And they have huge amounts of family, and nobody was telling them, "Hey, you were such a good university lady back then," right? Nobody was telling her, "Oh, your accomplishment." No, nobody was talking about that. The accomplishment as writing books or whatever. People were enjoying the practical thing in the moment, like family and all that stuff. So, but the thing is that in the language, right, when you write things, you spoke about the guy that invented writing. His father was telling him, "Hey, let's concentrate on the practical thing. Let's go out there and do things, right, and be productive. You have to go out there, carry things, putting things together, or whatever you're out there doing. You have to practically do it, right, with your hands, and you have to utilize your mind to accomplish that goal, right?
Right.
So that's the practical way of doing it. But then his son was more thinking, I'm going to write this knowledge down for someone to read it and see how things are done in writing. So he was kind of like putting things in record, the things that he experienced. He was putting it on paper. And paper is, it used to be a plant, a tree. So he cut down the tree, made the paper, or maybe, I don't know, an animal, the skin of an animal, and writing on that. And he's putting the mind with the paper and talking about things that can be information for sharing knowledge and getting things done effectively. But then there is the practical way that you can only grab that knowledge and do it instead of just writing it and thinking about it and not doing it, which is the 50-50. You could put it in paper,
right,
and then you can get it done, which is the other side, the actual practical side.
Yeah, like it's important to like know what you want to do and have a plan before you do something. Like a schedule can be like a really good thing. It can like bring order, and organization, and efficiency. But something that I do, and I know probably a lot of people do, is that they spend a lot of time thinking about what they want to do instead of actually just doing it. You know, sort of like daydreaming in a sense. It's an insult. People used to say more often than they do now. They would call people dreamers. Like it's a lyric in one of those Beatles songs, I think, where it says, do you know the one I'm talking about? They may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. And dreamer used to be an insult, like someone who's always thinking about what they want to do, but they're busy dreaming instead of acting, and they don't actually ever do all these things that they want to do. And so you have to synthesize that and bring them together in balance. And you know, you can't.
So you see about the language,
neglectful.
Yeah, you can be neglectful. So when you use the word actor, so you gotta act upon your knowledge. So we gotta build a community. We need families, houses, resources, food, seeds, water, animals. We need knowledge about this stuff, right? So you have to be practical with that. And if you don't know how to be practical, you're gonna have to see or read or see imagery of someone doing it a certain way and being productive and effective, doing it in an effective way. You might learn that from other people. If they don't have time to teach you with their hands, they might give you a book the way they did it in writing. So when you use it like that, very practical in many things, because you can have a huge spectrum on practical, guided knowledge. You could have it in writing and imagery, because it's symbols, imagery, words. But then you can also put things on paper that are out of this world that you don't experience or see or hear anywhere in reality, but you can make up a lot of stories about fantasy things. And that's when things get tricky, because you could spend a lot of time doing that. You could spend a lot of time doing that kind of stuff and forgetting about the 50-50 that you were supposed to be doing, which is the practical thing, and the thing in paper that you're going to be utilizing that paper for something practical and resourceful and things that you can actually, stay active. It's like the actor the actor that have to act upon the knowledge. So right now we have actors, and you see the spelling that I was talking about earlier, and they say, oh, look at the actors, they're acting in movies, fantasy places that you never experience, you never see. So they're acting, and people kind of put a lot of energy into watching these actors acting in the fantasy place. So it's like a flow of energy that is going towards that acting. But that's not the real acting. The real acting will be doing the practical thing instead of the fantasy land for a big period of time. Because you can make stories and make things funny and maybe act a little bit, but you want to do that like 5% of the time. You don't want to be acting all day long. Acting on that sense, on the Hollywood sense, that acting, you want to be active on the real sense. So that's part of the spelling that I was talking about, when you actually use words to do something else.
Wow, yeah, it is a spell. I guess that's the best word for it. I mean, it's the best word I know for it. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's yeah. I mean, even the word spell is a spell, right? It's so funny like that. Like there's you can spell words, and then there's word spells, and the word spell is a spell in that sense. And it reminds me of one other thing, because so often people in this community talk about abstract concepts, and they start talking, that it comes up all the time. Oh, that's an abstract concept. And one of the funniest things that I've ever realized is that an abstract concept is an abstract concept. Like, abstract concept, like the idea of abstract concepts doesn't exist. Abstract concepts are an abstract concept. just like how a spell is a spell. Man, what a funny thing, man. This world, it's truly magical. Beyond my imagination, man. There's this quote, I think from like a Shakespeare thing, maybe Hamlet or something, where it says like, "Oh, someone, there are more things on Earth than you have ever imagined in your fantasies." I think the literal one is like, dear Hamlet, or there are more things on Earth than have ever
I've said many times that reality is way more intricate and interesting than any fantasy that you can come up with, because there's so many things in this
stranger than fiction, right?
There's so many things in this existence that you could actually do and accomplish. The fantasy is just gonna take you so far. It's way more interesting. After you're done with the movie or the story, you still have to go do things.
Right.
You can't just sit there and watch the story forever. You can't just stay in the story forever. You have to go get stuff done in the real thing, no matter what.
Have you ever binge watched some sort of Netflix series or a long anime, and you spend like 8 hours watching a show and like living in the fantasy world with them, right? And then the story is over. There's no more episodes, and then you have this feeling, right? Like you spend 8 hours living in this world, and then the world is done. Like you watched episode 1, you watched episode 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then it's the last episode, and there's no more. And now you have to return back to normal life, right? After you're done participating in this fantasy world, now it's over. You got to go back to real life, and there's this really strange feeling, like there's like some sort of pull that's like it's not. I don't know how
like
to describe it.
It gives you this feeling that you want more, even though you don't need it.
Yeah, exactly.
You want more, you want it, but it's not that you need more, because you'll be fine without it, but you want more, right? In this strange feeling. But then when you go to reality, you could do something like cooking, and you're gonna be done with that, and you're gonna be tired and be like, oh, I'm done with cooking. Even though you need to cook, you're done with cooking because that's done. But in this fantasy place, you want more, even though you don't need it.
And oh wow, that I'm gonna think about that, because you're right. That's exactly how I feel. Like when it comes to reality, I say like I need more of it, but
You need something and you get enough of it. You need to get something done, you get it done, you're done, and that's it.
Exactly. That's it. And I feel that way. I feel that I'm done when it's real. But when it's fake and I'm done, I say, I want more. But
you don't need
it. But I don't need it. But like food, like It's sort of like sex or food or something like that, you know? Like you eat and you say, I don't care about food anymore, right? You eat your meal, you're satisfied, and you say, I don't want any more food. But I do need more food. I legitimately will need more food. Like
But if
in a couple hours.
but if you're done by in a couple hours, you might need more. But maybe 16 hours. If you eat enough, you're done with the food. And I don't know. I know it's kind of crazy, but because we're talking about anime, but you see that in the practical things, you can get enough of it, and you kind of like be done with that task. Because if you, in a practical sense, if you want food, now you already ate the one you had. Now you gotta go, I don't know, work and make money to get the next meal or something like that. Or you have to go hunt it, or you go fishing so you gotta take those steps to get that food. So you gotta stay practical, and because you have to, right? And
Yeah, you have to.
you need to, you have to, right? But in the anime fantasy place that we were talking about, you still want more of it, but you don't need it. That's it.
One thing that is really impressive to me is I see all these animals in the wild, and they don't have any bottled water or like a kitchen sink that water comes out of, you know, or a
Yeah.
refrigerator with food. But they're just out in the world. They don't have houses or refrigerators or sinks or faucets with water or bottled water or canned food. They have nothing like that, and it's really impressive to me that all of these different animals, the insects and the squirrels and the rabbits and the birds and all of them, the possums and the raccoons, they're just out there, and somehow they keep living, and they find the water and they find the food every day, and there's no they can't refrigerate it, or it's they have to like go to it, like they have to walk or fly or crawl or whatever, right? Like the water is at the river or the creek or the stream or whatever, right? And
Yeah.
they drink from the pond, the lake, the river, the whatever, but then they need to go adventure out into the world and find food, but then they're going to need water, so now they have to walk back to the river to get the water, but then they're going to have to go back out, to go find the
Well,
food, and then it's back and forth, and then to find somewhere to sleep, and they have to do this very it seems very difficult, and to me it seems like they must be
they
extremely
do.
intelligent. They
Yeah,
just seem so intelligent to me to be able to, live their lives in this way. They must be so smart.
well, remember, they live in an environment that provides the what they need. In animals have very high in instincts, and they want to pass to the next generation. That's like a must. They have to reproduce, and they do with the cycles, and that kind of stuff. And we
Yeah.
ourselves are similar, but we have something that we can actually devise and make things kind of construct, let's say, water canals for water, or that kind of stuff, to make the water available. We can have crystalline water with, the animals will go to the pond even if it's filtered, or drink from it. But we can also do that, but we can actually utilize the water and the design of things to make that water pristine and crystalline to drink it for our children and ourselves. We are capable of
Right.
doing that. So that's the
Yeah.
advantage that we have against the animals, in a way that we can make things look really pretty and
Yeah.
very
I saw.
organized.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, and I'm actually really bothered by this. Like, I feel sad, and because I just don't understand something that I saw. So, it rained very recently where I live. It rained, and there's like potholes in the roads, right? And there's this pothole, and it has a puddle of like this brown water in it. It's full of dirt and rocks and all sorts of nasty stuff. I don't want to drink this water. It's gross. But I see a squirrel go up to this water, and it's drinking out of the pothole. And I say, is that are you really gonna do that, Mr. Squirrel? Are you really going to drink water out of that pothole? To me, it just seemed like stupid. Like, why the hell? Like, is that really the best option you have? And is that how you're living? Like, have you ever drank good water, Mr. Squirrel? Or do you drink just like muddy, filthy water every day? And if you do, to me, it must not taste very good, but it's just like the lifestyle you've accepted as a squirrel. Like, I drink out of filthy mud puddles sometimes on the side of a
Remember,
filthy road.
the squirrel does everything practical, and she might know. Maybe she was thirsty, right? And she drinks some of this water. Or maybe she tasted it. Maybe she was testing the water, and maybe she had a little bit and was like, okay, I'm gonna drink a little bit of this one, but I know I have access to other water, and
I hope
whatever
so.
she
Yeah.
drink, whatever she drink from that water, it will be diluted by the stomach, and if she drink more of the clear water, it will be diluted with that as well. So
That's
I don't
true.
think she will be good.
Yeah. I'm just so impressed. Like, I'm so like disappointed. Like, no, squirrel, stop. I'm just like, stop it, no, stop. Like, there's water like half a mile down the road. Please, like, what, like, as sometimes I say, oh, you stupid animal. What the fuck are you doing? Sometimes I say that, but then at the same time I say, well, I don't think I could live like if I lost my house keys, right? Or like, oh shoot, I can't get inside. Someone's hot mic and catch a fire. Can you turn that off, please?
I was just going to interrupt for 1 second, and I just reminded me, I was trying to tell my dog, do not eat the entire contents of that beanbag. The next day, there were white poos all over my lawn. The entire contents of the beanbag was gone.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Where I have mixed feelings about the intuition and the instincts and the intelligence and the wisdom of animals, because, like I was saying, if I was locked out of my house for like a week, and I had to live outside, just in the world around my house, I would probably die, or I don't know. I mean, I'm intelligent. I would say, okay, I guess there is like a stream a mile down the road that I can go drink out of, but then I'm gonna have to go like find food, and I live in an urban area, and it's like, well, I'm gonna have to think very hard. I'm gonna have to put a lot of thought into how I'm gonna feed myself. Am I gonna go like try to like run around in people's backyards and try to find like gardens people are growing in their backyards and steal food from them in order to eat? Or can I eat the grass? I don't want to do that. But the animals, obviously, there's animals I see like laying eggs and raising children around me, and I say, well, they understand how to live in this area, and they don't have any houses. They don't have, they don't have a garden. They don't have a sink with water that comes out of it. They don't have a refrigerator. They don't even have a house, you know? like not like I have. You know, they don't have like a
Yeah,
nice
but they
safe
can
house with
they
brick.
have fur, and they have fur. They can survive in under the ground, right? They make holes, very
Right.
uncomfortable holes for like for you it wouldn't be practical because it would be uncomfortable for yourself, but because you want a bed and you want
Yeah.
like a ceiling
Exactly.
and a TV and a refrigerator, so you need to build
Well,
these places that
don't
you
worry
can
about the
have all that
TV.
stuff.
Don't worry about the TV. But yeah, the food and the shelter and the water.
Bro, if you
That'd be
wanted
kind of
to, if you listen, if you wanted to, you could dig a hole and you could live in that hole for a long time as long as you keep it steady. As long as you keep it steady, and it's kind of like keep certain temperature and humidity, you'll be fine under a hole for
my
sure, inside a hole.
my fingers are gonna hurt really bad when I dig that hole, you know, because I'm kind of talking about like I don't like animals. They don't have shovels, right? They either have to find a hole or dig a hole. Those are their
But
options
you
for
have a
holes.
brain, you can make a shovel and dig the hole.
Well, I'm trying to talk about how like impressed I am by animals, right? You know, they don't use shovels, right? But somehow they live
Bro,
without
they have
tools,
fangs and tails that can dig. They have fangs and and
right?
very heavy hands.
And fur, like you said, right? They have some tools. Their body is a tool, and I just got these like pretty little fingernails. And if I try to dig a hole with them, my fingers are gonna like have blood pouring out of them. I better I better get a really strong stick and use that to dig a hole. But I guess some animals do use tools. You know, a bird will make a nest with some sticks, and a beaver will make a dam, stuff like that. But I don't know, like say it's something like a turtle or a tortoise, right? Uh, or a snake. Like snakes don't use tools, right? They don't even have arms or legs or feet. A snake, bro. You know they can't do anything. They can just go into holes and bite stuff. That's like all they can do. Oh man, if I had to like crawl around on my stomach, I had no arms or legs or fingers, and I'd be screwed. Somehow the snake can do it. You know, the snake doesn't need fingers, arms, legs, or tools. Yet somehow it lives. You know, it finds its way. It finds a way to live, even though it doesn't have hands or even arms or legs. You know, it's incredible. It's impressive as hell that these different animals just like figure it out. And I know there's a
Figure it out.
place.
I think it was
There's a place
designed
for
in
them.
their imprint. It was designed in their imprint to be able to survive under this environment by a actually designed way of doing it under the circumstances of the environment itself. It's it's written in the code.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, man. They wouldn't be here if they weren't qualified. The
Yeah.
fact that they're alive automatically qualifies them for existence and gives them their their reservation for their seat in the theater. But yeah, yeah. Here's your seat. You're totally allowed to be here, and you're meant to be here. This is your spot. It has your name written on it. Yeah, but it's so funny that the theater of the earth can accommodate all these different life forms, and none of them have to do it the same way. In fact, everyone has to live differently. no two people can live the same life. Everyone has to find their own way. And when you see the animal, that's proof that it's possible. You look at the snake, and you say, or like you say, like as you're a human, right? You say, oh, I'm a short human, or I'm ugly, or I'm poor, or I'm whatever, and you say, oh, there's no, well, fuck that, snakes don't even have fucking arms or fingers or legs, right? But they find a way. Everyone has to figure out how to do it their own way. And
bro, there's snakes big enough that if they gotta eat you to survive, they'll eat you, bro.
Oh yeah, some sort of anaconda, boa constrictor, whatever, could swallow me whole or something, maybe. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, reptiles. Just look at alligators or crocodiles, or eat you up to survive.
Well, that's what we do. So like the definition of a zombie is like this like humanoid creature that needs to feast on flesh in order to live. And then the definition of a vampire is someone who sucks the life out of another being in order to fuel its own life. And it's really funny when you reflect on who you are or who a human is. Humans are literally zombies and vampires. We eat the flesh.
Every time I eat flesh, I'm like flesh, especially like if it has blood and it's rare, freaking get a boner.
What the fuck, dude? Did you really just say that?
Bro, like the blood feels better. Everything is when you eat. If I cook the meat too much, it's just okay. I can eat it. I eat it. But if it's like quality,
but you were
bison,
joking, right? You were joking about the sexual arousal. I hope, right?
No, yeah, that's a joke. But think about it. No, it is a joke. But if the sexual part is just part of your body. Like if you put good food into your body, you'll be fine in that sense of things. Because to be good sexually, you need to be a healthy body, obviously.
But you're admitting you're a zombie vampire, right? You're just saying, yeah, you agree.
I can eat meat. I can eat raw meat, and I'll be fine and feel good with it. Like it's bloody.
You eat flesh from other creatures in order to live, and you suck the life out of them in order to give yourself life. Yeah, like humans are literally zombie vampires combined together. Like it's so crazy. And we're also like in Minecraft, there's zombies and then there's skeletons, and it's so funny, that there. I've never seen my bones. I assume I have them, though. I assume I have bones. I kind of feel them, in my hand and my wrist and my elbow or whatever. But I only ever see my skin, and you can easily forget like there's a skeleton inside of me. It's kind of a sublime sort of thought. It's a little strange, this skeleton that's inside of me in the middle of it. I'm a skeleton zombie vampire. And there's probably some other things like Frankenstein you could relate to it. All these creatures, they're kind of metaphors for one way of viewing yourself, perhaps. Not all monsters, but or like an alien, right? Like I'm an alien zombie vampire skeleton because an alien is a creature from somewhere else that came to Earth, and I kind of feel that way about myself, right? That like my true self is from somewhere else, and that it it came to Earth, and Like I'm living on Earth now, but that's because I came from somewhere else, and then I you know what I mean? Like I'm an alien to Earth, an alien zombie vampire, eating flesh in order to fuel my own life and drinking their blood or whatever. It's it's just funny. I don't know. I just think it's amusing thinking about it that way. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to think of some more creatures like that. Am I a dragon? I don't know. Maybe I'll have to think about that one. But maybe tomorrow I'll come back with an argument or a case for trying to tell you guys how I'm a dragon of some sort. I breathe fire. I guard the treasure. I kidnap the prince. I don't know. I'll have to think about that one. Wait, It's so late. I'm gonna up here talking to you guys for so long. It's been awesome. That's why I'm here so late. But it's time for bed. So I'll talk to you tomorrow or whenever I see you next. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, guys.
Later, bro. Have a good night.
Later. You too.
Yo, Geo. You up or you sleeping? Geo. Yo, you up or you sleeping, Geo? Geo. Yo. You're away from your mic. Good evening, Lightwater. Oh, you know what? It absolutely teemed down with rain today. absolutely thumped. Like, I mean, God, at one stage you couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. It was that heavy. 10 feet. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy.
That is always a beautiful experience as well, right? Even if it's crazy.
Oh, yes, exactly. When it's pissing down with rain, it is. It's still good. We had the fire going, so we were as warm as toast. Well, me and the cat were. The wife is still away. She gets back tomorrow. Yeah, no, it was good.
Yeah. When I experience that kind of rain, I mostly look out of my window and I have a magnolia tree right in front of my house.
Yeah.
And that tree can dance so beautiful because it mostly it's accompanied with fierce winds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is such a beautiful sight, a dancing tree in the rain.
That is always an experience as well, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, exactly. This game of mine, it is. It's still good. Oh, you got YouTube on in the background, like water. Getting a bit of an
Yeah, I heard it. I already dampened it, but somehow it got activated again.
I'm listening to my own bloody voice there, which is annoying.
I was a little confused because I had dampened it, and then I heard somebody talking that a bit sounded like you, but I saw no other person. So.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, I had to think yesterday about rain. Jeremy was talking again about what he thinks clouds are, and I had to think about seeing. Sometimes you have you are a little on a hill, more higher ground, and then you see in the distance dark clouds raining, and it is as if it's like a plastic bag that suddenly gets a hole in it, and it is as if a stream of water is coming out of that part of the clouds. It's a big mystery to me, but it's beautiful. So just was happy to have my inner workings giving me that image, not giving an answer to it, but at least giving it something.
Clouds. Well,
it's a weird process between pressures and static energy and the workings between fluid water beneath and gaseous water above. And
isn't it funny when you look at clouds from ground level and you look up how fluffy they look?
Yeah.
Like, well, just like, just like all, and, absolute,
they can be,
chaos,
yeah,
fluffy
and they can be totally fluffy in their entire shape, or they are more straight on the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then I was going to say, the times I've been flying from point A to point B, and when you get above the cloud line there,
Yeah.
and you're skimming across the clouds, and you look out the little window, and as far as the eye can see, you can see clouds, but even though they look fluffy, they also too look as flat as a tack, like a sea of clouds.
Yeah.
As far you know what I'm talking about. Like they do, like they look like water almost. Just as straight as a die.
Yeah.
And flat. Like they look far flatter on the top than they do on the bottom. Like,
Yeah.
the appearance of them.
And
Obviously,
then, yeah.
No, I said obviously they've hit that that pressure zone is where they settle best and don't want to go any further, and everything else obviously is working its way up to that resistance point. But it's quite amazing, how they look different on top as from below.
Yeah. 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 And then the somewhat different observations of two cloud layers and enough room to see to the second one, and then seeing that the above cloud layer has a different direction in which they travel. Or another observation is in the province of Zeeland, here in Holland, and I also experienced it. I've been twice to Sweden, and then passing the bridge between Denmark and Sweden, and seeing that sometimes there are only clouds above the land, and the sea is clear, and sometimes it's a little bit the other way. So, but mostly the clouds above the land is more prevalent, more frequent occurring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen that the two layers of clouds quite a bit, but generally the bottom layer tends to appear a little bit thinner, and that's obviously in a different airstream and like moving in a different direction, but they seem to be a little bit well, not as dense, and they seem to be moving quite a bit quicker too. I've found.
Yeah. Yeah.
Other ones I've seen. Yeah. But it is a yeah, this cycle right before your eyes, isn't it? You know,
Yeah, yeah,
you
yeah,
see the whole water cycle right before your eyes. You
yeah,
know, from ground to sky and below again, and everything that it does in between too. You know,
yeah, yeah,
it's in the ground, getting soaked up by by the trees and the plants and the grass, or in the puddles or the streams where the birds or the wildlife drink from it, or we do, and
yeah,
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 it's this this complete cycle that you see every single day, every
yeah,
single day.
yeah. And then asking yourself the question if there's somehow an equal process going inside inside of us, or
Wow.
inside and outside of us. I mean,
Well, what do you know how you've heard that water has a memory?
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Although I call it more an information exchange ability, more like that.
Yes. Okay.
It's very
Okay.
it's very quickly takes in other information and lets it out again and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
And me myself, I'm questioning whether water is actually H2O. I don't think there's any conclusive test to actually prove that water is actually hydrogen and oxygen.
yeah,
Because I know that on the atomic list, hydrogen is 8 times that of oxygen.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so if you take that into consideration, um, I've never seen them put, say, um, 2 parts of hydrogen together, 1 part of oxygen together, to produce 3 parts of water. So I've never seen them,
I've seen it in movies and it explodes.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they do in movies, Godric, at all. It doesn't matter what they do in movies. I've never seen a scientific test where they have combined hydrogen and oxygen in those proportions, okay, to then get the same amount of proportion of water out of it. All I've seen them apparently do is put hydrogen gas in a beaker and oxygen, put a flame near it, there's an explosion, and then all of a sudden there is what appears to be some condensation on the inside of the beaker. But they have never, right, produced a quantity of water that is proportional to that of what they say it is supposed to be. They haven't put I don't know, however they'd measure it, 5 liters of hydrogen, of 2 liters of hydrogen, 1 liter of oxygen, or 2 kilograms of hydrogen and 1 kilogram of oxygen, combine it together to get 3 kilograms of water. All the tests they do just get a condensation reaction on the inside of the beaker. That's it.
So is the
Period.
periodic table of elements, is it corrupt? Is it alive?
I'm not saying it's a lie at all. I'm just saying I have never seen any conclusive test to show this demonstrated in any practical way. All I've seen is an explosion in a beaker, and that's all I could find. And I've actually asked for this test many a time. Show me where they've put something in proportion and got an equal proportion, like a cup of water. Make me a cup of water. I don't want to see droplets on the inside of a beaker that can be attributed to condensation, a condensation reaction, because you are making an
You're saying
explosion.
because the periodic table shows hydrogen and oxygen, you should be able to put those two together and make water. But I don't think anybody's ever made water either. So does that mean it's not true?
Well, I'm questioning it, Godric. because I think water's just water. Nate asked me this about 12 months ago, and he goes, well, what do you think? What's water? I go, water is just water. That's it, period. Nothing special. It's just water. And we had this big discussion about it. And then about 6 months ago or something, I think there was a channel that did something on it that they were questioning it as well. But I think water is just water. And furthermore, like water, I was thinking about water and this memory thing, and they talk about the human DNA, how we have DNA. Well, what do you think about the notion that our DNA is actually water?
Yeah. And I heard somebody in the last couple of weeks saying that the DNA is surrounded by water, and without the water, the DNA could do nothing. Yeah, something like that.
Yes, but the DNA itself being water, not the DNA.
Yeah, I don't know, Benny. But it's good to ask questions, and as I said, I see it more as an exchange of information, material, or whatever it is, and I lost my train of thoughts. That's why I say without water, DNA couldn't send it. That's my take on it. It's not a claim, but it's my take on it. And
Yeah.
the
the water is the conduit.
The more I look into things, the more water seems very important in the whole cycle of all things.
Yes. Oh no, it seems very important, and the way that it seems to be able to support.
Yeah, and light as well, and that's why I made my name, and that's why you all should think that I am important.
Oh, you are important. You are important.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Waterlight. But that exchange, all right,
Yeah.
of energy or information, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But it's an exchange of energy, that information.
Yeah.
That you can see so readily in water. Like it makes pictures. It's got messages in it that people
Yeah.
understand.
There was some kind of French scientist who made pictures of
Yes.
a beaker of water, and he put different objects in it, and every time the picture he took of I don't know what he took a picture of, but the picture changed. Yeah.
Right. So now, you know, I like this thought. You're having that. Okay, perhaps without water, the DNA couldn't exist because it's the conduit of the information getting from point A to point B. But the actual water itself, being the DNA, and it's transferring it from all through the water as one. That energy. Because they like to think that they like to think many a thing with many a thing. These scientists, they think they can break everything down to the smallest possible atom and analyze it. Which I'm definitely, the more I look into atoms and the more questions you ask about atoms and things like this, the more I go that there ain't any atoms, because the smallest possible thing is supposed to be an atom.
Yeah.
Right. And yet they say that they can break down an atom even further than the smallest possible thing into
Yeah.
an electron and a proton and a neutron, which is just ridiculous, really. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
Like to me, it's very philosophical. This what is the smallest thing? Like if we get a ruler and cut it in half, and then okay, we've got a ruler, but you can keep on cutting it in half for infinity, type of thing. I think is just it's a nonsense kind of argument. If we can get a knife small enough, right, we can also cut an atom in half. Like it's just ridiculous. It gets into absurd land, really. That sort of thing. Eventually you have to have nothing. Eventually you have to have nothing. There's nothing there. So yeah, I'm quite happy just to think that we have skin, a skin cell or a blood cell or a bone cell. Like it's the cell itself. That's as small as it gets. Once you cut that in half, you've killed it. It's no longer a cell. It's useless. It doesn't do anything. I'm quite happy to stop there and not go any further, because you can't go any further. Right?
And well, that's basically also what the whole Earth discussion is about. You on every level you have a model. The atom is also a model. When I look at the word atom, the second part, the atom, seems to have a connection with dome or parabole. So it might be some kind of curved path if you put it in directions, but that might not even be it all. But it is a different kind of take on it. When I think about consciousness, consciousness needs two viewpoints to create a room between it. Otherwise you're stuck. If you are one source of information, you know it all. You're stuck. And in many words, the word arc comes across, and spark and things like that, and architecture and archangels and angles and things like that. So maybe it's something completely different, but it creates some kind of understanding for people who want answers, and especially for people who want answers in a very physical and solid way. But we also move through the gaseous state, so we must have having questions is very, very important in that state. So what is it that I am? What is it?
You are who you are. Be happy with that. Be happy that you can even think that thought, and leave it there. Leave it right there. But no, you want to go deeper. You want to go smaller.
Well, leave it there. That means that you have asked yourself the question, and whatever you are communicating with in the universe might bring you some light. Not directly a definitive answer, but something you can go further on.
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe there are no definitive answers. Maybe there's always change.
Chance. What's up, you guys?
Hey, Don. How you going, mate?
I just watched a good talk between it was a scientist and that guy, that older gentleman. His name's like Sadhguru or something. And he was like, I am the body and the mind. And one of them was kind of just saying, you know, that they are the material. I think the scientist was saying that accumulation of all the matter. But then the guru guy was saying, like, you're outside of the mind because you exist. You know, like it was just a weird case. I mean, it wasn't nothing deep, but it's like, are we the mind or are we outside the mind? Was the simple, you know, discussion, I guess. And it's pretty interesting, you know? But what y'all been talking about? I'm seeing the gap here.
You're roboting, Don.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Try again.
I think 5G has made my phone worse. I've had a 5G phone for like a month, and it's the worst phone I've ever had.
It sounds okay now.
Well, the summary of the topic that kind of seemed, what y'all had me thinking about, was like, are we outside of the mind, you know, or are we only the mind and the body, or are we something greater, you know? It's like, are we using the brain or are we the brain?
Yeah. Well, sometimes, Don, I'm thinking the word mind. We have another explanation for it, that is getting coal, gemstones, mining, getting salt. And so is the mind really something in the all, the whole, that of which you gather the information, with creating your perspective, your viewpoint, your aperture.
Yeah, the consciousness like, you know, the lack of understanding of consciousness kind of leaves a lot of room for the philosophical part of the discussion, even when, like, you know, pro scientists are involved. I did only loosely watch it. I got to go back and watch it again, but it did titillate my thoughts about being, you know, an outside entity.
Well, I think it's one and the same, Don. You're both inside and outside. Like it's all one. I think.
Yeah.
Body and mind. And I don't think the mind is actually in the brain either, Don.
Right.
I think your whole body is your mind, is your soul, every part of it. It's not, you know, we think that our thoughts are in our head. I don't think that at all. I think our thoughts are in our whole body. Our soul is in our whole body. It is all one. The brain is just the mechanism that sends signals for us to do things, like to move our fingers, to talk, to, you know, to smell. It, you know, it receives, you know, messages and it sends messages. But the actual thought process itself, the mind, the soul, is the whole body.
Right. I think of like creator energies, and like I think of any like designed project or recipe or process that we do here. Like whenever we make something, we have, well, most of the time, let's say, when we kind of make something, we have a purpose, a process. You know, there's like steps that are going to happen. You know, you're going to put the sugar and the flour together, and it's going to come together, then it's going to rise, and then you're going to put the fry, like, you know what I mean? Whatever is being made kind of has this, you know, dance of ingredients. And it's like and then okay, even if they're testing material and chemicals, like the chemists, and they're just exploring, you know, they're like messing around and seeing what can the things do. So I just try to think of those two positions from the creators, or any possible creator's position. Like, we could be a test, or we could be a known recipe, right? And so then it's like, okay, well, if we're a test, let's think about the cool things that are growing from that paradigm. Or if we are a known recipe, that's where, you know, maybe we can use that that line of reasoning to maybe discover more of a purpose. You know what I mean? But it's kind of weird to think, where does this consciousness come from? Why are these the way that these chemicals line up? You know, humans are we got all these self bettering motivations, like just weird things. Like, where does the motivation to be the best come from? Like, they're the best, like the, you know, makeup artist, or they're doing the, you know, is it food or cake, or what, you know what I mean? Is it real or cake, this show? Like, and these people, it's like there's no direct benefit of going like, oh man, I'm the best cake artist, you know what I mean? I know I win in life now because it's all just a game that we believe, like doing good, like, or bettering ourselves, you know, better shit's gonna happen. But there's no direct payoff. We kind of just know in our brain, like, we just want to do shit to make ourselves feel good. How can that be a evolution or survival instinct? You know what I mean? Like, how naturally could that have progressed from kill or be killed? You know, it's very weird to me. It's like the creator wants this beauty to come out. It's not, I don't think it's a kill or be killed world. I don't think it is. I don't believe in pure Darwinism personally. But you give me hype, Bandy, with your cutting the atom and the knife thing, man. That's always awesome, man.
Oh, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, Don, I think.
I
Personally.
think too. I think coherent material is matter, or like stable material is matter, and unstable material is energy. This is all it is. You know what I mean? Like, once it's broken into the energy, it's not a smaller thing anymore. It's broken pieces of the smallest thing. It's got to be a smallest. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I think it's got to be a smallest thing. You can't, like, these guys, man, that come in here and believe these fucking narratives, bro. They don't know the consistency at which these subatomic particles can be produced and recreated and how stable they are. Man, they don't have no fucking clue what instruments are fucking going on with this shit, man. They just believe this shit, bro.
I know, mate.
All this particle accelerator shit, man.
Did you see the video that Grim dropped the other day in regards to dark matter and particle?
No, no.
Hold on, I'll see if I can find it.
I've heard him in here. I've been listening offline a little bit. I do hear the dark matter discussion about the placeholder. I do remember Grim talking about it. I remember the argument of, like, we know it's there because of the blah 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 blah. I remember it being talked about, but I don't know what you're talking about. What's the summary, Ben?
Oh, basically that the dark matter is bullshit, Don. And they've been trying for years, spending billions and trillions of dollars trying to find dark matter. And they've come up with absolutely nothing.
Okay.
So let me just find it and I'll post it
Okay.
for you.
I believe you. And I'll give you my anecdotal evidence. I remember seeing a mainstream, clip segment, like some science segment, and it was like they went like 30 floors down underground or something, or deep underground, and then they went down this like hallway, and there at the end there's like a guy, he had like a box with it looked like a big camera box and had like a little hole in it, and he's like, yeah, we making dark matter in here, and like this, and I'm just like, what? Like, it does not take but an 8-year-old to look at what they're selling you and be like, huh, bruh? Like, the conclusions are just leaps and like Superman couldn't leap this far.
I'll put in the text the video I was referring to. I know you're driving, but I've tagged you, so when you get home, you can find it again.
Let's check it out.
It's called The Betrayal of Shadows. $100 billion in the search of dark matter, and they still haven't found it. It's actually
Holy
pretty good.
shit. Okay, I see it. I'm gonna click it now.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch it again.
I got it queued up. All right, so you ready for some? If I could, y'all want me to? Are y'all still on that, or can I kind of segue a little bit?
Segue. I've got to go. My wife's calling, so I've got to quickly take this.
Well, I got two anecdotes. Okay, I'll repeat it when you come back. I'll wait.
Okay. I'll chat. Lightwater's here. You can chat to him. I'll be back.
Lightwater, are you not American?
No, I'm Dutch.
Okay. There's a lot of globe placement in American TV and film. And it's
what kind of placement?
Globe placement.
Yeah.
I mean, it's uncanny, like how much it is. So, okay, I saw two movies recently. I saw the new movie Nope about the alien. And this was kind of funny. It's kind of like a ranch movie, and then there's a little bit of Hollywood. Like these cowboys talk about a TV show that a kid was in. It's like a actor. He's like a cowboy actor, and when he was a kid, he was in a TV show with a monkey, and the monkey went crazy or whatever. But after he grew up, he made like a tribute room to this TV show, right? So he's like, he gets visitors, and he's like, oh, they're like, you're the kid from the TV show. And he's like, yeah. And he's like, come look at this. And he opens up his secret door, and he's got a tribute room to this monkey show that he was on. It's got like the monkey's Hawaiian shirt, the sunglasses. It's got like props or whatever from the show in these display cases, like the glass shelves and stuff. It's just a trophy room pretty much. And it's all stuff that you look at and you're like, oh, that must have been the shirt the monkey wore, and that must have been this and that, right? But then, on the top shelf, in the top of the shelf, make sure it's behind a guy's head in the shot, is a globe. Like, why is there a globe in there? Like, it's the only thing that's just a generic item. You know what I mean? That's just like, what? Like, why is there a globe in this trophy room to this TV show? Everything was props from the, you know what I mean? It's just not relevant. It's not something the monkey will, like, you know what I mean? It's just random. It's just bullshit. Okay, just, that was a little weird one for no reason, And then there was another one in a cartoon. There's a movie with the Superman and Batman cartoon, but it's like they have pets like dogs and shit. Y'all seen this new DC superhero pet league or something? Have you heard about that? Must be too American. Okay, but for the record and the one audience guy listening, they had the supervillain's office was a spaceship, and it was also had a bomb on it, and it took off, and it was headed straight up, and it said when it leaves Earth's atmosphere, it's gonna explode. And there was no like orbit, nothing like that. And I know it's just a cartoon and they simplify it for kids, but it's kind of weird. They show the superhero racing against time to catch the rocket before it leaves Earth's atmosphere and blows up. So there's like a control room graphic or whatever on a computer screen that shows the radar tracking or whatever of the rocket. It has the trajectory, and then it has the red line where it's like that's the end of Earth's atmosphere, and it shows the rocket traveling to the red line, and it's going straight up. It's going straight to the red line. It's not doing an orbit. It's not none of that. It's straight up. You know what I mean? And then it's like boot right to the line. You know, it's like why are they dumbing it down for the kids? If why that type of shit is the shit that's gonna have kids thinking rockets go straight up. You know what I mean? Totally unnecessary. We got another American joining us. What's up, Nate?
Yo, what are you lying about, man? What's good?
Lying. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
What are y'all talking about?
I'm dropping true anecdotes of globe programming and flat earth Easter eggs in the newest Hollywood productions. Nate, did you hear the anecdotes?
No, I just got in my bed. Missed all of that.
Did you see Nope yet?
No, but that's that new Alien movie, right?
Yeah, I wanted it to be more about like, you know, people trying like yeah, it's good, but it isn't what I want. Like, it's mostly them just trying to take a picture of the alien, whereas I thought it was like there was going to be more like government hey, I heard like people there being a secret and people trying to discover this. There like wasn't none of that. The previous kind of teased a little bit, like it was like nope, hey, we hear you're looking for aliens. Nope, hey, you know what I mean? And that wasn't really it. But anyway, there was a child actor who had a trophy room to homage room or whatever you call it, a tribute room to the show he was on as a kid, and he had it behind a secret door, right? And then there was like, you know, clothing items and stuff that you could look at and be like, oh, that was the shirt the monkey wore, or the glasses, or there was a picture of the first fist bump. He said that was the first exploding fist bump. It was like a kid in supposedly. And there's all this nostalgia from this TV show, but for some reason in the trophy, in the glass cases, Nate, up in the top left, there was a globe, just a generic globe. Like why? Okay, it's all stuff that's from the TV show, right? Like, oh, that's the globe that was on the counter the whole time. Oh, like, what? No, it's not a fucking. Anyway, that was funny, man. I'm just hey, bro, they sneak that shit in there, man. They trying to, and both movies. Let me drop this. Both of these movies that I saw. No, I saw 3, so maybe it was 2. Maybe it was but there was Universal Studio. Just I had hit with 2 Universal Studios intros.
What were the other movies?
So then I saw the cartoon of DC Pets. DC.
Okay.
And the rocket takes off, and the bomb's gonna explode when it reaches out of Earth's atmosphere. And they're showing the tracking graphic, and it's a red line, which is I guess the Kármán line or whatever. And then there's the ground, and there's the rocket, and the rocket just going straight up, Nate. Straight up. It ain't going sideways for the orbit. It's going straight up. So why they brainwashing the kids like rockets go straight up? Why they doing this?
Because it's a kid show. Come on, like I mean, if they had to show what's happening in real life, they're gonna have to show that rocket moving over a period of a few hours. You know, like it would take so long. It's a kid show, Don. You know, they have to fake it. What was the third movie? What was the third movie?
I mean, how hard is it to be like accurate though, and just like pretend the rocket's going faster, but still at least respect, you know, the orbit? It should show it going like a curved Earth and like going out. You know, it's just bullshit.
Yeah, but if a kid saw that, a kid would have a billion questions, and they might not enjoy the movie. They might get stuck on that one question and not focus on the rest of the movie. You know. Why did the rocket go around like that, mommy, daddy? And they don't focus on the main message of the movie being take care of your pets or something. You see what I'm saying?
Look, look, it was a 1-second flash of the tracking screen. You know what I mean? Like if the rocket's headed towards the red line, the kid isn't gonna go, why is it curved and not straight? No, they're gonna go, the rocket's headed toward the red line. They could have been scientifically more accurate, in my opinion. That's all. I just noticed it, just letting you know. And you know, hey, but the third movie was we seen Minion.
The new one?
The new one.
Did you like take your kids or what? Like, was this you watching this stuff?
Yeah. I mean, I just was whatever.
You must have been crazy bored this weekend.
You don't even know, man. I want to be working with the chemicals like you.
I don't really work with chemicals. I work more with I'm a physicist. I'm not a chemist or biologist. That's Jason.
I got you. Let me tell you what I just read this morning.
Yeah.
You know what Delta 8 and Delta 9 are?
I'm not sure what content.
It's they're like CBD, they're like weed or something. It's like marijuana derivative.
Don, can you hear me?
You were choppy. You're back now.
Oh, sorry. I was saying no. Like I need a bit of context.
Delta 8 and Delta 9 are like, I guess they're the a chemical that stimulates the endocannabinoid system in the body or whatever, derived from hemp or something. I don't know, but it's like illegal. What they're doing, it's like over the counter weed basically. They sell it at gas stations.
Oh, nice.
So there's one. Yeah. So there's right. No, I don't. Okay. Yeah. The K2 is kind of, that's back in the day.
Yeah.
But I don't do this. Like I remember 20 years ago, I tried K2 once, and it just made me tingle really weird. I did not like it. So I've never done these new ones, but I was reading the leaflet on it, right? And it's saying, so Delta 8, I think, was like a couple years ago, and Delta 9 is the newer one. And the way they describe their products, they say Delta 8 will get you relaxed and sleepy, right? And then they say Delta 9 is similar, but less likely to impair your ability to have coherent thoughts and focus on things, right? So from that comparison, it kind of makes it seem like Delta 8 gonna get you higher or hit you harder. It's gonna put you to sleep, and you can't focus, right? It's telling you the other one makes you can focus, right? So, but then they go on to say Delta 9 is more potent than the Delta 8. So that was a little weird. It's like, do I want less potent, but it says I focus less, which means I should be higher. I'm focused less. I should be more inebriated, you know? But it's a little confusing.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm gonna look into this, man. You know, it sounds interesting. It sounds like it's almost like indicas and sativas. You know, like how one's a body high, one's more of a mental high type thing.
That sounds like a genius answer.
Yeah, but that's so it's legal. I'm guessing synthetic weed, right? Legal synthetic weed.
Yep. Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into this, man. Interesting. But I mean, you know, weed's legal here, so I ain't really gotta worry about all that. But all right. You should just move to New York, bro. Fuck Texas. Man.
I know. I need to get. I mean, I'm from New York.
Oh, what? State or city?
Syracuse.
Oh, nice. That's what's up, man. So why'd you leave?
It was, man, I was like 10 years old. My mom's company moved, man, or the company my mom worked, the company she worked for.
Oh, you left as a kid, all right.
Yeah. I lived back, but I went back, man. I mean, I lived back up there for 5 years, early 20s and stuff.
Nice, yeah. Oh, that's what's up, bro. That's what's up. On my plate, let me see, new crazy shit. You heard about the LZ dark matter detection experiment they currently got running?
No, this new? Is this what did you battle Grim on the other during the week about this dark matter discussion? Because Bandy just dropped me a video I'm about to queue up.
Grim? No, I haven't talked to Grim about this. There was an old project that some friends were working on while I was still in college, and this is basically an upgrade of that project. So I have a pretty keen interest in it.
I have heard,
but I mean,
yes, I've heard you've meant, but I don't know the conclusion.
Yeah, basically the Lux Zeppelin. So they've upgraded the device. So they're basically going to use like xenon particles to try and detect dark matter. But so far, they've had a few runs. I think like 300 runs, and they've got null results. But it's a good thing because it lets them know that if we detect something in this range, it's definitely not dark matter. So they
Right, I got
definitely
you.
know, yeah, what they're not looking for.
So
I mean,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. So I was just gonna say, maybe in the next 2 to 3 years, we're gonna have a dark matter detection. It's pretty interesting to follow.
I was just sharing that. I mean, I've seen like science show productions that had, a guy in a basement with a box talking about their detecting dark. Maybe it was dark energy. Maybe it wasn't dark matter. Maybe it was, but either way, man, there's like, I've heard claims that they already know this shit. But I feel what you're saying. Like consistent null results are definitely a productive observation, right? Like you're doing something consistently or whatever. And then, like you said, obviously I don't understand though. I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but why all it means though is that there's something that light can go through, but other stuff bounces off of, right? That's really all it means.
What do you mean, dark matter?
Yeah, it can touch stuff physically, but light isn't affected at it by. Is that really all that the phenomenon
No.
that they're looking for is? What phenomenon are they looking for?
So the idea is with dark matter. Sorry, man, I was climbing the stairs. Just give me a second. I gotta catch my breath. Jesus. Oh, I need to stop smoking.
Them New York buildings.
Yeah, man, this shit's ridiculous, bro. They need to fucking fix the elevator. Okay, so are you asking about dark matter or how they trying to go about detecting it?
I guess it's kind of what, but yeah, no. What the expectation of phenomenon is for the dark matter.
Okay, so I'll try my best to answer the question. So basically with dark matter, the idea is it's made of some type of matter, which isn't ordinary baryonic matter, which is the matter we're made of. It must be made of some other exotic type of matter. We know it has matter in it because it exerts gravitational fields, right? So other type of matter does have an interaction with it, but it's a very weak interaction. We can be affected by the gravity it releases, but we can't directly touch it. Your hand would just go right through dark matter. And the idea is it doesn't have any charge because we don't see it interact with light. Right? So light is an interaction between charged particles. So dark matter, that's why we call it dark. If you shine light on it, the light doesn't seem to interact with it. We don't say the light goes through it, but it doesn't seem to.
Oh, we do see the light go through it.
No.
You saying
what we would see is, yo, Don, can you hear me? I don't know if it's you or me breaking up. Let me quickly try and reconnect. Hang on. Yo, Don, can you hear me?
That's better.
Yeah, sorry, man.
That's better.
Jesus. Sorry, you were asking something?
So we were saying we would still like through it, stop at it.
Okay, I don't know if it's still me. I think it's you, Robot, now.
It's gonna be you're better.
Is there anyone else in the VC that can confirm who's Robot, whether it's me or Don?
Switch onto the Wi-Fi now.
Oh, way better. I can hear you now. Yeah, I think it was you, bro.
Jesus, this 5G shit is a scam, man.
Yeah.
I mean, no, seriously. Nate, seriously.
Yeah.
I've had a 5G phone for a month. It forces you onto, we know they have the network for the phones to work inside without getting on Wi-Fi. We know they have it because it works. But no, now with the 5G, it's like it will.
for whatever fucking reason, the signal will go bad, and it'll be better when you get on the Wi-Fi. It's like they want you to be on the local probes, the local nodes.
Exactly. It's weird, man.
Right, but it's like there's no reason it should force you onto. My phone should work plenty fine without me having to get on the Wi-Fi.
Exactly. I don't
know. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be on a conspiracy fucking hate technology shit. It's just like, obviously they want it to load how it loads. I mean, it's more efficient for everybody, I'm sure, whatever, but it is annoying.
Yeah, no doubt.
Then you go outside and then you got to switch off. Okay, so anywho, we was talking about how the what light would do if it touches this stuff that has gravity, but for some reason you're saying we would go through it. I mean, air has gravity.
Your hand would pass right through dark matter, but dark matter.
But my hand passes right through gas too.
No, your hand doesn't pass through gas. When you push your hand through the air, you're pushing particles out of the way.
Right, and I guess I'm saying, how would you? I guess theoretically, you're saying that the dark matter wouldn't move. Okay, so we'd see like a gravity zone. The gravity zone will remain coherent. Whereas if I was to push the gas, it's going to dissipate or mix around.
Push
or whatever.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. So if you wave your hand through gas, you're going to feel wind. But if you raise your hand through dark matter, like nothing's going to move. You see what I'm saying?
Supposedly, right? Okay.
Yeah. And when light passes through dark matter, it goes right through it. But because dark matter has this tendency to clump together, you'll always see light when it passes through a very concentrated region of dark matter become gravitationally lensed. And that's why it always creates those Einstein rings,
Supposedly. You said that's why it always creates Einstein rings. When are you talking about? Are you around black holes or something? Because I thought Einstein rings came around
black hole. Yeah,
stars.
Einstein rings form when light passes over a great distance, and along its path, it passes a center of, concentrated mass. So a black hole, maybe a galaxy in the way, or dark matter.
I'm trying to remember the little pics I've seen. I think I've only seen around the star that I've seen a ring, but maybe I'm just misremembering. But there's like common photos of that ring around a black hole too, right? I think I've seen.
Yeah. Black hole, a star, all of those things could create Einstein rings. Yeah. Even our sun. It's just we're not far away from the sun to really see that effect. But now, when it comes to detecting dark matter, it's a bit more difficult, right? Because we have to try and figure out what is dark matter made of. What are the elementary particles that make it, and that's what we're trying to detect. So the hypothesis is dark matter is made of these particles called WIMPs, weakly interacting massive particles. And we're hoping to detect those. If we can detect those, then,
Right. So they're weakly. But the thing that they interact with weakly isn't itself. It's what you called before the Boseian elements, the Boseian particles. How'd you call that?
Baryonic matter. They
baryonic matter.
Yeah, which is the matter you and I is made of. Ordinary matter that we see.
Well, all matter and up until this point, all matter.
Not all, well, for a while we thought that was all matter. Now we've come to find out that baryonic matter makes a very small percentage of the total mass quantity of the universe. It seems most matter is exotic. Yeah.
Oh, what? Nate, stop it. They haven't. Nate, possibly. You're saying possibly though, right?
It's what's estimated when we try to model it out.
Right, but it's still really, this exotic matter hasn't been confirmed yet. Just assumed, right?
No, this exotic matter, we know that there's different types of matter that are out there. Baryonic matter, it's like less than 5% of the universe's total mass. The matter
Okay.
that makes you, me, and most of the stars we see in the sky is only 5% of the universe.
Okay, so right, but we haven't put our hands on the other type, have we?
We have with certain other types, but dark matter, which is a dominant type of matter in the universe, we haven't directly detected.
We said
That's
other
the
types. What are you talking about? Other types? Energy types, subatomic particle types? Like what other type of matter is there besides what makes up the stars and me?
exotic types of matter.
Okay, where I'm saying, but where is this stuff? Why are you saying we have?
Most of these things we detect in particle accelerators, or and the problem is these exotic type of matters have a very short half life. They don't, in nature, they don't live long enough for us to really worry about them. You know,
Could you name one?
Muons, muons, neutrinos, pions. You know, these exotic type of particles.
Okay. So here's where I'm fucked up, bro. Is we took this baryonic matter. Am I saying it right?
Yeah.
And then we smashed it. And then you're saying out came exotic matter from smashing the baryonic matter.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so I'm mistaken. So how did you find this stuff? Where did it come from?
So most of these other types of matter, these exotic types of matter, seem to be made in stars, right? When a star supernovas, or the way our sun goes about making neutrinos. Most of the neutrinos, that like 99% of the neutrinos that pass through Earth, come from our sun. So when our sun is, doing this whole nuclear fusion thing, converting hydrogen into helium, right? It takes hydrogen atoms and tries to push them together to make helium. In that process, a lot of energy is released, as well as certain types of exotic particles, depending on how heavy the sun is. So for our sun, it's mostly neutrinos. You sometimes get muons as well. Like when I forgot what it's called. Not cosmic rays, but certain type of cosmic radiation interacts with our atmosphere. It makes this other type of exotic matter called muons, but those don't last very long. And then there are different types of hadrons called pions or peons. Depending on how you want to say it.
Okay. And I don't want to cut, but I keep building a lot of thoughts, and I don't want too many. But it's like
no. Go ahead. That's the question.
It's like you keep giving me examples of where the baryonic stuff does stuff and then either released or created from that stuff interacting with each other. This muon comes, or some exotic matter, but it came out of the baryonic matter. So
that's the point you're making. Then yes, that's how we know how to make it, or that's how it's most prevalent to us. These exotic type of matters, we mostly see them made within stars, but that might not be the only way they're created. There might be regions of the universe which are only made from these exotic types. And from our understanding, our normal matter is actually rare in the universe.
See, but that's
the matter that makes
an
you
assumption.
is actually pretty rare.
That's so an assumption. I mean, I don't know who sold you on that, but maybe I can just talk peasant logic with you to get you to open your mind.
Yeah, but the thing is, Don, for me, it's not that I was just told this. It's what I've studied, and I'm fortunate enough to, have the opportunity to verify these things for myself.
Right, but if you're so confident,
I'm not just telling you what I believe.
You should be able to teach a person with intellect and logic. You should be able to teach them, like, look.
I could teach you, Don. I could definitely teach you, but I'm not going to be able to just teach you over a 30-minute Discord call. You and I are going to have to sit down and do some mathematics, some modeling. We would most probably have to meet up and do certain observations together.
Now, what we got to do, I'll go live. That's what we have to do when this stuff is dead. We need to schedule little presentations like this. And like, I'll go live and like, you walk me through, we'll write on the board. And then that's something that they can clip for their little replays and shit. That's some productive shit that can be.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, that is all theory. You and I need to meet up and go
what I'm saying.
Go to a laboratory, or go to a electron ring or like a particle collider and do practical experimentation. Yeah.
Okay. So check this out. Let's just logically though, let's talk about how you're saying the exotic matter came out of either the normal matter from it interacting with other matter or energies put upon it, whatever reason. You're saying it came out of the other matter.
Yeah.
So does the exotic matter, is that a smaller piece that they build up and then they make the normal matter, or is this stuff only created from the normal matter? Like logically,
that's the thing, Don. That's the thing. We've only known about this stuff for the last 100 years, Like there's only so much we can say about these things.
Why are you calling it not baryonic? Let's start there. What's the definition of baryonic matter?
Baryonic matter would be matter made of quarks.
Okay.
So it's either matter made of quarks or it's matter created through interaction with the Higgs boson field.
Okay, so if it's smaller than the quark,